Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin Tai TV audiobook channel. Chapter 1501, Testing the Water. Back at the village, Arad sat in his room looking at everyone there. Usually he would be the one speaking, but today it wasn't his place to do so because he was already far above the newcomer to a point where she was almost killed by just standing close to him fighting. Denki looked around the room terrified and confused. Arad's wives didn't look that friendly, except the black Dracaena in the back, which led Denki to rush and hide behind her. Zul looked at Denki and then at everyone else. Can you stop glaring at her? No. Gammon smiled. I want to eat her. If she isn't here to be a wife, then she is here as food. Dragons were nothing like humans. They were more akin to black widows and wild monsters. Most of them would eat their mate after mating if they were too weak. Like lions, if a new male invaded another's family and killed his to steal his mates. The first thing they would do is kill the offspring of the first male, unless they were old enough to mate as well. And in this case, where a new Dracaena tries to jump into the lair, she has only three choices. Be protected by Arad so the others would just beat her up and let her live at the bottom of the food chain because she is the weakest of them all. Fight for her own survival and secure a place with blood, at least impressing the strongest Dracaena, which is Gammond, or get killed and eaten by the Dracaenas protecting the nest. Stop it, Eris glared at everyone. No one is killing or beating anyone here. We need her so she stays. She then glared at Gammond. And if you're so hell-bent on eating her, then I'll be one eating you. Gammond smiled. Come, Eris, you know you can't defeat me, and don't tempt me. You're a half-human you taste too good to pass on. Denki could feel it. Those were probably the strongest in the room. Gammond's cold glare sent chills down her back, and the crackle caused by Eris's boiling plasma was enough to make her hair stand. She couldn't even go home to defeat Zul, let alone those two if they decided to kill her. She wanted to ask how in the 9 hells did Arad manage to tame those two, but remembering him and Azorn rattling the arena earlier made her change her mind. He was the kind of monster that could do this. Clog, who was silent this whole time, looked at Gammond and Eris, and then snuck her way to Arad. While they are busy, let's play a bit. Cori saw her and rushed in as well. Wait for me? Gammond and Eris glared back at them. You two, Gammond growled. Arad sighed. Can you all calm down a bit? Do you need to fight over it like this? Gammond looked at him and smiled. Not really, traditionally, yes. Even if Tiamat wanted her to stay with us, that doesn't mean she gets a pass with how weak she is. Clog shrugged. The reason dragons stayed powerful for eons is that we valued strength over anything else. The weak can't procreate. Arad sighed. Who said she is here as a mate? That's for her to decide, not me or you. For now, she'll guide us through the storm and later settle around the castle. All Tiamat wanted was to grant her a place to live in and grow, nothing else. I see, Gammon smiled. So, little Denki, what do you want? If Denki said she wanted to be one of Arad's mates, then that would mean challenging all of the Dracaenas, which would lead to her getting killed and eaten. So all she could do was shake her head and look away. I'm only doing my job, what Tiamat wanted. Unless you want to draw her wrath. Clog frowned in the back. Shit bucket, we'd better let her be. Took me a long time to get this humanoid body. I don't want to lose it. At this moment, the room has split in half. Zul, Eris, and Clog were on Denki's side, leaving only Cori and Gammond against it. But that was quickly coming to an end as well, since Cori wasn't going to stay on her mother's side for long. When Cori's rebellious red blood flowed in, she immediately switched sides, declaring that she would rather be on the side of the majority. Gammond sighed. Maybe I'm just too old. You got it. The brat stays. But away from my Arad. She glared at Denki. What we care about is power, strength, and you don't seem to match even Zul over there. Arad looked at them, and then at Denki, but he looked at Gammond. She is strong for her age. He flicked his fingers and sucked all of them into his stomach, to a massive floating rock left from the world he destroyed while fighting Ray and Ray, Arad, found a massive rock and sat on it. If you all want to be treated like Dracanas, then let's do it. Grace isn't here, but I'm sure she would have loved to be here. Sadly, she has other things to do. He looked at them. Clog, you're up. Clog cracked her neck and smiled. How lucky am I? I get to be the one to beat the new girl. She glared at Denki. Don't worry, since Arad is watching. I won't kill or eat you. I'll only break all of your limbs one by one. Denki gulped, took a step back, and looked at Arad. Don't worry, as long as you're competent, she won't be able to break all of your limbs. He pointed at the ground. Fight, I'll watch. Everyone else approached and sat beside Arad, watching as Clog and Denki walked to the middle of the open space. Clog started spinning her shoulder. Come on, little girl, show me. But at that second, a thunderclap roared and a bright flash engulfed the whole place. A bolt of lightning had flown from Denki's head toward Clog. Clog took the jolt without even flinching and then looked at Denki with a smile. I was talking naughty girl. Denki stood in place with a frown, one horn standing on her forehead and cracking with magic. Unlike all dragons, blue dragons had one horn on their forehead like a unicorn. Even in her humanoid form, she could use the horn as a lightning rod. Then, suddenly, Clog disappeared from Denki's field of vision. Before she could gasp, Clog was already behind her, swinging a fist, first arm. She was trying to break Denki's left arm. Denki knew she couldn't dodge or block the hit. She wasn't fast or strong enough to face someone like Clog. But Arad was watching the dragon who married Tiamat's daughter, a dragon so powerful that even the goddess couldn't keep an eye on him. A human might have had my things to consider, but to a Dracaina, there wasn't much to think about. Even if she hated Arad's guts, she would still want to at least have one wormling with him before leaving. It would be a waste to get so close to such powerful genetics and not make use of them. Does she like Arad or not? She couldn't tell at this moment, and she probably won't be able to tell for months, if not years. But she can think about that later, after she at least has one wormling. That's it, surviving Clog, taking this opportunity, and finishing this job Tiamat gave her. If the blue dragons were known for anything, it is their patience and pragmatic minds. She can see the benefits and is also willing to test the water and see if she likes it. This fight, she'll do her best and win. Before Clog's fist could connect, Denki's body was flung sideways and crashed into a massive rock nearby. Clog looked at her fist with a confused face. I didn't hit her. Denki coughed blood, crawling her way out of the broken rock with sparks of lightning crackling from her hair to her body. Black dust started pouring out of the massive rock and rising from the ground, dancing around her like mist. Chapter 1502, Iron Dust. You flew away, but that wasn't flight magic. Clog looked at Denki with a large smile. What trick did you use, and what's that black dust around you? Denki looked back at her, and the dust around her started moving strangely, following the crackles of lightning illuminating her hair. She wiped the blood from her lips, looked at her hands, and then clenched two fists. As the sky flashed with lightning, Clog charged forward, dodging the rain of lightning bolts with ease. She could tell where Denki's magic started and get out of the way before the lightning could even form. Power wasn't the only thing that gets better when dragons grow older. Their senses, magic, and even gut instincts grow sharper. Denki was just too young to contend with Clog's reaction speed and quick thinking. In the blink of an eye, she had run through the blinding field of lightning and was swinging her fist at Denki's face, confident that she would hit her this time. Not even adult dragons could dodge her first attack before. Yet this young adult Dracaina had survived this far. Even if she doesn't land a single hit, she has already lasted longer than many. But what Clog didn't expect was that this Dracaina wasn't fighting for survival, but she was fighting to win. The arrogance of dragons, all of them have it, and from Denki's side, it seemed foolish to try to defeat Clog. The black dust swirled and caught Clog's fist, blocking her attack. At first, Clog was shocked that the strange dust managed to block her fist. It felt as solid as steel. But she then quickly pulled her hand away, feeling something sharp and painful rip her scales apart and slip into her wrist. This? Clog jumped away with a frown, and she then smiled. Iron dust, and she looked at her hand, and the veins were already changing color. You forced a handful into my veins? Clog didn't need Denki to explain anything to her. She had already figured out how this Dracaina was planning to fight. She can't beat Clog with magic or in physical combat, so she was going to use several tricks. Denki was using the magnetic field generated by her lightning to pry the iron from the ground and pull it out. Arad must have picked this massive piece of debris because of that. She was giving her an edge in this unfair fight. If she carefully controlled the current of her lightning magic, she could move the iron dust however she liked. These countless tiny, sharp blades of raw iron moved and rubbed against each other at high speed, turning into what resembled a chainsaw, tearing through anything they touch. When Clog's fist touched the flowing iron dust, the blades slipped beneath her scales and tore at her skin like teeth, making their way to her veins and soaking in. Right now, Clog's whole right arm was filled to the brim with iron dust, her veins clogged, and her muscles forced to stop. What's more, Clog could now feel the force of Denki's magnetic field pulling on the iron in her arm. She was trying to rip it off. So, while Denki herself doesn't have enough physical strength to tear Clog's arm, her lightning can generate a strong enough magnetic field to do it for her. Clog smiled and lifted her arm, flexing it. So, think this hand is dead now? She flicked her arm down with enough force that the clotted blood and iron burst out of her veins, splashing all over the ground. The wounds then started steaming and healing rapidly, an effect of whatever medicines or poisons she had flowing through her veins. Denki frowned. She knew that green dragons were masters of alchemy and poisons, but she didn't expect them to be able to do this fast. But this was Clog. Her fame surpassed many dragons. The iron dust swirled around Denki's body as she smiled. I'm not counting on that to work. In a second, her whole body was covered with a rattling armor of moving iron dust, engulfed in blinding lightning. She lifted her hand up and formed a chainsaw sword from the iron dust, then pointed it at Clog. With that armor, Denki hoped to force some of her iron into Clog's body with each clash and slowly wear her down. Now all she needed to do was survive long enough. The two flashed across the battlefield and the real battle started. Denki wasn't fighting with her body alone. She applied several tentacles of iron dust, flying blades, and even moving clouds of dust that ripped anything they went past in seconds. Clog, on the other hand, danced between her attacks with grace, putting more and more pressure on Denki with each punch, making sure to remind her each time that one direct hit would send her to the grave. Even though Denki held the advantage for a while, she never stopped feeling a bit of fear, because she knew better than anyone that Clog was just toying with her. Arad might have helped her by choosing this massive rock with a lot of iron, but even Clog herself was not going all out. This wasn't an execution or a beatdown. They simply wanted to push her to her limits and see what she was made of. Denki would have complained, but remembering how Arad and Izorn's fight almost killed her, she couldn't help but think that living anywhere near Arad was going to be a deadly affair, which explained why she needed to test her strength against someone so powerful like Clog. But soon, Clog started making this a bit harder, because Denki started to feel her limbs going numb. For a while now, Clog had been discharging poison into the air, slowly weakening her. After almost a minute, Denki fell on her face, paralyzed and unable to move a limb. Clog landed nearby. So, you like it? My sweat evaporates quickly, and I can exchange with any combination of poisons. This one is a neurotoxin that paralyzes all of the muscles except the heart and lungs. But the moment Clog got closer, the storm of iron dust and lightning attacked her. Even though Denki was paralyzed, she still could control her magic and was willing to keep fighting. Clog charged right through the storm and swung her foot at Denki, trying to send her flying and knock her out. But Denki's body was pulled away at the last second, saved by her iron and magnetic fields. No wonder Tiamat chose you. I doubt many blue dragons can do that. Clog laughed and chased her. Denki managed to survive for a few more seconds, but then something strange happened. All of her magic started to fall apart, and she crashed onto the ground. Now the poison had reached the nerves controlling your fundamentum. All of your magic would rapidly grow weaker and weaker. Clog looked at Denki, who now sprawled on the ground face first, looking more like a corpse than a living being. Denki tried to cast her magic again, but only small sparks emerged from her back, not even powerful enough to hurt a human. A kid could literally stomp her to death now. Arad, the fight is over. She can't lift a finger. No one can, once I paralyze them. I can inject her with a poison that digests her organs if you want. Arad smiled in the back. Are you sure about that? Clag froze and slowly turned back as she heard a faint rustle. Denki was moving, trying to push on the ground with her hands, moving even though Clog was sure she shouldn't be able to for hours. Are you a monster? Clog gasped. Chapter 4.03, A Last Stand. Denki tried, faint sparks rushing across her whole body. While muscles and organs were controlled by the brain through chemical signals in the form of many electrical impulses, they could still be directly forced to move with an electric current. In her case, most of her organs were fine, except her draconic fundamentum, the core of all of her magic, which Clog intentionally tried to paralyze. Right now, her magic was severely blocked, but the weak and harmless amount she could use was still helpful. First, instead of trying to move her whole body, she focused on using what little magic she had to jolt her fundamentum and force it to move and pump mana. That barely worked, resulting in a faintly stronger flow of magic, but it was painful, a lot. She wanted to growl, but she was paralyzed, so she couldn't. Now, in pain, she used that stronger magic to force her fundamentum to move faster, pump harder, and allow herself to use stronger magic. Like a snowball, it accumulated fast. Soon the sparks inside her chest spread outward and into her limbs as she tried to move and stand, to turn her head and see where Clog was. Are you a monster? Clog asked with a surprised face, and Denki didn't have enough mental energy to even understand what she said. All she could think about now was the pain, the dreadful pain, and the Dracaena in front of her that needed to be killed. She then screamed as loudly as her lungs could, a roar so loud it dwarfed the thunderclaps of the countless lightning bolts she summoned to assault Clog. Clag danced amidst the lightning with an amused face. This was a first. No one had ever had the will or managed to fight back after getting hit with her powerful, paralyzing poison. Denki had just gone quiet. Her roar faded away and she fell to her knees, sweating like a hog. For a moment she looked unconscious, as if finally taken down by the immense pain of what she did to herself. But that wasn't the case. A massive ball of black iron dust started forming in front of her face, spinning and compressing on itself, getting heated up by the immense magnetic field Denki applied to it. The ball got smaller and smaller until it was the size of a marble and was then pulled closer to Denki's open maw. With one gulp, she swallowed it. With smoke coming out from between her sharp teeth, she remained still for a while as lightning sparked from her back, and the bolts falling from the sky around Clog shifted slightly, baiting her to a specific location. Arad, who sat far away, could see them, the rails of lightning Denki was forming, aiming at one location where she was guiding Clog. This was her last attack. Her body can't endure any more abuse, but those were dragons. They'll either win or die trying. Denki fell forward, landing on her hands and knees. She opened her mouth, and the bolts coming from the sky shifted. The iron dust flowing around also moved, clearing a path for the coming attack. By the time Clog noticed the shift in attacks, it was already too late. She was already where Denki wanted her to be. The iron sand started assailing Clog from every direction, obscuring her vision and forcing her to stay in place for a few critical seconds, and the lighting became clear. The path flashed, and the iron ball inside Denki's throat started moving. A blinding flash, a deafening thunderclap, a powerful earthquake, and a devastating shockwave. Later, the whole earth ruptured as the iron ball blasted at blinding speed, reaching Clog in a fraction of a second. Clog didn't see the cannonball approaching. The iron dust obscured her vision, but she could feel the magic creating the lightning rails. and she turned around in a split second and swung her arm to deflect whatever was coming. She swung her arm, and the cannonball burst through the iron dust, clashing with her wrist. The ball ripped right through Clog's arm, barely changing its course a bit and missing her torso. But Clog's right arm was still torn clean off, ripped into pieces by the immense force generated by Denki's magic. The cannonball flew past Clog and was heading straight toward Bellina's face. Denki had chosen to bait Clog to stand between her and Arad so she wouldn't dodge the attack. But since Clog deflected the attack a bit, Bellina was now in its direction instead of Arad. Luckily, that didn't matter. Arad's eyes flashed purple, and the cannonball instantly plummeted to the ground, crushed by an immense gravity field. "The fight is over," he called, and Clog growled, glaring at Denki. The little Dracaena was already unconscious, having endured immense pain and drained all of her magic for that last attack. A young adult is still an adult. She looked at her missing arm. "Now I have to heal this." Dragons have many age stages they grow through, and the adult stages are simple. Young adults, like Denki, an adult like most dragons found around the world, and then a mature adult. Those are all different stages of being an adult dragon. Clog herself was an ancient Dracaena, far older than any adult dragon, let alone a young adult one, but that didn't mean young adults weren't powerful enough to harm her. Like in this fight, she only used one type of poison. She could have killed Denki by melting her organs from the start, and even when holding back and losing an arm, the result is the same. She would regenerate her arm in a few days with potions or in minutes with magic, while Denki is on the ground and effectively dead. A young adult dragon can never survive a fight against a mature adult dragon, let alone someone stronger, but they could still be a painful threat. For example, Zul was a mature adult, and she could wash Denki away with acid and melted her bones into soup with one breath. Arad had given Denki a huge edge by choosing this place and picking Clog to fight her. Clog scratched the back of her head and approached Denki. "You've done well, let's go." She reached down, about to touch her, but then froze, feeling that something was off. All of her senses were screaming, warning signals and alarms all rang inside her head. Denki was unconscious, paralyzed, and out of magic, yet something in the back of Clog's head cried danger, warning her that this little girl was still a threat. It was then that Arad landed beside them. "Leave her to me." He pointed at his beard. The hairs on his skin were moving, getting lifted up. Clog nodded and jumped away, leaving Arad alone with Denki. He looked at her with a smile. "So, even unconscious, you're still so hell-bent on sending Clog to the grave." He knelt down and reached toward her. "But I'll tell you, you'll hurt her a lot. But this won't be enough to kill her." As Arad touched Denki's head, the whole area exploded into a blinding flash of lightning. She had charged her body with millions upon millions of volts, storing enough electricity to fry anything that touches her. But Arad was unharmed. His hair got a bit messy, but that was the end of it. Chapter 1504. He'll crush you like a tomato. When Denki woke up, it was already morning, and she found herself asleep on the couch inside Arad's room. He was asleep on the bed, with everyone else piled on him like pillows. She sat up, trying not to make any noise, but she immediately froze, finding that Bellina was fully awake and staring at her. Bellina moved and walked away from the bed. "I hope you had a good night's sleep. We need to move soon." She reached toward the hanger beside the door and picked a gown to cover herself a bit. "She didn't kill me?" Denki looked at Clog, who was sleeping on Arad with her large ass on his face. "Of course she won't." Bellina pointed at Clog's arm. "See? Fully healed without even leaving a scar. You might have dealt more damage if you hit her on the chest, but a limb that won't be a problem." Bellina then smiled. "And before you ask, she just turns a lot when sleeping. I'm sure she was upright yesterday." Arad moved a bit, and suddenly he was standing beside the bed. Everyone asleep on him just fell on each other on the bed. He looked at Denki and smiled. "Good, you look fine. Not a single scratch." Denki looked at herself. Her clothes were tattered, and she looked in a sorry state, but that was just her appearance. Physically, she was healthy, and all the wounds from yesterday's fight had faded away. It was then that Denki's opened wide. "Wait, Who took the hit? The shock. Arad tapped on his chest with a smile. Yours truly, here. It stung a bit, but not that much. You might have gotten Clog really mad if she was the one to get hit. Then even I won't be able to save you from her. That could kill mature dragons, she gasped, and Arad shrugged. Mature dragons and I aren't the same, and Clog is an ancient Dracaena. You're skilled but not powerful. Overall, you're strong for your age. He slowly turned toward the bed. Wake up. I know half of you aren't asleep. Clag opened her eyes, and so did Gammond and Zool. None of them was asleep. But Eris and Corey were knocked out, stacked on each other like sardines, and almost snoring. Gammond approached Corey and pulled her by her leg, dragging her out of the bed to wake her up. Wakey, wakey, 'tis time for work. Corey landed on her feet, still fast asleep and barely able to move. She stirred a bit, stuck between the dreamland and reality, reached forward, and stumbled on her own feet. As Gammond caught her, Corey finally rubbed her eyes, trying to wake up. Come on, at least wear something, and then move like a zombie if you want. You're embarrassing yourself in front of the new girl. Gammond smacked Corey on the back and pushed her toward the hangar where a coat waited for her. Corey yawned, tiny flames sparking in her throat. New girl? She can kiss my ass? She yawned again and reached for the coat. Gammond sighed and then looked back at Eris, who was hugging the pillow. Now that her warm pillow, Corey, had disappeared. You're the last one, Eris. Wake up, we've got work to do. Eris yawned, rolled on the bed, scratched her stomach, and then went back to sleep. Come on. Gammond pulled her out of the bed just as she did with Corey, forcing her to wake up and move to wash herself. With everyone awake, Arad was the first to finish washing his face and putting on all of his clothes. He sat at the door waiting for everyone. Like usual, even though Eris was the last to wake up, she was the first to finish getting ready. Right after her came Denki, who looked at Arad for a second, then at Eris, then back at the room. Corey was busy brushing Gammond's hair, Zool was helping Belina, and none of them had a decent set of clothes on yet. Even Clog was still in the bathroom trying to tune her human form. You're fast. Arad looked at Denki, and she paused for a second. Fast? They are slow. No, you're fast. Dragons usually only sleep once every few years. They aren't used to waking up each morning and getting ready in minutes. Eris and I are a different story. He leaned on the wall. So what about you? I used to lead a cult of humans that worshipped Tiamat. So I woke up and followed their schedule. She looked at Eris for a second and then averted her eyes. Want to ask how a half-dragon is here? Eris smiled. I'm half purple dragon, half elf. I'm also a vampire and a demi-goddess of murder. She looked at Denki. If you think I'm a pushover, I can give you a painful massage, Arad pointed at Eris. She is the one who healed you and Clog's arm. Get her mad at you, and you might be left to suffer for hours before getting healed next time. Denki froze in place. Now that she looked closer at Eris, she could indeed sense a sharp divine presence. Tiamat was a human once and had become a goddess of dragons. So who is to say that Eris won't reach the same level given enough time? Sorry, I didn't mean to stare. Eris giggled. Don't worry about it. I'm sure you aren't just nervous. You're probably afraid that speaking up would get you in trouble. She turned and looked at Arad. But we go with one rule here. When Arad is around, we're all the same. Denki looked at Arad and then back at Eris, as if asking what she meant. As long as Arad is here, no one is going to harm you, and even after he leaves, no one would try to get back at you. Eris reached up and smacked Arad on the shoulder. But if you went too far, he'll be the one teaching you a lesson, so mind yourself. She looked at everyone. We all fought him at some point, except Zool and Belina. But neither of them can even deal with Gammond, so Arad isn't someone they can fight. Eris looked at Denki. If you want to fight him, just ask. Denki looked at Arad, finding that his arm was bigger than her hips and her face could fit in his palm. If he were to smack her even once, he would probably rip her in half, Besides that, he took her discharge yesterday, and he is still moving like it was nothing. She looked at Arad for a long while. Can we just try it once? Arad nodded while everyone is getting ready. Of course. In a second, the three of them were sitting on the same stone as yesterday. Only now it was all charred from Denki's discharge. Eris sat on a stone far away to watch, and Denki took a deep breath. Can I attack first? Of course. Arad smiled, and Denki immediately flashed at him, throwing a fully charged punch at his chest. She wanted to see how he would react. This electric discharge was as powerful as the one she had done yesterday to knock Clog down. If Arad even as much as flinched, that would give her an opening to combo a second, maybe even a third one. But to her surprise, Arad didn't even move, took her hit standing there with his usual smile. Terrified, she tried to jump back. He was stronger than she ever expected. She was sure such an attack would at least sting. Before she could get away, Arad threw his arm and grabbed her by the wrist, twisted her arm and grabbed the other wrist, locking both of her arms behind her back before she could even understand what was happening. Denki panicked. How did she allow him to tie her like this? And he was only using one hand to pin both of her arms. She tried to escape, but Arad's palm kept her arms tightly locked together. In her panic, she forgot to protect her legs, and Arad's other arm flew downward and grabbed her by the ankle. She cried, and that was enough time for Arad to twist her leg and catch the other ankle in the same palm. Arad lifted her up, her two hands locked by the wrists in his right palm and behind her back, and her feet locked by the ankles in his left palm. Denki tried to jolt him, but no matter how hard she tried to use it, it was all useless. Even her iron dust failed to scratch him. It was as if an invisible barrier coated his scales. Arad pushed her legs up, forcing her knees to touch her chest, and folded her into a squat, then pressed her down to prevent her from moving anything besides her fingers and toes. See? Eris called from the back. Between his hands he can crush you like a tomato. Even Gammon struggles to wrestle out of his grasp, and she had surpassed her twilight. Arad released Denki, and she fell down, landed on her feet, and then fell to her knees, her limbs still shaking. Forget fighting Arad, she can't even hope to be a threat. Can you stand? Eris jumped down and approached her. This idiot didn't crush your ankles, did he? Arad frowned. I know how to control my strength. She is fine, probably. I'm fine. Denki stood. I'm just a bit. She looked at Arad for a second, then Eris, scared. I never faced something that I can't at least fight. Arad patted her on the head. Come on, I'm not that scary, and you'll get strong quickly. He pulled them all back to the room, and Gammon looked at them with a surprised face. Wow, she is still standing. Denki shook her head. I was on my knees a second ago. My hands are still shaking. She took a deep breath and approached the water jug on the table to drink. Arad. In the meantime, Gammon approached Arad. At least be gentle with the new girl. Don't break her hips on the first time, and that was fast. Give her more time. Denki spat her water out. Chapter 15:05, Taking Flight. Arad walked out of the room, leaving Gammon and Denki arguing with Eris, trying to stop them. As he walked out and went to the tavern, he found Alcott sitting there drinking. It's morning? What's the problem? I'm celebrating. Alcott looked at him with a smile, and then turned toward the bartender. Give him something nice. About what? Arad sat beside, and Alcott grinned, pulling a red glowing crystal orb from his pocket. This is a crystal orb that sucks magic like a sponge and stores it. I had it soak Tiamat's draconic magic and store it. He looked at the orb. Now, I only need a skilled enough blacksmith to hammer that magic down into a weapon. And what you guess? Mira might be able to do it. Arad took the orb and looked at it. Indeed, the tiny thing had a massive amount of Tiamat's draconic magic. Too much, in fact, that Arad wondered where Alcott found such a thing. What kind of weapon do you want to make? Alcott scratched his chin. I honestly don't know if I want the most destructive power. An arrow would be the best, but that would be a single use. It should be able to cripple Tiamat herself for a few years, though. I doubt it could kill her. He stored the orb away. A sword would turn to be a stronger weapon than the current Dragon Slayer, but I probably should make an artifact. If Mira is skilled enough, she could draw Tiamat's authority over the chromatic dragons and turn this orb into a dragon-controlling weapon. Do you really think you can control dragons with this thing? I call it control, but it's more of a do what I say for a second or two. I doubt the orb's power would be any stronger than telling a dragon to stop, and them stopping for a second or two. But a second is more than enough to kill them. At that moment, the girls walked in. All of them had finished getting ready, and it was time to leave. Arad stood, followed by Alcott. If you need to grab a bite, order something. We'll leave then. But even if he suggested it to them, dragons, even 10 platters of food, were nothing more than a single bite, literally what he said. None of them wanted to eat anything. They'll find enough food when they reach the Star Mountain, so they all left the inn and walked through the merciless rainstorm. This time, Arad's only job was protecting everyone with a barrier so they wouldn't get wet. He even formed a barrier on the ground for them to walk on and avoid sinking into the mud. But it was Denki walking in the front this time, and she took them all the way to a rocky cliff overlooking the sea. As she stood at the edge, the wind howled louder and the rain turned into hail. Lightning flashed from the dark clouds, and the waves grew taller, clashing against the cliff with malice. It was only now that Arad understood the difference between this storm and the storm of the storm titans. This one had the power to knock dragons out of the sky, and that power came straight from Tiamat's authority. The chromatic dragons were powerless under her influence, and the metallic dragons would be in a dangerous situation being stuck in her domain, so no one was safe. Arad was the first to notice that they didn't really need a specific dragon to brave the storm, but they just needed a priest of Tiamat. In their case, they got a priestess called Denki. Denki's main job was telling Tiamat when they would exactly fly through the storm, so she wouldn't smite them down, and when they landed on the Star Mountain, so she could start smiting things once more. Arad wasn't the only one to notice the next thing. Gammond felt it as well. The hail falling around them wasn't normal hail. It was Tiamat's draconic cold magic. Each tiny hail has enough power to pierce dragons as powerful as Gammond herself. So if she were to fly through the storm, the hail would turn her into Swiss cheese. As Denki lifted her arms up and started chanting some ancient words, the storm shifted, dancing strangely as lightning surged from the surface of the waves and crashed into the clouds, opening a ray of light. Denki approached the edge and then fell. A second later, she emerged in her draconic form, flying to the ray of light. She was a massive azure dragon with golden eyes, a vibrant blue and green mohawk that ran from her head to the tip of her tail, and one massive horn that extended out of her forehead. "Follow me," she roared, and Arad grabbed Alcott and transformed. Denki had to stop flying for a second as Arad transformed right behind her. He was massive, so massive that she almost ran away the second she saw him. An obsidian dragon the size of a mountain, with enough muscles rolling beneath his black scales to put all dragons to shame, and what scared her more was that Arad was flying without flapping his wings, using gravity magic to lift himself up. His wings only flapped slowly to gently push him around. Then, behind Arad, everyone else transformed. This time, Denki wet herself a bit seeing Gammond's draconic form. She was arguing with her just this morning, and now she saw the real monster she was trying to fight. Denki herself was not more than 30 meters long without counting her tail, so Arad looked absolutely titanic at 1 kilometer without the tail. But Gammond, the Dracana who surpassed her twilight, she was as massive as the nearby mountain range, being probably more than 7 kilometers long without counting her tail. This was the Dracana that killed her whole world, a world-ending monster that caused an apocalyptic ice age once, and was able to cause it again at a whim. Belina, on the other hand, was beautiful. A massive pink dragon with pink feathers instead of scales, a long and slender body, being almost as massive as Arad was, but a bit smaller. Probably. She just looked smaller since she wasn't as muscular as he was. Zool shifted next, being almost 100 meters long, black Dracaena with two massive horns emerging out of her head, a skull-like face, and a white belly. But something was clear about her. She wasn't fully healthy. Denki could still see that she was a bit thinner than she should have been, with a few of her ribs showing. Zool still didn't fully recover from her decades of sickness. It'll take her body a bit to put on more weight and fully regain its power. Eating, sleeping, and training. That was her grind. And she had to get back in shape quickly. It took Clog a while to transform, because she was a bit unwilling to let go of her humanoid form, fearing that she might not be able to turn into it again. Just like Arad, she was massive and muscular. Among all Dracaenas, she was infamous for her poisons and physical power, but also for her lack of magic talent. She was green, over 600 meters long without her tail, and had two glowing golden eyes. Denki looked at herself, and then back at Clog. No wonder she lost. She was like a fairy standing in front of a human, tiny. Lastly, Eris, who didn't transform at all, she just stood on Arad's head, looking forward at the ray of light. "If you aren't transforming, then you'd better hold on tight," Denki asked, looking directly at Eris. She didn't even bother with Alcott. That monster can probably deal with it. Gammond laughed in the back. "Eris is the last one you want to worry about. Besides, she shouldn't transform here, unless we want her to kill you and the village we just left." Seeing Gammond's massive size, Denki was more willing to listen to her without asking any questions now. It was quite strange how Arad managed to defeat someone like her. Chapter 1506, A Mountain on a Rainbow Cloud. Denki's question was quickly answered as Arad flew past her. Something about him felt off, while she had to protect everyone else from Tiamat's storm. The storm was evading him particularly, whatever he was, after facing Azorn and technically winning. Tiamat herself doesn't seem to be in the mood to attack him, not even once. She has either gone through the troubles of giving an exception, or he had some kind of power that protected him from her authority. "Follow me." Denki flew forward, chasing the ray of light streaming from the dark cloud, and so everyone followed her. The people in the village could see the draconic shadows disappearing into the storm, and even the poor woman looked out of the shed with a terrified face, praying to whoever god out there that those dragons don't turn around and blast the village. Aku, the demoness, held tightly to her leg, shaking and pretending to be terrified. "What are those?" she asked, and the woman looked at her with a smile. "Dragons, evil dragons. Now, if you don't go to sleep, they'll come and eat you alive." Imagining Arad eating her, Aku actually felt terrified. What if Arad and Callie both came to kill her? She nodded and rushed back to her bed alongside the other kids, while the poor woman stood guard. It was still early morning, and the kids needed to sleep. She'd better get something ready before they wake up. She walked out the door and stumbled, falling on her face in the cold mud. She looked back at the door and found something massive resting on the old porch, a large basket. Who put this here? As she approached, she noticed that the rain wasn't able to hit the basket, a sign of barrier magic. Even the uneducated commoners can tell when magic was being used, and for this it must have been a powerful wizard to be able to waste their mana on such a thing. She grabbed the basket and took it inside. She stared at it for a whole minute, and then finally decided to look and see what was inside. The moment she lifted the fabric covering whatever was inside, a gust of wind rushed out, followed by an explosion of clothes. The woman cried and took a step back, baffled at the strange scene, but then quickly realized what was in front of her. Winter clothes, travel shoes, and many rolls of fabric and threads to modify them. There were clothes for the kids, and even some that were her size. Granted, some of them looked old and used. Probably someone wanted to give them away instead of throwing them. She looked at the clothes and the kids behind her. She'd better get them sorted out. When she was going through the clothes, she found something else, a tiny bag that fit in the palm of her hand. When she opened it up, she immediately dropped it back to the ground. The bag was filled with shiny, clinking silver coins, a lot of them, and there were some gold coins here and there, too. In that bag was more money than she would earn begging for 10 years. Who would? But soon she saw something else, a scroll of fine leather. Her hands started shaking. She had never seen such a thing in her life. As she unfolded the scroll, she was greeted with a black seal in the form of a dragon. Not a single commoner could miss that seal. The royal knights have been running all over the kingdom in the past months, spreading them the insignia of the royal court. This wasn't just a letter or a scroll, it was a royal decree. The content of the letter was simple but shocking. The city of Rain, that shall be this village's name from now on, and the village chieftain had already been informed by the emperor. The emperor already sent supplies from the capital to rebuild the village into a walled city, and she was going to be the director of the orphanage. The money and clothes were meant to last them for a few weeks, at least until the main supply batch arrives from the capital and the shed is rebuilt into a full orphanage. How did the emperor know about such a small village in the middle of nowhere? She didn't know. What are those? Aku approached her, rubbing her eyes. Go back to sleep. Those are clothes for you all. I'll give them to you when the morning comes. She still needed to sort them after all and mend some that were torn. Aku looked at the scroll, and she could see something that no one beside a demoness like her could see, a mark of Kali, a speck of her magic. The demon goddess had noticed her, which was both good and terrifying. Aku went back to sleep. Now she had a new mission to keep the orphanage and everyone in it safe and make sure the renovations go well. Rapid change was approaching, and with it, danger would surely arise. Aku understood well that nobles might try to take this chance and profit, harming the city's development. Her job is to ensure none of their stupid plots reach the orphanage. Back in the sky, Arad flew right behind Denki with everyone else following after. Surprisingly, nothing got in their path as they were under the protection of Tiamat. Crossing the storm took just 1 hour, and soon they could see it showing up on the horizon. Arad first thought it was a massive ant hill. Chromatic dragons love mountains and caves, so their kingdom was a titanic mountain filled with caves. That's a lot of holes. Arad approached Denki, and she pointed with her horn. Look above it, that is where the queen lives. When Arad saw where the chromatic queen lived, he almost fell. It was a massive mountain floating on a cloud carried by rainbows above the Star Mountain. The Star Mountain was massive, so massive that Arad looked like a tiny ant in front of it. It was probably bigger than the whole Storm Titan kingdom, and it was a miracle that it didn't cover the horizon. But what shocked Arad was that the queen's floating mountain thing was even larger, several thousand kilometers wide. Denki looked at him. The metallic queen has a steel fortress that's over 3,000 kilometers wide floating in the sky? Did you think the chromatic would let herself look weaker? Those two had been playing like this for thousands of years, comparing who could make the biggest floating palace. Arad stopped flying, and so did everyone behind him. So, one has a floating steel continent, and the other has a real floating continent. This one is made from earth magic, right? All of the elements mixed to form it. Earth, water, fire, wind, lightning, everything. The queen's magic is immense. She is only second to Tiamat herself. Denki said with a proud face. Arad pointed. So, why the rainbows? She is the chromatic queen, and rainbows show all of the colors. Those are streams of her magic that keep the chromatic palace afloat. Chapter 1507. A show of power. Chapter, we're out of the storm. Let's land. Getting out of Tiamat's domain, they were now flying into Lola's land, the Star Mountain. Arad wanted to fly up the Rainbow Mountain in the sky directly, but Denki advised him against that. It would be faster, better, and safer to land on the common land, and then take a rainbow pillar up. The reason was simple. The Rainbow Mountain could be best described as a wasp nest. If anyone approached from the sky, all of the dragons there would fly out and attack in a swarm. As they approached the ground, they could see countless dragons of all ages flying close to the ground, some crawling into their lairs, and many just going through their daily life. Like humans, they had massive markets, shops, and buildings. While the dragons lived in caves, the buildings they made were carved out of solid stone, stuck to the side of the mountain like a piece of art. Many of those dragons looked up, seeing Arad and everyone approaching the ground. But almost all of them looked confused, their eyes glued to Gamond. Judging by her size, she should have an oppressive aura around her, one that no dragon would mistake, the heavy pressure of a great worm. But they couldn't feel anything. In fact, some thought that Arad and everyone with him were an illusion, because they could sense no magic from them except for a faint, weak lightning aura of a young adult. That led many of the dragons to frown, wondering why the young one was using such an illusion. But then Gamond landed, shaking the ground, and the dragons knew she wasn't an illusion. Denki quickly noticed the strange faces the dragons were giving them, and she turned around. "Don't hide your magic. There are no humans around to harm, and it'll be weird for the dragons if they can't sense you." Gamond glared back at the dragons staring at her. I see. It was the same back there as well. She was the first to release her magic, and all hell broke loose. The dragons freaked out, all jumping back. Cold, sharp, deadly, violent, heavy, and merciless. That's how Gamond's magic felt, and the dragons knew she wasn't a mere great wyrm, but something far above that. An elder? A dragon that surpassed the twilight? That's how the dragons called them here. A dragon would usually remain in a suspended animation state for centuries before waking up as an elder dragon. So the older dragons here tried to remember if they knew Gamond or saw her before when she was a great wyrm. But their thoughts were put to a halt when a harrowing presence shook them, cold and hot, chaotic, unstable, and blessed by the blood of the goddess, fire and ice, a magic that could never decide what it wants to be. Cori's second head emerged, and she allowed her magic to rampage, a two-headed Dracaina, as rare as the elder dragons, if not rarer. Zul released her magic next, and it gave the dragons a chance to breathe. Her magic was weaker than what one would expect from a mature Dracaina, a clear sign that she is recovering from something. Probably one of the elder Dracaina's guards before Clog could even release her magic. Many had already recognized her. Her fame surpassed her, reaching even the Star Mountain. Here she was known as the witch Dracaina who spies on humans for fun, concocts poisons and medicines, and is a really, really spiteful and petty Dracaina. As her magic released, all dragons almost nodded at the same time. Yes, she was Clog of the Crypt Forest. In the back was someone all dragons here knew they couldn't even mistake her if they wanted. The princess of the chromatic dragons, Belina the pink Dracaina. She released her magic, and all the dragon flapped their wings, greeting her. Then it was nothing. Darkness, a still coldness that permeated through everything, oppressive, inevitable, and heavy, unimaginably heavy. The dragons didn't notice Arad. He noticed them, and they didn't like it. He was an adult dragon. There was no mistake about that. But his magic, his presence, was far heavier than even Gamond behind him. And what shocked the dragons more was that every Dracaina that appeared here had a wisp of his magic on them, marking them as his own. Hold up. The princess, the infamous Clog, and an elder Dracaina all at once? No, wait. That two-headed Dracaina is clearly the elder Dracaina's daughter, but not Arad's. He snatched the elder Dracaina from another dragon. But then Eris jumped down from Arad's head and landed on the ground. She stretched her arms and looked around. You too. Dragons are massive. If they can't sense your magic, they might step on you by mistake, or even cast something in your direction. Iris looked at Denki for a second and sighed. Fine, but I'm not a Dracaina. I doubt they'll feel anything besides a bit of magic. But she was wrong, because all of the dragon's attention was immediately pulled toward her. They could feel it, the heat, the arid wind, and the smell of blood. The sky flashed purple, painting the sky blood red as the dragons smelled their blood. The weaker dragons covered their heads with their wings, and the stronger ones took a step back. This tiny woman wasn't just a half-Dracaina with enough power to rival an ancient Dracaina, but she also had the immense bloodlust of a vampire and the spark of divinity of a demigoddess. What scared the older dragons more was that she had Arad's magic and scent on her. Who is this dragon? Where did he come from? And what does he want to do here in the Star Mountain? You can't arrive with an elder Dracaina, the princess, Clog, a two-headed Dracaina, and a demigoddess, and expect the dragons to think you've just come here as a tourist. It costs an arm and a leg, a mountain of gold, but many of the other races can visit the Star Mountain as tourists. In fact, there was only one person banned from coming here, Alcott, the Dragon Slayer. Last time he was here, he caused a massacre. So he is the last thing the chromatic dragons want here in their land. But then Alcott jumped from Arad's back and landed beside Eris. Finally land, nothing beats it, right? He looked around and the dragons were no more. Adult dragons, ancient, and even the worms, they all ran away before Alcott could even land. He didn't need to emit an aura for the dragons to notice him. Their eyes were peeled all the time, looking for him everywhere. To them, he was the monster beneath their beds, always hungry for blood. A second later, 20 great worms flew down from the flying Rainbow Mountain. "Dragon Slayer, I'm sure you know you aren't allowed here anymore." A dragon roared, and Alcott looked up. "What? I can't hear you. Come down here so we can talk." Alcott waved his arm at the dragons who flew several kilometers in the sky, afraid to get close enough to the ground where he stood. Chapter 1508, Hidden Power. "Wait!" One of the dragons cried, "It's that wormling." The other dragons stared at him. Which one? "I saw him before when I was deployed alongside General Ignis Formoth. He fought some strange werewolf underground, got beaten up and knocked out, was saved by Clog, and then started a fight with our general and the metallic general, Kinryu." The brown dragon flapped his massive wings, soared down, and slowly approached. "Dragon Slayer Alcott, I believe you're a reasonable person, so do you mind explaining what you're doing here? I'd rather not get yelled at by the general." Alcott pointed back at Belina. "She is your princess. We're going to visit the queen. She invited Arad before, said he can come visit her with Belina whenever he wants, and so we're here." Slowly, the tension among the dragons faded away, and they landed one after another. I, the brown dragon, looked at Alcott. "Appreciate that you used the front door this time." Alcott laughed. "I won't start a problem if I don't need to. Look." He pulled a scroll. "When the queen visited last time, I managed to get a wisp of her magic on here. With this, I could have teleported with everyone straight to her bedchamber. But that wouldn't be appropriate, would it be? Give that here." The dragon froze, growled, and glared at Alcott. Alcott blinked twice. "But the scroll is mine. I made it. Either get your queen to stop releasing so much magic in human land that it kills people, or I'll go tell her that myself." Alcott took a step forward. "If she wasn't releasing enough magic that it was harmful, I wouldn't have had enough of it to make the scroll." The queen, the dragon, growled, but then went silent. "That isn't." He then went silent again. "You can't explain why that is a thing to me, but you also can't deny that harming humans makes the problem my business." Alcott sighed. "Fine, you don't need to tell me. I've heard enough from Tiamat herself." Alcott shook his hands. "I was thinking of shoving the Dragon Slayer up her arse, but I understand it's not something that she can control." Arad looked at them. "You were going to start a fight?" "Not if she explained herself. The queen is reasonable, more than the other dragons at least." Alcott shrugged. "She is just prideful and always refuses to admit fault or weakness, so I play around her to solve the problems." Arad sighed and looked at the massive brown dragon, as he said, "I'm here to meet the queen. Her invite." The dragon stared at Arad for a second, and then looked at Belina, who was silent in the back. Arad noticed his gaze and looked at her as well. Belina smiled, asking me, "We're here to meet Mother." Belina pointed at herself. "I'm his wife. All of us are his wives." She then smiled, "And he is his father. So if you think Alcott is a problem, just wait until Arad gets angry." The brown dragon had many questions in his head. The most important of them all was the failure of Dragonkind. They allowed Alcott to reproduce. They couldn't even deal with one. Now there were two of him. But as terrifying as the thought of Alcott having a kid, Something else made the dragons freeze. Arad was just a wyrmling a while ago, but now he is an adult dragon with enough power to punch elder dragons down. Something wasn't adding up. How could he get from being a mere void wyrmling to a powerhouse enough, a void wyrmling? What kind of void Dracaina would be insane enough to bear the child of the dragon slayer? Ursa was known for being a reckless, bloodthirsty warminer. Canis is a menace, a petty bitch, worse than Clog by 1,000 times. She'll do it to spite the dragons. Orpheus is known for plotting a lot and having some weird plans. She is also a serial psychopath, so she might be crazy enough to approach Alcott. There were many void dragons drawn in the stars. Many of them could have caused Arad to be, but none of them had any power to explain his rapid growth. Except for two, Cassiopeia, the queen of the void dragons, and Orion, the empress of the void. The queen told the dragons about them many times, and she always looked unhappy. What's the matter? The dragon had remained silent for a long while, prompting Arad to call him out. They had a lot of time to spend here, but not that much. Arad wanted to finish here quickly in a reasonable time, so he could go to the metallic dragons before they cause him problems. The dragon shook his head, looked back at the other dragons, and then nodded. We'll call the general. He should be the one guarding and escorting the princess. Belina stared at him with a smile. I don't need a guard, Arad. Here is enough. Gammond poked her. Arad? I alone could punch those dragons all down at once. She wasn't joking. Her old world also had dragons. They were powerful, of all ages, and they even had a king. Gammond was certain the queen here was far stronger than the dragon king in her old world, but she had her share of fighting multiple dragons at once. The dragons standing there also weren't that willing to test their chances against her. There was also the problem of Alcott and his son, who was a void dragon and might have the blood of one of the nastiest void Dracainas in the universe. It is more of a formality, Princess. We know you're by no means in need of a guard. Besides, I'm sure Alcott and Arad here would find it useful to meet the general before going to the queen. That would be for the better. Alcott shrugged as he walked forward. The brown dragon stared at him with an unhappy face. You're really a pain. Arad looked at Alcott and the dragon, then smiled. I see, he is standing right where it would be inconvenient for you to swing at him without hitting your own legs. The brown dragon snorted. Huh, that isn't a problem. The problem is that I might end up hitting the princess with a blast. He lowered his head and looked directly at Arad. Your father came here once before on his own, caused a massacre, and left without explaining anything. We couldn't stop, so I'm not going to gamble on it with more dragons supporting him. Alcott waved his hand. Careful, you might think I am the most problematic one here, but I assure you my son is a bigger troublemaker than I ever could be. By that time, General Ignis Formith had arrived with a large smile on his face. Dragon Mediator Alcott. Dragon Mediator Arad. It's been a while. As he approached for a landing, the other dragons backed away. He was almost as big as Gammond was. In fact, he looked a bit taken aback by her size, but unlike the other dragons, he knew what he was looking at. He could see it, a river, a bloody river of pure nothingness and boiling energy. Arad's aura, while it looked powerful to all other dragons, was much larger. Even now, Arad was still suppressing his power. He might have fooled the other dragons, but not Ignis. What Arad was hiding was his strange, cursed blood. It smelled similar to a mixture of vampiric and lycanthropic curses, but it was different. That was his Pricolici blood. Arad also suppressed the presence of everyone hiding inside his stomach, especially the spirit queens who stood ready, but Ignis could smell them hiding in there. He could sense Zeph here waiting inside Arad's stomach, and he was sure that she sensed him back because her magic twitched, as if nodding back to him. Beside her was Nar as well as Gaia, who was working on something since her magic seemed strained. Besides those, Ignis had to exert himself to keep a straight face, because there was something else. Something even more terrifying inside Arad's stomach. Something worse than the vampires and spirits. A full army of angels and demons was standing at the ready, spearheaded by 2 archons and Kali out of all the gods. The first time Ignis saw Arad, he was but a wyrmling, and Ignis was there with a full army of dragons as well as the metallic army. It was an unfair situation, two armies facing a single newborn wyrmling. But today, Arad was the one with a bigger army standing in front of him. And unlike the dragons, his army was subtle, always hiding in his stomach, ready to charge at any second. This was a statement. Those are my wives, and this is my father. Mess with any of them, and I'll paint the mountain red with your whole race. Arad understood dragons well, and with Alcott's help, the answer to all of their problems was simple. Dragons valued strength more, so Arad had to show what he could do, the harrowing destruction he could cause if anything went against his will, and he had to do it without alerting anyone besides the dragon's leadership. Chapter 1509, A Call for Blood. Ignis smiled and turned around, flying away. Everyone followed him as they headed deeper into the draconic city. Right now, they were heading toward the Armed Palace, the lair where most of the dragon's collective wealth is stored. Dragons lived a military life. The whole Star Mountain was a massive military camp where the chromatic dragons of the army lived and spent their time. The rest of their kind's population lived all across the world, each one secluded in their own lair and land. The metallic dragons were the same. The reason their flying fortress is called a fortress is that it is a military fortress. The chromatic dragons were the same, living in a military base. Soon, they all landed at the mountainside on a titanic balcony carved out of a single boulder. The stone was so massive that it would have qualified for a mountain anywhere else. The fact that Ignis, Arad, Gammond, and everyone else fit on the balcony in their draconic forms was stunning. This is our landing platform here. We land, drop shipments and supplies, and do anything else related to that. Ignis looked inside the massive cavern linked to the balcony. Several dragons were already approaching. As they saw Ignis, they stomped on the ground and looked behind him to see who he had brought. He was with them just minutes ago, before leaving to see who the dragons were making a ruckus about. First, they spotted the massive Gammond, but before they could say or do anything, Ignis pointed at Alcott, who was sitting on Arad's head alongside Eris. "We've got guests. They're here to see the Queen." He then looked at Belina in the back. "Prepare the Rainbow Bridge. In the meantime, I'll take them to the guest hall." The two dragons immediately ran inside. With Alcott being involved, the matter could be nothing but serious, and it was. Most dragons only care about their children while they are young, but the moment they become young adults, they are kicked out of the lair to go and carve a piece of the world for themselves. The chromatic Queen Lola is the same. All of her children were treated like that, being left to fend for themselves the moment they grew. Unlike humans, there was no luxury in being a royal chromatic dragon, just a mountain of responsibility, a lot of expectations, and not a single drop of help. But Lola had to make an exception for Belina because that daughter of hers wasn't going to marry any random dragon, but Arad himself. He was an emperor, a powerful dragon with a massive empire, one that housed thousands of both metallic and chromatic dragons. He was also the son of Alcott, making him an important person that she couldn't ignore, and building a stable relationship with him was important. So Belina's marriage became one of the most important events of this century. The higher-ups of the dragons understood the importance of that, and they also were certain Arad wasn't going to just marry their princess, but he would most likely snatch one of the metallic queen's daughters as well. His relationship to the two queens would reshape the war, and might even put an end to it. Both sides have been at war for thousands of years. An era of peace would allow them to recoup and reorganize. Ignis could see the numbers of the chromatic dragons dwindling lately. Many died, and the dragon's reproduction cycle is slow, causing them to start lacking in mature adult dragons and older. It would be nice if this marriage would give at least 500 years of peace. "Bring us some food, enough for everyone and a bit extra." Ignis walked to a large stone slab and sat. Those were the dragon's version of seats. Everyone sat around waiting for the food. "Arad, do you know why your marrying Princess Belina is important? The Queen should bring this up when you meet her." He smiled, and Arad sighed. "You want me to do Alcott's job. Be a mediator. The metallic and chromatic dragons have been at war for thousands of years, and both of you are tired and wounded. Arad looked around. The problem is that both of you are prideful idiots who would rather die in battle than ask for a truce or peace. That's where I come in. If I marry Belina and someone from the metallic dragons, I can be the one to suggest that both sides sign a peace treaty. Smart, as the queen expected, Ignis nodded, but Arad shook his head and pointed at Alcott. He figured it out. Alcott shook his head. It wasn't me, thought. The first to think of such a thing was Izdis. She told me that the dragons might be aiming to do something similar to what happened between the High Elves and the Dark Elves, use Arad as a catalyst to end the war. Izdis is smart. Arad smiled and Alcott shrugged. What did you expect? Unlike common rabble, she was born and raised as royalty. She knows enough about politics to make a guess. Common rabble, you two? Ignis chuckled and looked back at Belina and Gammond. Do you agree? Gammond looked at Arad. I would say so. He sneaks out a lot to drink at the local bar with his father. Clag shrugged, even though neither of them can get drunk. Don't know. Belina looked at Arad. We still didn't fight. Gammond beat me and he beat her, but I still must try it for myself. She looked at Denki beside her. Even this little girl got to fight him before me. Denki gasped and looked away. It wasn't like that. Corey looked at Arad. He is a bit strange. Izdis told me that while Arad has more power than any king, he most of the time acts like a human, and sometimes like a dragon. Zul looked at Arad and smiled. It doesn't matter, really, he acts like Arad. Iris, who was sitting on Arad's head, looked down for a second, thinking, Arad acts. She frowned. No, he doesn't act like the common rabble of the humans. He acts like the common rabble of everyone, anyone. He sees and learns mimics and changes with every new person he meets. She smiled. For example, once he met Baltos, the king of Ruris, Arad started acting somewhat like him, trying to be a proper king, but he seemed to mimic everyone. King Baltos is known to sneak into the food storage to steal cheese and eat it. Arad now does something similar, but sometimes I find him munching on a whole cow leg as a snack. Arad lifted an eyebrow. While I hunt monsters and eat outside, everyone needs a snack every now and then. You could have just asked the maids to bring you something to eat. Eris sighed, and Arad smiled. It's heavy, and I like to cut my own meat, which makes it easier to pick the cuts I want. Eris smiled. And you learned that from who? A maid in Yog's world? See? You change with time based on everyone you meet. Alcott watched them talk and then looked at Ignis. He is still impressionable, but beware, that doesn't mean he is easily influenced by anyone. Ignis nodded. What about you? I've heard some news in the wind, but I didn't want to assume anything. Alcott sighed. Sadly, your information is wrong. I'm not getting a second wife. That's a maid, so keep me out of this. Dealing with one is all my old bones can handle. But at that moment, Arad froze in place, went silent for a second, and then his magic burst outward, shaking the whole mountain. It only lasted for a fraction of a second before he calmed, but that was enough to put the whole Star Mountain on alert. Arad, what's the matter? Eris asked, and Arad wasn't even listening to her. Fucker! Arad growled, blood rushing to his head and all of his limbs. News from the Storm Titans had just arrived in Alina. Tyle's father and his wives were all killed by Yuri right after he left last time, and the bastard had escaped to hell. TL was mentally in shambles now. Melina and Xenia are trying to calm her down, but nothing seems to be working. Chapter 1510. 1510. He must pay. The moment Arad heard about what happened, he checked on Tyal for a moment, then left her in the care of his other wives as he flew across the whole continent, aiming for the Storm Titan's kingdom. The shockwave of his rage had spread across his other 3 incarnations. The 2 in the Star Mountain were fine, but the one living with Tina in Yggdrasil's world almost caused a mass extinction. At the time, Tina was out, attending her first day in the sect. Everyone was going as expected. She reached the open class, learned the basics, and was about to start giving cultivation a try with everyone else. The elders of the sect watched carefully. The woman whom Yggdrasil entrusted with this mission was already sweating. She watched as the master got more and more disappointed with Tina's lack of talent. Tina couldn't even sense the World Tree energy, let alone control it or begin to apply their lessons. But then the sky turned black. It was noon, but it became darker than the darkest of nights. The ground shook. The energy of the whole world contorted and ripped apart, disappearing into nothing. The elder froze, feeling that the world was about to end. Something immense had landed, and not even their strongest could hope to stop it. Everyone panicked, except two. The elder woman and Tina. Tina blinked and looked back. She knew this was Arad's magic getting out of control. The elder, on the other hand, immediately jumped out of the balcony and landed beside the master, teaching Tina and smacking her to the ground. If someone can't benefit from your lessons, then change them to fit. As she smacked the master down and knocked her out, the darkness that consumed the world faded away, and the sun emerged once more. People were still panicking, so the elder woman looked back. Enough for today, everyone. You're dismissed. She gave Tina a smile and jumped away, disappearing into the inner palace. When she landed inside, the other elders rushed at her. What was that? That's her husband. The World Tree spoke about him, said that if we wronged his wife, he would wipe this entire world, and she wasn't joking. They all looked at each other, terrified. Some of them had seen Arad escorting Tina from afar. Besides his size, they couldn't sense any power from him. Of course, that was until their world started crumbling a second ago when he did something. I don't care how talentless she is or how far gone her soul is. Find a way, invent something to make her better. Unless you want him to come knocking at our doors. She growled at them and left. Tina left as everyone was dismissed and returned to their cottage in the forest. She found Arad sitting outside on a chair, carving some wooden nails. Arad, what did happen? She asked with a worried face, and he looked at her. Tial's parents were killed. My other incarnation already reached the Storm Titans to investigate, he replied in a calm voice. How is Tial doing? She asked with a pale face, and Arad shook his head. Not well. Xenia and Melina are trying to calm her down. Everyone else is helping. Should we go check on her? She approached him, and he shook his head. There is no need for that. You can be at ease and focus on learning whatever they can teach you here. My other self has many things to do, though, he sighed, and Tina sat beside him. You should stay with her. No. Arad nodded. I know that, but I've got a better thing to do. We know who killed them and where to find him. Arad looked at Tina with a passive face. Instead of sitting with her doing nothing, I'll go bring her his head. She remained silent for a second. I don't know much, but are you sure this isn't a trap? Arad shook his head. This might be a trap, it might not. But everything we did in the Storm Titan's kingdom was so that they would live. Killing them didn't just harm the kingdom and Tial. It effectively harmed everyone and everything they worked for. He looked at the sky. That's why I can't let him live. Arad sighed. So, did they kick you out? I'm sure it isn't even noon yet. Tina looked at him with a passive face. Someone almost destroyed the world earlier, and we were dismissed while the elders sort something out. Arad blinked twice. That must have been me. I've lost control over my magic for a second or two. You know, I keep it everywhere to monitor everything around us. I know it was you. If it were anyone else, you would have shown to stop them. She looked around. We'll probably get back tomorrow, as long as they don't find you're the source of that magic and come here. They won't find us. I'll make sure they track something else. Arad stood, and Tina looked at what he was carving out. All those nails? I'm going to make this cottage a bit bigger, add a few more rooms. Being a carpenter is a bit of fun. Of course, I don't get exhausted as normal humans. He put the nails down and left back at the Star Mountain. Arad was feeling like eating anything, so he left the dining hall and stood on the balcony, looking down at the sprawling, draconic city. If you want, I'll send some dragons to help. Ignis approached him, and Arad shook his head. I'll be chasing the bastard across hell, and he may even flee somewhere else. Your dragons would just waste their time at best. Most likely they'll die." Ignis sighed. "It saddens me to say that you're right. So, won't it be better to wait for him to show up? That would be just giving him more time to plan or hide. I'll hit him hard, and where it hurts." Arad glared at the sky, his eyes burning purple. "They're already moving." Arad's other incarnation was at the castle of the Storm Titan, standing beside Zeus as a massive flock of angels. The ones belonging to Eris were flying all over the place, inspecting it. "Angels." Zeus sighed and looked at his hands. He then sighed. "I couldn't help. It was already over when I found out." "It's not your fault. Throwing blame never solves anything." Arad looked at him and then at the angels searching the place. "We solve problems by taking actions, and the action we must take now is to find that bastard and make sure he pays." Chapter 15:11. An Angel in Hell. Arad worked with the angels to search the whole castle for leads, while Zeus watched from the side, his face contorted into a frown. He was still angry, mad, fuming at what Yuri had done. If he ever found him, he'll make sure he'll loathe the day he was born. He might look a bit annoyed on the outside, but he was boiling, resting on the verge of exploding into a torrent of lightning. When Zeus saw Arad arrive earlier, he understood what kind of disaster Yuri had started. The eternal storm that plagued this mountain, the natural disaster that never gave out for thousands of years. Zeus looked at the windows on the ceiling, seeing the blue sky and the burning sun shining upon this land for the first time in eons. The storm was no more. Vanquished by the mere arrival of Arad minutes ago, his dreadful magic washed over the whole mountain, crushing the torrents of chaotic mana that sustained the storm. The storm will return in a few weeks, but for now the mere presence of Arad here, his rage and magic had caused that storm to vanish. If Yuri were here, Zeus had no doubt that Arad would have blasted the whole kingdom to ash. "Yuri, cursed Yuri, you shall know fear." Zeus turned and walked away, lightning crackling from strands of his white hair. "You have called upon the wrath of a monster, a vanquisher of gods, the storm we Titans had to endure for centuries, our bane and curse. He had erased it from existence. You, an accursed stain, shall burn." As Zeus left, one of the angels approached Arad with a worried face. "We can track some of the magic, but something is off. He headed to hell. But I'm sure that wasn't his destination, but a mere stop." She waved her hand. "The signal is too weak to track, and searching for his tracks all over the 9 hells isn't something we can do before those tracks disappear." She clenched her fist with a frown. "And we lack divine magic." Arad nodded. "I'm not going to ask any of you to follow him. I know that you all are nowhere near your peak. Eris and Mira can't supply you with enough divine magic." He looked back. "I'll track him myself." The angel looked at Arad, opening her mouth to say something, but before she could, a voice called from behind them. "You won't find him. You simply aren't that good at tracking someone that is actively trying to erase their tracks." As Arad turned, he could see Diana standing there. All of the angels kneeled in front of her, and Arad turned. "So, you say I let him go?" "Of course not." Diana walked toward them, approached the angels, and took one of the tracks they found. A wisp of curses, twisting like a black thread between her pale fingers. "Leave tracking him to me. Unlike those angels, Callie keeps me well fed." She smiled. "I won't let him run away." Arad considered that for a second and then nodded. "Fine, I'll leave it to you." "Not so fast." Matilda appeared beside Diana. "If you let this woman go alone, she'll probably fail. Let me tell you, she is skilled at turning people inside out, not hunting them." She leaned on Diana's shoulder. "But I can help." Diana glared at her. "What could you do? Cyrilla doesn't have enough divine magic to power you." Mathilde giggled. "Cyrilla doesn't have enough, but did you forget that she is Sylph's warlock? I can still suck as much divine magic as I want from Sylph." She looked at Arad, her and I working together. 2 archons, that bastard won't hide from us for long. As much as Arad wanted to rush into hell, finding Yuri was going to be impossible for him because Yuri would be expecting him or Zeus to chase after him. That's why they'll never find him. And that is also the reason Diana and Mathilde got a better chance, because they were powerful divine archons with thousands of years of experience, and Yuri has no way of knowing about them being after him. As the two got Arad's approval, both of them vanished into streams of pure divine light. One left a burning spark of fire, and the other left the marks of her bare feet scorched on the ground in hell. The weather was as nice as it could be. An acid storm washed over the lands as lightning scorched the ground, drowning the rumble of the volcano exploding nearby. A woman screamed, calling for help as a devil grabbed her by the hair and dragged her back to the grill. She was new around here, having only lived here for 5 decades, but her mind still didn't rot away. In life, she was an arsonist, having burned countless families alive to satiate her desire to hear them squirm and smell their burned flesh. Now, it was her time to suffer from the same pain she caused others, and suffer even further than that. She swung her leg at the devil, but her toes cracked upon hitting him. It felt like she was kicking a steel statue. The devil, on the other hand, didn't react and kept moving with a bored face. To him, this was no different than a rowdy chicken is for humans. He reached the grill, grabbed the woman by the leg, and lifted her up. She tried to run away, but he pushed her down on the table and tied her down. "Let me go, you fiend," she screamed. But to her bad luck, this devil didn't understand human speech. He moved away from the table for a second and pulled a long, spiked steel skewer that was almost 3 meters long and an inch thick. It looked more like the stem of a rose than something used for cooking. He put the skewer on the fire to heat up and started humming, ignoring the screaming woman. When the skewer was hot, burning white, he lifted it up with a smile and approached the woman. She started squirming and struggling to escape, breaking her wrists and ankles on the shackles, but still, she couldn't get away. The devil skewered her from the groin up to the neck, making her scream loud enough to muffle the storm. But even with such a deadly injury, she didn't die. This was the curse of hell placed on all sinners. They are immortal. With her still howling in agony, he lifted her up, put her on the grill, and started roasting. From time to time, he would splash some acid and salt on her, then poke her with a stick to see if she was done or not. He wasn't alone. In fact, looking to the side, he could see thousands of other devils doing the same, grilling sinners left and right. But this day, this devil would see something he had never expected to see. A ray of golden light flashed from the black clouds. The acid rain stopped, and all of the devils looked up. The sinners, on the other hand, were too busy being in pain and crying to even notice the change. An angel in full-plate silver armor descended from the sky. Her fair face and coal-black hair sparked with burning red fury as her massive, pale wings radiated enough light to illuminate the whole region. In one hand, the angel carried a radiant golden sword, and in the other, she caressed a burning skull as she slowly floated down without a single flap from her wings. The devils moved out of the way, dragging their grills with them. She lifted the skull up, and eerie flame burned in those hollow eye sockets. The skull hummed as the angel waved it around, and she started floating around, moving just an inch above the ground without touching it, as if disgusted by it. All of the devils here were powerful, far too powerful for anyone to believe. But none of them dared get close. They knew better. If this angel didn't outright attack them, then she won't harm them as long as they don't get in her way. The mark on her armor was that of destruction. She was one of Kali's archons, Diana, the harbinger of destruction. Chapter 15:12. The archons can't be stopped. Diana floated her way toward one of the devils, looked at him for a second, then floated to the side, standing right beside the grill. The woman, getting roasted on it like a pig, was still screaming, in too much agony to notice the radiant angel standing beside her. Diana reached down, grabbed the woman by the shoulder, then ripped her out of the spit in one pull. The woman's body tore open, painting the ground red with her organs, but that only lasted for a second as her wound instantly healed. The woman had noticed that something was off. She would have stayed on the grill for a few more hours at least. She lifted her tearful face, and the first thing she saw was a burning skull with glowing red eyes. She gasped and crawled back, but before she got far, a hand grabbed her by the hair and lifted her up. She cried and then opened her eyes, finding her face an inch away from a woman's face. Her mind froze, enthralled by the beautiful face, that pale white skin without any blemishes, the luxurious golden eyes, the full red lips and silky black hair. But then those golden eyes flashed, and the woman felt as if someone had poured acid into her eyes. She screamed at the top of her lungs, but her eyes refused to close. She could feel her brain twisting inside her skull, almost exploding. The devils watched in horror as the sinner woman's body burned in golden flames, her screams growing louder and louder than anything they've ever heard before. Soon she turned into ash and was washed away by the wind and acid rain. Diana sighed, looked west with a passive face, then flew away. Whatever brought her here, she already got it. "Brother, what was that?" a young devil cried, and another shook his head. An archon, a high-ranking angel. She is probably looking for someone or something in the hells. An angel? Why? Where are the guards? Shouldn't they stop her? The moment the younger devil spoke, the older one smacked him in the face, sending him flying away. An angel, maybe an archon, forget it. That bitch would blast this whole cursed lair in a single strike. Only a fool or an idiot would dare stand in her way. He growled and approached the woman's ashes. Damn it, dead. She won't resurrect for a few years. He kicked the ashes to scatter them. Lucky one. So she got something from you and paid you with a short relief of hell's torment. On another part of hell, the city of Hell's Lip, a devilish woman walked out of her house and yawned. This was the first day of her long vacation. After torturing the sinner for over 100 years, she could finally take a year off and relax. She walked into the streets looking around for something nice to eat first. Many devils sold roasted mortal flesh, but she wanted something else, something nice and fresh. First, she reached the nearby bar for a morning drink. She was on her vacation after all, and she wouldn't mind causing a bit of trouble here and there. She walked in, ordered a drink, and admired the empty place. All devils should be working right now. Only a few who were on vacation like her could come here. Give me something nice. But then she noticed that the bartender looked a bit different from how he looked last time she was here. First, his red skin had turned fair, and he had 2 massive udders dangling from his chest, the nipples barely covered by a pale white strap. No, he was a woman now. A tall woman barely wearing anything, with glowing golden eyes and long flowing pale blonde hair. The devilish woman stopped breathing and didn't move an inch, sweating in her place as everyone else in the room. Did the same, bathed in the radiance emitted by the woman's massive white wings. You're all too slow. Matilda glared at them, and none dared reply. When did she arrive? Where is the bartender? And how did no one manage to stop her? All of those questions didn't matter now. An angel had made her way into the city and was now standing alone in a bar, glaring at them with an aloof face. Mathilde lifted her hand, and a jug of water appeared out of nowhere. You devil woman. A rift of space must have opened recently, one full of hatred. Where did it open? Mathilde's voice wasn't loud, but it was crystal clear, and everyone in the bar heard her. Her words didn't sound like a request, but like an order. West, but I'm not sure exactly where. The devilish woman had seen what the angel asked about, but that was a few days ago, and by chance she was flying back from work when she spotted it on the horizon. She didn't pay much attention to it at the time. She didn't know exactly where. Mathilde's aloof expression remained still, but she then poured 1 mug of water and pushed it to the devilish woman. Your payment? Drink it. The devilish woman stared at the mug of water, which alone was worth a fortune. Mathilde probably meant that if she doesn't drink it now, others might try to steal it from her later. The devilish woman obliged and chugged the whole mug at once, feeling more refreshed than she had ever been in her whole life. Now Mathilde reached forward and summoned a golden chain and collar. Come here. The devilish woman blinked twice, but did as Mathilda asked, because if she doesn't, this angel would probably evaporate her in the blink of an eye. In seconds, the devilish woman was enslaved with a chain around her neck. Let's go to where you saw that? Mathilde flew over the counter and pulled on the chain, dragging the devilish woman with her. At that moment, a few powerful archdevils kicked the bar's door open. There she is, the angel. They froze, immediately turning to run away, but they couldn't. The devils hit the ground before they knew what had happened. They weren't harmed, but their legs were missing. Not cut off, but they just disappeared. Mathilde walked past them, gave them a simple stare, and then turned toward the devilish woman. Make sure to step on their faces walking out. They aren't worth mine. She then looked up, waited for the devilish woman to step on all of the archdevils, and then flew away with her. You can speak. Mathilde's voice didn't change, but the devilish woman understood that those words were an order. Who are you? What do you want? She asked with a shaking voice, looking at the chain around her neck. Mathilde, divine goddess Sylph's Archon. I'm here looking for someone. They've angered the wrong person. No wonder those archdevils all dropped like flies. This wasn't just an angel, but an Archon. Someone angered Sylph? The devilish woman gasped. What kind of stupid shit did that fool do to get Sylph to send a whole Archon after them? Mathilde pulled the devilish woman closer to her and glared at her eyes. Next time I'll rip your knees off. It's divine goddess Sylph for you. She then dragged her away like before. I understand. The devilish woman gulped. She can speak, but she still must be careful. They didn't anger her. They angered something bigger, stronger, even more ancient. I'm here because if he came here, hell would get destroyed. The devilish woman thought about what Mathilde said for a few minutes. The only two people coming to mind were either the Overgod or the Emperor of Nothing. Chapter 15:13. The princesses return. With Mathilda and Diana busy searching for Yuri, Arad could finally focus on other things, mainly meeting the chromatic queen. A pillar of rainbow light descended from the clouds, carving a path that crossed the sky. Arad looked at it for a moment and then turned to Ignis. This is her magic. Ignis nodded. Yes, our queen controls every element. Touch the red light and you'll get burned. He approached the road. Walking on this road means to stand right on the queen's magic. This is the edge of her blade. He flew forward and landed on the rainbow. See? I'm still alive. I can touch the rainbow without getting killed because the queen won't let her magic harm me. It is to show the queen that you trust her. Denki looked at Arad. We should cross it. Flying straight up would mean we're up to no good. Arad looked at the rainbow with a frown, but he didn't have much time to think since. At that moment, something strange happened. The sun became several hundred times brighter, rainbows fell from the sky, and a bright, radiant flash burst behind him, blinding everyone. Everyone was forced to cover their faces to protect their eyes, except Arad, who looked back with a tired face. He could already feel something standing on his shoulder and someone standing right between his wives. What are you doing here? Arad asked, and a voice replied almost immediately. How lovely, you aren't even flinching. I felt like letting you face that queen alone would be a waste, so I decided to come as well, with my sweet granddaughter. Luminous was standing among his wives, and Betty was on his shoulder. Both of them engulfed in so much radiant light that their mere presence was painful to endure. Who are you? Ignis growled, and the next thing he heard was the sound of claws hitting the ground. Soon he found himself upside down, sprawled on the ground with his whole body burned by the light. Luminous, the radiant one, you're too young to know me. She took a step forward and vanished into Arad's stomach. As the blinding light faded away, everyone could slowly regain their sight. The first thing they noticed was that the rainbow bridge had disappeared, washed away by Luminous's oppressive light. Luminous? Ignis growled. She had left the kingdom long before he was even born, but he had read about her in ancient texts and scrolls. The queen's first daughter? He looked around with a surprised face, his red scales already sunburned to the point they were almost falling. As it turned out, Betty nodded as she saw on Arad's shoulder. With how massive he was, it was almost hard to notice her. Betty looked at Arad. Grandma had a fight with her mother a few thousand years ago, left, and never went back. Now, she is going home. Arad's massive purple eyes shifted, looking at her. Using me as a carriage? She can just fly there. But you saw how blinding she was. She appeared for just a few seconds, and you saw what happened. That poor dragon burned. Betty smiled. Don't worry. She did manage to protect your wives, as Betty said. Arad's wives behind him were unharmed, except that their eyes still didn't recover from getting flashbanged in the face. Arad then looked at the sky. So, how are we getting up? Luminous wiped that rainbow bridge with her light. Of course we're walking up. Just go ahead. She'll light a path from inside your stomach. Arad looked at the endless fall in front of him, sighed, and took a step forward. Radiant light seeped from beneath his claws and solidified into a golden path. It was a strange scene, seeing the dark and tenebrous tendrils of Arad's void dancing among the rays of Luminous's light. Ignis looked at Arad carving a new path and sighed. As expected from the Queen's daughter, she too can carve a path. He then looked back at Belina and sighed again. Oi, are you saying that I'm useless? Belina growled at him. She could feel it in her bones. He was disappointed. But could he blame her? She was just a pink dracana, a soap dragon that breathes bubbles. Luminous is an elder light dracana. She can move at the speed of light, blast lasers, and is rumored to be able to punch so hard that the world would just vanish. As Arad walked and everyone followed him, he was talking with Luminous inside his head. Why did you decide to visit now? She giggled inside his head, and he could feel that her reason couldn't be anything good. Mother, like me, controls a form of light. I want to know how she could keep that radiant light of hers under control. I've spent thousands of years trying to figure out a solution, but I've only faced failure. But now I suspect that it isn't in my blood to be able to control that light. She lifted her head, the light coming out of her body illuminating Arad's whole stomach like a radiant sun, causing all of the vampires in his small world to hide and cover their eyes. My answer, Betty's answer, lies in her blood, the Dracana that gave birth to us all. If I don't rob that answer from her, I'm certain Betty will suffer just as much as I did. She moved your powers. I need them to soak her light, to allow me a chance to reach her. Arad nodded. So you're using Betty to bait me into helping you? And my role is that of a meat shield against Lola. So you're going to fight her? Luminous smiled. First, Betty was the bait. You already took the bite. Second, you're not a meat shield, you're a void shield. And lastly, I'm not going to fight her. Just make her bleed a bit and run away with that blood. Arad sighed. He can't stop Luminous. He isn't powerful enough to keep her in check, so all he can do is find a way to keep his wives and himself safe. The dragons living on the Star Mountain looked up, seeing Arad ascending toward the Rainbow Mountain of their queen, and he looked horrifying. A jet-black dragon engulfed by shadowy black tendrils of mist and strands of radiant golden light, painting a jagged path of pure white brilliance. The dragons rarely feel fear, but today many of them, especially those who had eggs nearby, took them and flew away to safer places. Because one thing was clear, if a dragon was powerful enough to destroy the Queen's Rainbow Bridge, they were powerful enough to fight her. None of them knows what will happen when the Queen clashes with that black dragon, but they were certain of one thing. This mountain might get wiped out. That's why, after storing their eggs away, they all returned armed and ready for one last stand. Not to protect the Queen, but to rob the throne from the winner. Right now, like a swarm of wasps, hundreds of thousands of powerful dragons swirled and buzzed beneath the Rainbow Mountain, waiting for the clash. Once the fight ends, the winner is bound to be weakened and wounded, and that's when they'll strike. Chapter 15, 14, 15, 14. The old guardian Arad finally reached the Rainbow Mountain, and to his surprise, the first thing that awaited him there was a human-sized stone path. He looked down from the sky. His massive neck slowly moved, lowering his head to the ground. Eris and Alcott jumped down, landing on the ground and finding Betty already waiting for them. She had run down from Arad's head the moment he landed, so she arrived before them. Arad shifted back to his humanoid form and landed beside Eris, looking back to see the others doing the same. The only one who didn't was Ignis, who looked at Arad. "This is as far as I go. The Queen is awaiting you, but I've got work to do." "Ignis!" Alcott shouted and waved his hand, throwing a bottle into the sky. Ignis caught it with magic and took a closer look. "What is this?" The tiny glass bottle was filled with a strange, thick red liquid. "My blood. If the dragons started a rebellion, just tell them that I'm here waiting to skin them alive." Ignis sighed. Alcott knew the dragons too well. The reason Ignis was going down was to prepare, because he saw how the dragons were acting. They were waiting for Arad to fight the Queen so they could steal the throne from the winner. Alcott would indeed make a great scarecrow to keep them at bay. "I'll do just that," he smiled. "But do you really think you can take down 100,000 dragon?" Alcott laughed. "I don't, but I'll send at least half of them to the grave." Arad lifted his arm and flexed it. "No, now that I'm thinking about it." His eyes flashed red, and the fine hair on his forearms grew a bit bigger. Ignis could sense them: vampirism, lycanthropy, undead, spirit, divine, many powers all surging through Alcott's veins. "I'll kill them all." Alcott was a human in the past. He was a human when the dragons started to fear him. It was a man, a pure man, who stopped the draconic war. But now Alcott was something else: stronger, faster, denser, smarter, and more durable. He could do more, achieve more, and endure harsher fights, and last longer than his mortal body could. In the past, Alcott's weakness was his human body. His flesh took too long to heal. It couldn't endure fatal wounds, and it lacked stamina. To Alcott, the hardest part wasn't fighting or killing dragons. It was coming up with a plan that he could execute with his limited stamina. He needed to take the dragon down before running out of stamina and having to recuperate, because that was a large enough opening to get killed. Ignis nodded. "I got it. I have no doubt that you'll leave a trail of corpses, but know one thing: you'll be dead at the end of it all." He flew away, leaving them at the start of the stone path. Alcott turned back and approached Arad. "Let's go." "And if you didn't get what Ignis talked about, if you fought the Queen, the dragons below would fly up to take the chance and kill the winner when they are weakened." Arad nodded. "You won't fight Lola? The last thing we want is to start a war here." He growled at Luminous. She laughed. "Don't worry about it. I'll deal with Mother." Arad couldn't help but worry. But alas, all he could do was keep going. He started walking, and everyone followed him. The trail was long, ancient, and stretched across the green hills to the horizon. At first, Arad thought they would find something behind the hills, but as they got over them, they found nothing but a sea of green grass and flowers. "This feels weird." Gammond approached Arad. "There is magic at play here. I don't know what kind, but I'm sure someone is doing something." Arad lifted an eyebrow. He couldn't sense any magic, but that could be because he is just an adult. He looked back. "Does anyone feel anything?" They all shook their heads. Even Alcott didn't know what was going on. "Ask Grandma." Betty smacked him on the knee, and Arad did just that. "An elder dragon, one that surpassed their twilight, is using magic to shield Mother's inner palace. Gammond and I could sense them, since we're in the same class. That's one of the keys they use to hide their magic. She says an elder dragon is guarding the place with magic. To reach Lola's palace, we must get through them first." He took a step forward. "Close your ears." Everyone immediately did that as they saw Arad take a deep breath. They all knew that Arad wasn't just strong, but loud as hell. His stomach can act as a buffer, amplifying his voice and roar. "Come out." Arad shouted so loudly that the ground in front of him ripped apart. The shockwave spread forward with enough force to rattle the whole place, and Betty cried behind him, feeling his voice rattle her bones. "You can kill a man shouting like that," she growled, and Arad smiled, looking forward with his fists resting on his hips. He is awake. The ground trembled and cracked. From it, a massive brown head emerged from the dirt with a yawn. Guests of the Queen, The elder dragon was brown, an earth dragon, wingless and too old to care about life. He looked down at Arad and everyone else with a passive face, still sleepy. "Grr," he grumbled. "Only one shall pass. Others shall not." His eyes passed Belina for a second and then closed as he was about to fall asleep again. "Wait," Belina shouted. "What are you saying? They are going in with me. That's my husband and the other wives." The massive old dragon froze solid. Wasn't informed. He lowered his head and looked Arad in the eyes. Void, adult, weird. "I don't know you." His pupils then pulsed. "Aye, I see. Great old one, how fortunate. I'll open the path at once." Arad lifted an eyebrow. "Great old one?" The dragon stopped. "What do you mean by that?" Not you, her. The old one you hide inside your stomach." He turned around and started casting some strange magic. Luminous smiled inside Arad's stomach. "He is the guardian of Mother's backyard. I remember him from the days I lived here. When I was about to leave, he tried to stop me, so I ripped his wings off so he wouldn't follow me. By that time, the endless barrier that the brown dragon was using to cover the place faded away, and Arad could see the massive mountain emerging over the horizon. The brown dragon growled, "This is stronger. You shall pass, but shall never get out, old one." Luminous had run from home once, and he wasn't able to stop her. Now that she returned, he was determined to keep her in. Luminous smiled inside Arad. "How fun. We'll see about that. Even if the space he creates here is infinite, it won't be able to keep me locked." Arad looked at the massive dragon for a second. Can he take him down? The answer was simple. He can win with ease, as this dragon is weaker than Gammon. Chapter 15:15. The Queen's Lair. As Arad approached the massive mountain, he looked at its peak, expecting a storm of light and rainbows, but what he saw was something else. A massive coliseum built from white marble and gold. In front of him was an endless set of stairs that led all the way up, and he frowned. This reminded him of Sylph's divine mountain. This looks familiar. Eris frowned as well. She could sense that something was off about the mountain. "This is a divine mountain." She looked at it, then at the hills around them. "It is like we're in a god's heaven. But this one is so muted that it feels weird and dead." Arad nodded. "Luminous says that the only reason Queen Lola isn't a goddess is that Tiamat is alive and doing that job. All gods, the stronger ones at least, would have a divine mountain that supports their heaven like a pillar." He looked at everyone. "She won't become a demigoddess, but will jump straight into Tiamat's rank. From what I understood, she is pretty much at that level of power anyway." Everyone looked at the mountain. "So she has the power of a goddess, but isn't one. Am I understanding that right?" Arad nodded. "That's the point. I guess Queen Mary of the Metallic Dragons is the same. Since all dragons valued strength over anything else, that was both bad and good news. It meant that dragons are ruled by someone who can keep them in check, but it also meant that Arad and his wives are potentially heading straight into the maw of something they can't handle. But Luminous was confident in her ability to face her mother, so Arad had to take her word on that. He took the first step on the stairs and then the second. His wife followed after him, arranged in a line from who they think is the strongest to the weakest. Gammond was right behind Arad, followed by Belina, Eris, Clog, Zool, Corey, and lastly Denki. Betty, on the other hand, sat on Arad's shoulder, tapping her legs on his chest while humming a cheerful tune. Usually Gammond would have been furious, but the last time she tried to fight Betty didn't end well. By the time Gammond realized it, Betty had stripped her down. Betty was too fast for her to fight normally. She will win if she freezes the entire world and forces the light halfling to die of cold, but in a normal situation, that wasn't possible. Is Betty stronger than Gammond? No. Can Gammond beat her then? The answer was also no. She is too fast to be caught. After a few minutes of climbing the stairs, they soon noticed that they were already at the top. The stairs looked inhumanely long, stretching to infinity. But the moment they started climbing, they reached the peak. This whole mountain reached to Lola's will. The same was the hills below that reacted to that brown dragon's will. If she wants them to reach the top, they'll reach it in seconds, but if she doesn't want them to reach it, they'll never do. The golden gate of the Colosseum opened on its own, and Arad was greeted by another long hallway, but this wasn't a magical one, just a long one leading to a massive throne with a bed instead of a throne at the end. On that bed, Lola lay, getting fanned by several drakinas and fed dried beef, jerky, and cheese. The queen looked nothing like her usual self, the one that Arad saw when she came to his kingdom. The fancy robe she usually wore was nowhere to be seen, and she was in a baggy shirt and pants instead, her hair messy and disheveled, and she looked more lazy than mighty. "So you're here." Lola shifted, her flashing in a prismatic pattern of radiant light. She stirred, and the dracanis serving her moved, allowing her to sit straight. Arad Orion and his faithful wives. She smiled. And my rowdy daughters, both of them. The spastic child and the slippery child. Like this? A mouth appeared on Arad's neck. "Yeah, you're doing it right. Just keep the magic and curses in check. Otherwise, the mouth would turn into a wound and Arad won't be happy." After being lectured by Doma on how to make a mouth appear on Arad so she can speak, Luminous could finally talk with her mother after thousands of years of absence. "Mom, oh Mom, still as rude as I remember. Will a day where you look us in the eye ever come?" Lola shrugged. "I always looked you in the eye. You're the one who can't take a joke." She took a step forward, but alas, you've returned. Arad looked at Lola, then back at his wives. "Before you two get into anything." He pointed back. "I'm here with Belina." Lola smiled. "I see you, I see her, and I see everyone else. Welcome, even you, Luminous." She took a step forward. "And what do I spot here? A tiny Luminous welcome as well. You make me feel old as hell." "The mother of my grandmother?" "Great-grandma." Betty jumped from Arad's shoulders and landed in front of him. Lola leaned forward, braced her back, and took a few steps, pretending to be a hunched old grandma with back pain. "Little one, you've grown well." Betty grabbed her by the hand and helped her walk. "Careful, you'll hurt your back." Lola then looked at Belina. "And you, I expect 8, no, 9 divines." Her gaze shifted to Arad. "You've got a lot of work to do." Luminous sighed. "Can you stop it? And you too, Betty. Don't help in her madness." Betty approached Arad and patted him. "Take it easy, Grandma. I'm sure she is somewhat harmless as dragons go." Betty then looked at Lola. "So, did you need something from Arad?" Lola straightened her back and smiled, casting away all of her acts. "Of course, I didn't need him to be exact, but them, his wives, the chromatic ones, you as well, little Luminous." Arad frowned. "Harm them, and I'll blow this whole place." Lola shook her head. No, I'll not lay a finger on them. They are yours now. I won't even care if you killed them, let alone going out of my way to meddle." She then looked at Belina. "But I must make sure Belina is in a good lair, one that won't be broken soon. That's what we call meddling." Luminous growled. Lola laughed. "Even you would agree with me. I prepared a clear battlefield. I want each of them to fight Arad at least once. Then I would have them fight among each other to determine their ranks." She looked back. "I can even throw Arad a few more drakinas, just like humans. Many would love to join a royal lair." She then patted Arad on the shoulder. "I want to see with my own eyes how far you can go." Chapter 15:16. Spirit of Salt. To dragons, fighting was like sports for humans. They loved to fight and test their limits, to see who of them is the strongest, who is the mightiest, and who is the one that shall stand above all. But even with all of that fighting, dragons were one of the most social races in the world, with the metallic dragons being at the front of it all. The chromatic weren't any different. Many humans think that dragons live in an abusive world, where the strong live and the weak die, but that couldn't be further from the truth. The only thing weaker dragons would lack is a mate, but as long as they don't go and start a fight, no one would harm them. Alas, it is also known that a dracina can eat any dragon that fails to impress her in a mating fight. But that usually only happens to those who didn't have the manners to post in her domain and wait for her to approach. Arad had never faced a problem with his wives, as most approached him first, but today he was about to fight them once more. Even though the result of the fights is predictable, this was a formality that should be followed. Fight well. Lola looked at Belina with a smile. Don't take this fight lightly. Belina ignored her and focused on her hands, clenching a fist and feeling the magic surging beneath her fingers. They were going to fight in their humanoid form because this wasn't a fight to the death. Belina looked down, cracked her neck, and faced the massive door in front of her. Behind it was the arena her mother prepared, the Royal Colosseum, which was reserved for those fights. On the other side, Arad was sitting on a chair waiting for the door to open. Gaiman stood beside him, thinking about how the fight might go. Don't be too harsh on her. She is just a great worm. Just and great worm are two words, three, that shouldn't be in the same sentence. Arad knew he was strong, but he still understood the harrowing power dragons possess. Even if he could defeat a great worm, that wasn't the case for anyone else. Even Denki, the weakest Dracaena here, was powerful enough to destroy multiple cities and get away with it. Putting Alcott aside, even the strongest of humanoids can't face an adult dragon directly. Usually, a whole party is needed to hunt such powerful monsters. He stood. Never underestimate dragons. Remember how Denki tore Clog's arm? There isn't a single dragon out there that is weak. All of them are powerful. He approached the massive door, and it opened, leading him straight to the open Colosseum. Why do I always end up in places like this? He sighed. Well, Lola, who sat with his other wives and watched, replied, This world is built upon strength. Humans face monsters and the gods face abominations. It is a battle for survival for everyone. She smiled. That's why fighting and power are sacred. Many value them more than anything else. Like everyone else, I would have loved it if we could value other things like beauty, kindness, or generosity. But sadly, only the strong could afford to act like that. She stood and looked at Arad as Belina walked in for the fight. You can be as beautiful as the world allows, but if you aren't at the level of a nymph, you'll be eaten by monsters like everyone else. You can be kind, but the cruel world will weed you out sooner or later. Your kindness will become a weakness that leads to a painful and sad death. It is the same. You be as generous as you want, but that is a call to get exploited, abused, and sucked dry. She smiled. If you were a human, Arad Orion, if you were a weak human, unable to protect yourself, would you look for a beautiful wife or a strong wife that could banish the harrowing monsters living around each city? Just traveling from one city to another would mean going through the monster-infested wilderness. This world isn't safe, it's deadly, and everyone's first priority is neither food nor reproduction. It's living until the next morning. She pointed at Belina. She is my daughter, and if she is to marry anyone, I want them to be at least stronger than her. She can starve for days, she can cry for a few nights, but I would never want her to get eaten alive by a monster. No matter how hard life gets, as long as one is alive, they can carry on. Arad understood what she meant, but it still didn't make sense. It would have made sense if Belina was weak, but she isn't. She is a powerful Dracaena that can protect herself far better than most living beings. She doesn't need to be afraid of monsters. The monsters are the ones afraid of her. I get it, but Belina isn't weak. Arad approached the center of the arena, and so did Belina. Look at her, as powerful as great rims get. Belina smiled. Powerful, compared to everyone else, maybe. To you and those you fight, never. She looked at him with burning pink eyes. I'm weak, far too weak when compared to the true monsters of the world. She looked back at Gammond. How did you tame that wild animal? Gammond? Arad smiled. I smacked her on the ground and blew a world at her. Her cold magic is powerful, but it can't consume my fire. Blew a world at her. And she lived. Belina slowly lifted her arms. I would have died now. That is getting me excited. How powerful are you really? Where are your limits? I've got too many limits to count. But those limits are there to be surpassed. If I can't beat fire, I'd better learn how to deal with it. He looked at Bellina. So, care to show me what you can do? Silence fell as Bellina's magic slowly crept up, engulfing her in a radiant pink mist that smelled sweet. The ground beneath her feet stirred, and Arad didn't even bother moving. She smacked her palms together, covering them in soap. Elemental expansion bubbles exploded from her body, engulfing the whole arena in white foam. Bubble bath, many underestimate soap dragons. Gammon said as she watched the white sea surging in front of everyone. Soap dragons are usually born to acid and water dragons, making it easy to imagine what that soap can do. The soap smelled sweet, but at the same time it was painfully harsh and corrosive like acid. The stone walls and ground of the arena melted clean, and even the air became unbreathable from the horrid stench. Soap dragons are what humans started calling them after Bellina spent 1,000 years making soap and selling it. Lola stood and waved her hand, forming a barrier to protect everyone from Bellina's soap. That isn't soap. Chapter 15:17. A fight in foam, as the whole arena boiled with foam. Arad could feel the scales on his skin melting and falling apart. It didn't take him a second to realize this was far deadlier than any soap could ever be. The foam wasn't mundane either. Something about it was off. It blocked Arad's vision, and its powerful, sweet smell muffled his nose. With two senses shut down, he tried to listen for Bellina's movement, but he was quickly faced with the fact that the quiet rumble and roil of the soap as it boiled and burned the ground was enough to muffle all of the noise around, making it nearly impossible to track Bellina. Even magic failed to find her as the whole place was covered with her magical soap foam, masking her presence. Gammond most likely faced this, but she could have just frozen the whole thing in an instant. That was probably how she got the upper hand and managed to beat Bellina so badly. Bellina glided around Arad at blinding speed, skating on the now slippery ground with all of her senses strained to the max. She was fast, swift, and most of all, could see Arad, unlike how he couldn't even sense her. She approached him with her nails having turned into long, sharp claws. One slice across the torso should secure her victory. While Gammond did beat her, that was also because Gammond had a massive elemental advantage. The fight today won't end as quickly as the one with Gammond. Bellina expected to be able to at least deal some damage to Arad. She reached him. Her claws silently flashed through the foam, reaching Arad's side and going for a direct liver shot. But the moment her claws touched his skin, Arad's arms snapped like a mousetrap, his fist flying straight at her face faster than she could see. Arad had punched her in the face, and her body was already flying back. She was in shock for that fraction of a second, unable to believe that he reacted before her claws could even go an inch deep into his skin. With how massive and muscular Arad was, an inch-deep wound barely scratched the surface of his obliques. She had to orient herself quickly before it was too late, and she was right. As her eyes looked forward, she could see Arad chasing after like a charging hog, too massive to be stooped and too fast for it to make sense. The ground was slippery, but he used his feet claws to gain traction. She kicked the ground and pushed herself back, moving as fast as she could to get away. Arad's senses and eyes were glued to her, and she must lose him in the sea of foam. As she expected, that was easier said than done. Like a relentless animal, Arad chased her all around the arena, moving too fast to let her get away and out of his vision. If she could only get a few meters away from him, his senses would lose track of her, and she would be safe again. Why aren't his scales melting and falling apart? Don't tell me his regeneration is that strong. Even great worms would have been turned into bones by now. That thought was enough of a distraction to make her slow a bit and allow Arad to catch up. Before she could reach, she found herself stuck in a bear hug. She was caught in a tackle at the same time that Arad tried to push her down. His arms were closing shut on her torso, rapidly raising pressure to shatter her bones. If she doesn't get out, he'll blow her back and shatter her ribs in his embrace. From just this, Bellina became aware of one thing. Arad was indeed stronger physically than Gammon. Luckily, grapples were almost useless against her, who was as slippery as a block of soap. In the blink of an eye, her body slipped from between Arad's arms and popped out, her claws leaving 10 cuts on his torso and neck. In that second, she had slipped back into the foam and hid from his senses. She was safe once more. As long as she didn't get close, he won't find her. But her knees couldn't stop shaking because, from that short encounter, she realized just how much of a monster Arad was. She looked at her hand, seeing bits of Arad's tiny scales on her long claws. He isn't regenerating. All of this time, it wasn't that Arad's regeneration kept him from melting in her acidic foam, but it was that her acid wasn't strong enough to fully tear his scales off. That wild animal was fighting her without using a lick of his magic. Inside her elemental expansion, he was challenging her with his bare fists. Belina had made the same mistake and got her eyes away from Arad for a second, almost missing his next attack. Arad reached down and plunged his palm on the ground, ripping a fistful of gravel out. Belina immediately knew he was about to throw it, and so she moved away, sliding behind him to stay safe. Arad lifted his arm and swung, but instead of throwing forward like anyone does, his hand seemed to slip, and the stones flew to the side like a rain of bullets. Belina's eyes opened wide, and she started sweating, realizing that his hand didn't slip. Arad knew she could see him, so this was his plan. Arad did the same thing again, scooped a fistful of gravel, and threw it. This time his arm moved forward, but he didn't release the stones and instead made a spin, letting them rip behind him. To Belina's luck, she had already moved out of the way, and the stones missed her. She couldn't predict where Arad would throw the stones, so it was a gamble to keep dodging them. She must attack before he hits her. Arad started throwing faster and faster, and the closer Belina got to him, the less time she had to move between each throw, which made her life many times harder. Before she could reach him, she finally made a wrong guess, and stones pelted her right in the face. As expected of a dragon of her power and age, those mundane pebbles disintegrated on her skin like droplets of rain. But damage wasn't what Arad was looking for, but noise. The moment Arad heard the stones hit something that was foam and ground, he lunged at blinding speed, reaching Belina in the blink of an eye. Finding herself unable to dodge his sudden charge, Belina tried to do something else. Blast Arad away with a breath. Her chest inflated and she opened her mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of boiling, clear liquid so powerful that it melted the ground and reached Arad in the blink of an eye. Even Arad's powerful scales won't be able to endure a direct hit, which made him think of a way to evade the death wave of acid rushing at him. Chapter 15:18. A Creature of Nightmares. Arad rushed forward, facing Belina's deadly breath head-on. He had many ways of defending against it, but all of them needed magic, so instead he wanted to try and dive straight into it using his massive body as a shield. With a single leap, Arad pulled his limbs tightly, turning into a cannonball that flew straight into the acid, splashing through it like a bullet. By the time he reached Belina, his calves and forearms that he used to protect his torso had already melted away. She gasped, tried to dodge aside, but she was a second too late. She didn't expect him to take the hit head-on and charge like this, but that's what he did. As Arad reached her, it was clear that he didn't have his legs or arms. He could neither land nor catch her, so she got a bit confident and braced herself. With her claws fully drawn, Belina was ready for a clash, aiming straight at Arad's neck. He had never used his magic or healed, so she doesn't expect him to change that now and pull any tricks. Arad indeed didn't pull any tricks. He opened his mouth wide the moment Belina's claws got close to his neck and bit her hand off. The speed at which his jaw closed shut was horrifying, and before Belina could even feel the pain of her hand getting bit off, Arad crashed onto her like a cannonball and sent her rolling. She fell on the ground, unable to breathe as too many of his ribs shattered on the impact. Arad, on the other hand, landed on her, still as energetic as ever. Belina tried to move, but found out that thanks to Arad's massive size, both of her arms were tucked to her side beneath his hips, pinning her to the ground. Arad roared, swinging the melted stump of his right arm down. Belina's eyes widened, seeing the sharp bone flying right at her face. She managed to dodge at the last second, but not before Arad's left arm was moving as well. At first, Belina thought that Arad was merely strong. She did expect him to be far stronger than her, but what she was facing now was a nightmare. He wasn't using any of his magic, but still could fight with a half-destroyed body, swinging the melted bones of his arms at her like daggers without a care for pain. She was slowly getting terrified. Staying under him like this was extremely dangerous, so she covered her whole body in slippery soap and tried to wiggle her way out from beneath his hips. She managed to slip away, but before she could move far, Arad fell down and caught her foot with a bite. She looked down with a terrified face and saw something that she would never forget in her life. Arad was massive, and of course his mouth was just as big. His jaw clenched shut around her ankle. Using the muscles of his massive neck, Arad pulled her closer to him, released his jaw, and then bit again, effectively moving from biting her ankle to biting her calves. She gasped, trying to escape his grasp, but Arad wasn't letting go. His jaw jumped from her calves to her knee, thigh, stomach, chest, then neck. Now that she fully understood what kind of monster Arad could be, she panicked and started swinging punches at his head. But that didn't seem to do anything. As she felt his massive jaw clenching tight on her throat, she tried to kick him away, but soon found herself getting lifted up. Arad sat up, lifted her with him, and started swinging her around using just his powerful neck. Dragons walked on four limbs and used their jaws to attack. But even with that, Belina never expected Arad to be able to fight like a dragon while in a human form. After a few swings, Arad smacked her on the ground so hard that she could feel her backbone cracking. "Stop it! Stop!" the moment she cried. Arad let go of her and smiled. "Giving up! I can give you an opening." He floated away from her using gravity magic, still not healing his wounds. "No, just heal up and use magic." She waved her hand, healing herself. "I'm done fighting you like this. How can you still move?" Arad's arms and legs healed in the blink of an eye as he smiled. "I suffered worse wounds, and my healing wouldn't have helped at the time either. I'll have nightmares about that." She rubbed her face. "Eris told me you can be a monster when fighting, but I didn't expect this." She stood and shook her hands, looking at him with a pale face. "Do you know why I'm not using my magic?" Arad slowly lifted his hands. "Because the fight won't last long." The moment she realized what he was about to do, she immediately jumped at him, swinging with all of her strength. The foam around them was made from her magic. It was elemental expansion, so it should offer some resistance. Sadly for Belina, the foam's magic wasn't powerful enough. Elemental expansion, Arad didn't need to use any extra power or anything. All he did was lay his expansion on top of Belina's one, and then suck all of her foam into his stomach. He didn't even need to contend with her magic, just create a hole for it to fall into his stomach. Belina was just an inch away from Arad. Her fist still didn't reach him when all of her foam disappeared, and she knew that it was already over. Arad grabbed her by the wrist, making sure to use his claws to prevent her from slipping out again, then caught her in a hug. Belina jumped and twisted her torso, wrapping her thighs around his neck to try to throw him down, but she was unable to move him an inch. With his gravity magic, Arad now weighed several times more than he should, making him an immovable mountain. "Your main power is the deadly acid soap. Since that can barely affect me, you're forced to fight me physically, relying on your soap to become slippery enough to escape my attacks and tackles." Arad grabbed her from the back and wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her tighter toward his neck. "The fight is over, unless you've got another big trick," he smiled. "If it were anyone else besides me, or Eris, they would have melted into nothing in seconds." Hearing him speak, she sighed and relaxed her legs. "Fine, fine, it's my loss." She shook her head with an annoyed frown, and Arad let her down. "Did they tell you anything before the fight?" Arad asked, and Belina shrugged. "Gammon said I'll return with a few missing teeth. Seems she was wrong." She then smiled. "Are you okay? I'm sure my soap burned you pretty badly. Water should help wash it away." Arad shrugged. "It did hurt a lot, like I was on fire." then smacked his chest with his fist. But my void can erase anything that touches my scales. He then paused. I say erase, but it's more like suck it into my stomach to be either digested or stored. Belina approached him and took a closer look at his chest. I see, she then licked him. Clean, spotless, no soap, dust, grime, or even sweat. My void is quite useful. Think of it like a red dragon setting themselves on fire to clean their scales. Arad patted her on the back, trying to get her to stop licking his chest. Almost immediately after his tap, she took a step back. Of course not, while Mother is watching. I'll have plenty later. She looked at the other wives. So, which of them is next? Gammond and Corey are done. Eris fights me quite regularly, and Denki had her turn. So, Zul, no, she is still recovering. I'd rather her not stress her body. Arad looked at her. Besides, I'll win. Or do you think it's rude of me to think like that? Belina thought about it for a second. It would have been rude if it were anyone else, but your power is quite obvious, so the fight isn't really needed. Zul might have a different opinion, but to me, she shouldn't have a problem not fighting you. Arad, Lola shouted, care to explain why she isn't crying? I expected you to beat her thoroughly for all the trouble she caused me. Arad laughed and Belina fumed. Mother, he already gave me enough nightmares for today. Forget about that. Arad waved his hand. Who's next? Or should we move on? Clag jumped from the seats and landed in front of them. Zul and I are left, she smiled. But I'll skin her alive if she comes to fight. She needs at least another month of rest. She can fight you all she wants afterward. She approached Arad with a grin on her face. Now it's my turn to have some fun. Unlike the previous fight, Clog and Arad were the same height in human form, both standing at around 10 feet tall. With her high heels, Clog looked at least 11 feet tall, matching Arad's staggering height. The second fight was about to start. Chapter 1519. Clog Fight. Unlike that little girl, Denki, I can go all out against you. Clog smiled and looked back at Lola, but not in front of her. Arad nodded and sucked them both into his stomach, landing on a massive stone that floated in his stomach, a remnant of the world he destroyed fighting Ray and Ray. Now it was only the two of them around, Arad and Clog facing each other in the lightless void. With a flick, Arad summoned a Ho-White Nova to illuminate the boulder, making it easier for Clog to see. He didn't have a problem with the darkness, but she might have had one. Lola isn't watching now. Arad looked at Clog. You can stretch a bit. Clog did just that and stretched. It's been a few hundred years since I needed to go all out. He could hear her heart slowly beating faster and faster, growing louder by the second. You weren't serious even at the Storm Titans? Arad cracked his neck and his heart started rumbling as well, beating like drums. Both of their bodies were getting ready for something extreme, for a fight that might stress their limits. Clog giggled. Of course not. If I were serious, I would have killed everyone there, the Titans included. She looked at Arad with a grin and threw him a kiss. But that kiss wasn't normal. A heart-shaped green cloud emerged from her lips and flew toward him. Did the fight start? No, not yet. The cloud was made of hundreds of deadly poisons, all mixed together to a single puff of death. Poison's main power is versatility. While all the common and rare poisons are known and have antidotes already made for them, creatures like green dragons can concoct poisons on the fly, which means no antidote exists for them. Depending on the individual green dragon and its habitat, they could have hundreds or even thousands of individual poisons that they could mix. Even someone like Olcott won't have an antidote ready for each poison. The effects range from paralysis to hallucination and mood swings. A green dragon can put people to sleep, melt their organs from the inside, or even send them into a psychosis. Some green dragons would even mix poisons to get humanoids addicted to them, to force them to work as slaves. So looking at the green, heart-shaped cloud flying toward him, Arad wasn't fooled, not even for a second. That thing was just a distraction. The real poison cloud was invisible, flying ahead of the heart by a few feet. Arad took a step to the side, evaded the real poison cloud, and waved his hand across, catching the green heart with a smile. "I'll take this one, thank you." And then, without wasting a second, he jumped at Clog with a clenched fist. She took a step forward and lifted her arm, punching Arad's fist out of the way. "Aren't you a bit too violent? The fight already started, and you deflected my punch. Do you know how heavy that punch was?" Arad threw his other hand forward and grabbed her by the neck, only for her to jump and wrap her legs around his arm, dropping him to the ground in an arm breaker. Clog turned, pulled on Arad's forearm with all of her might, and ripped it off with a roar. Unlike all other green dragons, who mainly relied on their poison, Clog was built like a tank, with enough physical power and durability to put most people to shame. She had the genetic gift of physical power and might, turning her into a hulking Dracaena. If she were born a human, she might have stood close to 7 feet with enough muscles and strength to shame the strongest of barbarians. That explains why, as a Dracaena, her humanoid form rivaled Arad in size, almost being as tall as he. Clog jumped away from Arad and stared at him with a smile.
"Look how you are down."
Dropped by a beautiful lady in a one-piece dress and wearing high heels. Arad stood with a pant. "Listen, is this why you didn't want Lola to watch the fight? No, you don't want Tiamat to see what you can do." Arad did speak, but at that moment he was blind, deaf, and felt no power in his whole body. Even his regeneration was far slower than it should be. First, his bones grew back, followed by the muscles and veins, and lastly, his arm was covered with skin, a process that took almost 3 seconds. Clog lifted her hand and licked her forearm. "This is just one thing. Like all green dragons, all of my bodily fluids are highly toxic, but unlike other dragons, in my failed attempts to control my body and take a human shape, I ended up finding a way to be able to control those toxins and poisons." Clog's forearm started smoking. "Usually a green dragon can only mix the poison of our fangs and breath, not our sweat, tears, and other things, but I can mix them all." She approached Arad, walking like a cat, and touched his face. "Do you feel them? The tiny hairs on my body, so small, so faint, almost invisible, but those tiny needs are sharp, deadly, and all packed full with whatever unholy mixture I want." She giggled, whispering into his ear, "You can't touch me without getting poisoned. This is the first of my 3 powers that I don't want anyone to know about." She moved back because Arad was rapidly recovering from the poison. "Ah, that hurt like hell," he growled and looked at her. "I guess you can turn it off?" "I can, but I'm not going to do that for this fight." She shrugged. "You can find a solution around that, can't you?" Arad straightened back up and sighed. "Of course, I already figured one." He approached slowly, reached Clog, threw his hand forward, and grabbed her by the neck. "See, I'm fine now." She could feel his hand clenching tight around her neck. "Ah, that feels nice. A little bit tighter." She then looked at him with a grin. "So your solution is wearing gloves, ones made from barrier magic." "Gloves?" "I'm wearing a full-body suit." Arad then suddenly flung Clog around and smacked her on the ground like a rampaging ape. Even if she was as tall as he, they still looked like a woman facing a muscular gorilla. A second later, Arad's arm snapped in half, and he stared at the rotting stump with a passive face, as if he expected such a thing. Clog stood from the ground, his rotten forearm dangling from her hand, her long green claws piercing it from one side to the other. "Your full-body suit doesn't look durable enough to endure my claws." She swung her hand, threw his arm to the ground, and licked her long claws clean. Pierces at least still work. As Arad looked down, he noticed the rot spreading up his arm. The poison was rapidly breaking down his muscles and bones into a mush. Without hesitating for a second, he chopped off his whole arm and regenerated a new one. "I can heal all year long." "But what about you? Can you survive?" he asked. And Clog reached up, touching her neck. The red marks of his fingers were still there. Unlike him, she can't heal as fast since she has to rely on potions and whatever poison she makes for that. Yes, Clog has poisons that heal, but they always have another bad effect. The one she uses most is a poison that accelerates healing, but it makes the person feel a bit drunk. It works just like stamina potions. Clog then smiled. Depends. She then looked at her chest and shoulders. I'm starting to sweat. This is going to end fast. Arid didn't need her to explain. He already noticed that when her sweat evaporates, it fills the air with poisons and toxins. Besides a poison that weakens the muscles, she had many other deadly toxins mixed in. Due to how complex and intricate Clog's poisons are, Arad couldn't even count on his other incarnation making antidotes on the fly. He was nowhere near Clog's skill with poisons, and he won't even try challenging her in alchemy. The solution to this fight was obvious. Absolute aggression. He had to knock her out before the poison could drop him. But while that would look like a win today, in reality it would only result in a draw in a real fight. Today, Clog would give him an antidote after the fight ends, so he'll live. Aggression would work, but it won't feel right. Chapter 1520, Clog Leah Matar. The air around Clog was rapidly getting saturated with poisons and toxins, which would have been a death sentence to anyone who wasn't Arad or Zephyr or Aella, or anyone who could make their own air to breathe. Arad jumped forward, moving at blinding speed as he swung at Clog's face with a grin. She dodged his punch and thrust her long claws at his chest, forcing him to dodge to the side. Even though Arad wasn't breathing the poison, he could feel it slowly gnawing at his skin and eyes, getting into his body from every side. Clog must have designed it like that, expecting that Arad would just not breathe it. The longer the fight went, the more likely he was to lose. Of course, Arad wasn't going to keep brawling with Clog for a long time and allow the poison to settle in. But she wasn't giving him much of a choice. Arad didn't expect that, but when putting her all into it, Clog had a different kind of martial power than Gammond. Gammond was stronger and faster, but Clog was more skilled and had mastery over her own body. She accelerated and decelerated rapidly, jumped all over the place, and moved her body with so much agility and dexterity that sometimes Arad even thought she didn't have bones. Arad could even believe that his father, Alcott, had managed to knock Clog down with a single slash before. In less than a few seconds, they were already a blur, flashing all around the massive stone in a storm of shockwaves. At one point, Clog even managed to throw Arad to the ground. Arad, in all of his physical might and aggression, had found himself on the ground, flipped like an amateur fighter. He only realized that she threw him to the ground when her foot came crashing down on his face. The massive stone they were fighting on tumbled from the impact. Clog's foot pushed down on Arad's face, trying to shatter his skull beneath her high-heeled shoe. For all of her life, Clog had one problem. While she was skilled with alchemy and poisons, her talent for magic was as pathetic as they come. She couldn't cast a firebolt. That was a huge weakness. All other green dragons could cast massive poison spells, but she couldn't. All that Clog could do was rely on the poison generated by her body. Due to that, she had to focus on what she does best, her mighty body and natural poison. She has spent decades inspecting herself with crystal orbs, counting each scale, every scratch, and every curve and muscle. Clog mastered everything, studied everything, and controlled her whole body. She was forced to because if she didn't find a way to get stronger, she would have been killed long ago, wiped by the dragon's natural selection. By mastering her own body, she gained control over her glands and the poison they make. Massively helping her study of alchemy and the art of poison making, she spent centuries stalking and spying on the nobles, watching their lives like a drama show, memorizing every detail, every move, every mistake, and every nasty secret. Clog had lived for over 1,000 years. She was an ancient Dracaina that saw kingdoms die and get reborn. Kings and queens poisoned and killed in secret, their art, the training of their soldiers. The closely kept secrets of almost every kingdom were known to her. Clog, Leah, Matar, the ancient stalker of the crypt forest of the east, the watcher from shadows, the queen in green, the mistress of plagues, and the death witch of disease. Right now, Arad, who had only recently grown to power, had found himself facing a real Dracaina, one that had been polishing her power for a time far longer than he had been alive. Arad never breathed her poison, but it was already affecting him. It had seeped through his scales, sunk into his skin, and invaded his blood. But that wasn't the end of Clog's power. Her poison and physical might were just the tip, the tiny end of her tail she dangles in front of people to mislead them. With his face beneath her foot, Arad finally realized that he was wrong about Clog. He had far underestimated how stupidly powerful she was. Her title, the Mistress of Plagues, wasn't associated with plagues for no reason. What was invading his body now was neither a toxin nor a poison. It was disease. This was the reality, the power she didn't want Lola or Tiamat to find out. Clog was the only green dragon to be born like this, to have a power over viruses and bacteria. So while Arad and Clog were brawling, her plague spread across his whole body. The endless, tiny armies of bacteria and viruses started evolving and changing rapidly, getting used to Arad's body in real time. Clog didn't need Arad to inhale a deadly dose of her poison to win. She just needed to get a single bacterium into his bloodstream, and that bacterium could reproduce, spread, and even give birth to viruses. The plague Clog hit Arad with started rapidly progressing, and while it ravaged Arad's body, it also released tons of poison on Clog's command. Arad could understand that since he was a Prickalichi with extreme control and awareness of his blood, that only made the situation even scarier. Clog's plague had adapted to his body, to the radioactive body of an adult void dragon that is a damned Prickalichi, in seconds. How long would it take this plague to adapt to Lola's body? Or even to Tiamat's body? Probably not that long. Damn it. I'm facing the second coming of Kusuth. Now her name is Clog, and she is a green Dracaina instead of a red one. That one was a stay-at-home mom, and Clog is a shut-in who spies on nobles and watches their lives from the safety of her lair. I probably should start living in the basement. Wait, I'm already doing that. Arad's lair was technically in the basement of his first house. Arad pushed Clog's foot aside and rolled away, barely evading the stomp from her other foot. At this point, their physical brawl was meaningless. The real clash was taking place inside Arad's body, where his immune system and cursed blood were scrambling to fight off the plague. So that posed the question, would killing Clog stop the plague? No, he won't count on that. So you control diseases, Arad smiled. Hit me with a heavy one, so should I knock you out to stop it? Clog froze for a second, then a large smile covered her blushing face. I didn't tell you, so how did you figure it out? I'm a Prickalichi. I would say I'm a bit better at feeling my blood than vampires and werewolves. He stood and sighed. Don't worry, that disease or plague, call it whatever you want, won't kill you. She then licked her lips. But knocking me out is a wrong move. You'll remain suffering until I wake up. So, as I expected, it works without you being awake. Arad frowned and she laughed. Of course, even if I died, the plague would keep spreading and evolving until all life is erased from the world. But even then, it'll lie dormant for as long as it needs to, until a new life appears for it to kill. She walked toward Arad and stopped just a few feet away from him. No one knows, not even the gods. I kept this a secret so I could one day kill Tiamat even if it cost me my life. She looked at him with glowing green eyes. Once she is infected, no amount of divine magic or alchemy would save her. Slowly but surely, this plague would eat at her divine body until she was nothing but a rotten carcass. She smiled. Even if she killed me, the plague would never go away. You know Tiamat is Senna's mother, right? Arad growled, and Clog shrugged. Clag smiled. I doubt Senna is against that, or am I wrong? She wasn't wrong. Just a day ago, Senna almost fought her mother to death. Besides, my beef with Tiamat had existed centuries before I even knew who Senna was. Clag clenched her fist and punched Arad in the chest with all of her strength, sending him flying away. I'm certain that even Tiamat won't survive my plague, given enough time. She looked at him, standing back up. The fact that you're still standing back up means I was never wrong about you. You're Arad Orion, the dragon I decided to submit to. She spread her arms apart. Show me who is tougher, you, my plague, or Tiamat. Arad suddenly disappeared, and in the next second, Clog's face was beneath his foot, getting crushed to the ground. If Clog's plague was a harbinger of death, Arad had a stupidly stubborn thing in his blood, something that was far more ancient than all living beings, the blood of the Tarask he got from she who was fighting for survival. Chapter 1521, History Repeats Itself. Arad and Clog kept clashing, splinters of stone, bone, and blood flashing through the pale stone, engulfed in sparks of fire. As the ground rumbled, Arad flew backward through a bulging boulder and crashed down, cracking the ground. He was suffering a bit too much, even for him. Fighting Clog alone wouldn't have been a problem, but now he himself had become a battlefield. Ironic, since he was also fighting Clog inside his stomach. Clog's plague waged war against Arad's body from the inside and clashed with the Prickalichi blood and the Tarask blood, tearing Arad's organs cell by cell. It didn't matter how much he breathed. His lungs were able to exchange oxygen with his blood, and even when they did, most of his red blood cells were dead, and those dead weren't getting replaced since his bones were cracked and the marrow was ravaged 1,000,000 times. His organs failed one after another, then were forcibly restarted by his regeneration, only to shut down a second later like a dying car. All of his senses grew weaker, slowly thrusting him into a silent darkness of pure nothing. But even with his body slowly turning into a corpse, Arad's arms kept moving, flying straight at Clog's face, only to get deflected or countered by her. The longer the fight went on, the weaker Arad grew, and the more frustrated Clog became, because the fight should have ended long ago. She expected Arad to be knocked out by now, but he wasn't, which put his life at risk. It was a huge problem, one that she must fix. At first, Clog expected Arad to lose consciousness the moment his organs start to fail, and that would be her sign to stop and pull her plague away. But this dragon wasn't losing consciousness, but he was fighting with the same aggression of a dying animal. She even had her plague pump him full of sedatives, but none of them seemed to be working. They only helped to make him even more aggressive. Whatever his liver and kidneys were doing, they had to stop. Clog was certain that her plague would take hold eventually. The viruses and bacteria use Arad's own cells to reproduce, which makes them able to deal with his void. But Arad wasn't falling down. It has been a few minutes already, and honestly, she was getting pushed back. Arad should have been growing weaker by the second, but after his first crash out, he was now slowly regaining his strength and speed, as if he was healing. Only then did Clog realize what kind of monster Arad was, how the two curses and the Tarask's blood in him worked, and why he would ever fall down. The first to come was the Prickalichi blood. It was the center of his survival. As Arad's two hearts stopped pumping blood and his lungs failed, the Prickalichi blood started flowing on its own, driven by blood magic across his veins, and for oxygen it sucked it straight from the air around his gaping wounds. Clog could see Arad's spilled blood turning bright in color, then flowing back into his wounds. He might have had two hearts as a Prickalichi, but he didn't need them to move blood. He didn't even need his lungs. Clog noticed that this state was most likely a desperate measure that his body would rather not use, but it was a survival reaction baked into his Prickalichi blood, setting him apart from the common vampires and werewolves. But that didn't explain how he could move with all of the toxins and sedatives she pumped into him. The answer to her question lay in her previous fight with Denki, and Arad had seen that fight. It was terrifying. Arad had seen Denki use her electric pulses to control her body once, but with his extreme skill at magic and eyes that could see the flow of mana, he must have picked up on it, and was now attempting the same, supplementing his failing nervous system. Clog dodged a punch from Arad and then swung her claw at his neck, only for him to deflect it and retaliate with a violent kick. The ground shook and trembled beneath them as tens of swings flew between them, each holding enough power to level a small city to the ground. She fought hard, but Arad was even harder to deal with. He didn't move like a human. He didn't fight like a dragon, and he didn't feel like anything other than a living being. She, who was confident in herself to take Tiamat down with her plague, was now having second thoughts. Seeing Arad refusing to fall to what was supposed to be a god-slaying disease. A massive war was getting waged inside Arad's body, his blood, his immune system, the Tarask's violent blood. Everyone fought the plague with all they had, as if they were sentient beings, a colony of billions of tiny living creatures fighting as one being to protect their massive empire. It was almost the same when Arad treated Zul, but this time he was the sick patient and his body didn't take kindly to that. It retaliated with violence and aggression. His white blood cells flew through the flood of invaders, ripped them to shreds with their long-reaching tentacles, and consumed their innards. The killer cells took the front, causing havoc among both sides, killing anything that came close to them, friends or foes. Everyone stood at the front lines, even the cells themselves fought, ripping their core out the moment they got infected. Arad's body was killing the infection and destroying itself in the process. The worst offender was the Tarask's blood, which ripped through everything and anything without care, then forced the cells to heal and regenerate. Clog's plague tried to infect the Tarask's cells first and use them to reproduce, but it found out that those cells were nothing like those of any other living being. For the Tarask's cells to split and reproduce, they needed 4 cells, not just 1, and not even 2 like living beings. 2 are the mating pairs. The 3rd cell confirms the identity of both of them, and the 4th confirms the identity of the newborn cell. If the plague virus were to use the Tarask cells, it needed to infect at least 4 at the same time. But even when it did that, the new cells came deformed and died before becoming usable. What's more, each cell immediately screamed and sent signals when infected, causing the other cells to kill it on the spot. Both Arad and Clog were aware of the violent war being waged inside his body. He was aware, thanks to his Prickolichi blood and Clog through her plague that she controlled. Neither of them could believe the ruthless and violent nature of Arad's immune system. It was almost as aggressive as he was, if not even more. Arad punched Clog in the chest, dropping her to the ground and sitting on her. She gasped, eyes open wide, seeing his massive fist crashing down, burning red like a meteor. She barely dodged the hit by moving her head a bit, but the impact still rattled her skull. Arad's arm shattered, tearing from the wrist to the elbow due to the massive internal damage, but it started healing immediately. His blood flew like worms beneath his ripped skin, pulling the muscles and bones together with a disturbing crunch. Clog was losing. Her plague wasn't reproducing fast enough, and Arad's immune system was winning. But that didn't mean Arad was getting better. It just meant he was getting worse and worse, ravaged from the inside by the deadly reaction of his body. But even so, this strangely felt familiar to him, as if this wasn't the first time he suffered from such a thing, getting eaten from the inside out by something foreign. In fact, for some reason, this kept reminding him of the abominations invading the universe, calling upon a primal rage that hid deep in the back of his head. As the plague expanded, it hit Arad's brain, damaging it more and more, and after all of those minutes he almost wasn't there, delirious with only one thought, to survive and win. Bastards, Arad growled, glaring down at Clog with real malice burning in his eyes. Abominable vermin, get out. At that moment, Clog felt something strange and terrifying. One of her plague bacteria got blasted away by a white blood cell, using divine magic. And it wasn't Kali or Eris's divine magic, it was a foreign one that Clog didn't recognize. Then there was another one, and another one after. Tens of Arad's immune cells started using divine magic, fighting back the invaders to get them out of their universe. Chapter 1522. From the past, in the age of the ancients, in the primordial void before time was born, a massive being swam through the empty nothing of existence, separated from reality itself. Soon the being rested, taking hold and forcing a space of reality to be born, just like a bird building their nest in a tree. Ages passed, and time was born, flowing forward like a great river, forcing reality to move with it toward an unknown future, just as dark and cold as before time. The being had made its nest, flushed it with life, and was even going around decorating its work of art. Granted, it was a little bit ugly. Even he knew that. But it didn't prevent him from working on it. Eons were born and passed, even time gazed at their magnificent length, unable to understand how its father even imagined such things, long stretches of the river of time. But soon, or long, not even time could count, something started, somewhere in the nest. Guests, rude ones, but guests nonetheless. They came, begged his father for shelter, and he agreed with a reluctant growl. Soon the time came to understand why its father hated those guests so much, and why he gave them a chance. The abominations asked for a small portion of the universe, and then demanded it all. They saw Ao's gifts as rights, his patience as weakness, and his stern will as arrogance and evil. They waged war against him, tried to rob him of the very universe he made, and the universe didn't take kindly to it. Neither did Ao. Ao declared the abominations banished, cursed, and forever prohibited from ever returning to his universe. He already gave them one chance to live in peace, and they bit his hand. The primordial laws of the universe, time, space, destruction, creation, existence, fate, destiny, ego, and all of their siblings had picked up their weapons to shun the invaders. The abominations, of course, fought back, spearheaded by one of Ao's children, Nyar, the abominable spawn of the forgotten Ru. But as soon as the war started, Ao found a problem. The key that the abomination relied on, the universe itself, was inside Ao, a part of his very being as its creator. The abominations didn't want to fight Ao directly. They wanted to destroy and consume the universe. Nyar's main plan was to use the universe's power to rise and rival his father's power. Ao could have ended the abomination's invasion by just destroying the universe and starting again. Destruction herself had suggested they do just that. But Ao didn't want to kill any of his kids. They were innocent in all of this. So now, with the universe being an integral part of Ao, like an organ that he can't just destroy and his children being too precious to risk, he decided to give the universe, a defense mechanism that started with the four primordials, Yggdrasil, Adam, Askaroth, and Lucifer, and ended with the creation of the gods. Those gods were purpose-built, specially engineered by Ao, so their powers rely on the well-being of the universe to give them a reason to fight to the death, to protect it. A divine god of the sun like Amaterasu needs the universe. She needs the suns to exist so she can retain her power and stay alive. That applies to all of the gods. Ao didn't give them a chance or a say in the matter. They have to either fight the abominations and protect the universe, or die with it. And now, on this day, Clog was staring at Arad in horror, seeing as her plague was getting wiped out rapidly by a wave of divine magic-wielding immune cells. None of them was powerful enough to even qualify as a cleric, but they instead looked like a powerful healing spell that Arad cast, one that didn't belong to any god. This wasn't something that Clog expected. All of the countermeasures she prepared to deal with Tiamat's divine body seemed to fail because, for whatever reason, her plague couldn't recognize the immune system's divine magic as real divine magic. To Clog's senses, it was far too similar to be mistaken, a bit different than divine magic, but close enough to be the same. But to her deadly plague, this was completely alien. The plague slowly fell apart, consumed by Arad's rampaging immune system as Clog herself was slowly losing the fight outside. She was nowhere near as physically strong or fast as Arad was. Almost no one is. So the moment her poisons and plague became ineffective, the table shifted rapidly. A minute later, Arad's body started rapidly healing as the plague was all but eradicated, so he was coming to his senses. By that time, Clog was already broken and bloodied on the ground, barely trying to stand back up. She had never faced someone that her plague failed to kill. Arad was the first, and probably a warning to her. Clog. Arad fell to his knees and coughed a bucket full of blood and torn lung tissue. He then stood back up and rushed to check on Clog. She was alive, but barely. Whatever thing she drugged him with, it was probably several times worse than that time Merlin made him break her hips. He immediately started healing her with Kali's holy magic and poured several barrels of healing potions down her throat, getting her back up in a decent shape in a minute. Dragons are resilient creatures, and Clog was one of the most durable. Even after being pushed to death's door, she managed to wake up as calm as if it were morning, except that she had a stunned and baffled expression on her face. Iris told me that if I fought you, I'm going to get pummeled in the arse, and she wasn't joking. She coughed blood. That was supposed to be enough to kill fucking Tiamat? Arad looked at her, then at his hand. If it wasn't enough to kill me, it won't be enough to even make her flinch. You must have greatly miscalculated that disease's power. Clog shook her head. I'm sure I foo. Sorry. Let me calm down for a bit. She took a deep breath. Then another, then another. That plague, I spent over 200 years perfecting to be purpose-built to kill anything, even the gods, given enough time. It should be powerful enough. It can't fail. Arad nodded. I get you. He then lifted his hands. But listen, I have to argue it didn't work. So whatever you made, in reality, it doesn't work. He then looked her in the eyes. What's worse, it didn't work on me. Tiamat is much, much stronger. I have to say, respectfully, don't get ahead of yourself. Keep working on it, and one day it might work. Clog was silent for a while, thinking of a way to argue back, but she couldn't think of anything. Arad was right. She got too arrogant, too confident in her life's work. She must start working again and perfect her plague even further. Chapter 1523, 1001. By the way, Clog looked at Arad. What was that divine magic? My plague got wiped out in minutes. Arad lifted an eyebrow. He did feel the divine magic flowing through his veins, but all of that had already faded away when he recovered enough to think straight. If it was divine, it was probably something related to either Eris, Mira, or Kali, wasn't it? Kali's destruction, divine magic? No, she won't interfere in the fight between us. He scratched the back of his head. I'm sure it wasn't her, and it wasn't Eris or Mira either. Clog looked closer at him. If it were any of them, my plague would have won, Arad. Immediately called Kali to ask her, since out of everyone he knows, she probably knew the most about divine magic. When Kali heard his explanation, she immediately understood what had happened, but she couldn't tell him that he almost made divine beings out of his blood, so she spun a nice story for him. That is a divine source, a part of my destruction, but not one that many see or have. She sighed. I'm the goddess of demons, so I almost never use divine magic that isn't demonic in nature. I even protect the orphans by sending demons. Arad lifted an eyebrow. What do you mean? Lydia told you that those powerful paladins can gain favor with their gods and turn into angels upon death. In fact, I bet she will become one sooner or later. When Clog's plague pushed you to death, my divine magic changed and started taking hold of you, trying to turn you into an angel if you died. But that seems to have wiped Clog's plague, and since you survived, you didn't become an angel. Arad sighed. So Clog technically won. He looked at Clog, quickly explaining what Kali told him. Won? Me? No way. Clog shook her head. Do you know what in the living hell she was meaning? Even if I killed you, you would have risen back as a destruction angel to keep fighting. Forget the gods. My plague can't even deal with an angel. She stood, shook her head, and sighed. Now, I've got a mountain of work waiting for me. So, who won? Arad stood, and she stared at him. Of course you. It doesn't matter how. What matters is that you won and I lost. They returned outside, only to see a strange scene. The seats of the Colosseum that were empty were now filled to the brim. Over 1,000 Dracanas were seated there waiting. What is going on? Arad looked around, and Lola called to him and Clog from her seat. So how did it end? Should we keep the ceremony going, or should I cut Belina apart for Clog to feast on? Arad won, and even if he didn't, I'm not eating anyone. No, I'll eat you if you want. The chromatic might need a new queen. Clog glared at Lola, and Lola laughed. They want a new queen, but they don't need a new one. She then looked at Bellina. I'll sit on my throne until roots grow out of my crusty old ass. She laughed louder and louder. Soon she fell silent and looked around. Clog disappeared from Arad's side, and Lola stood. 1,001 Dracanas, young adults and older, some here willingly, some I kidnapped out of their lairs, some begged to be placed here. She waved her hand, and all of them stood, all glaring at Arad. I'll give a quarter of my hoard to whoever brings me his head. Those who lose are his for the rest of their lives. Those who die are corpses, and those who flee I'll not hunt down. She swung her hand at him. At that moment, Arad growled, Shit. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 Drakines in their human forms were at him. Many of them were wyrms, and there were even a few great wyrms mixed in, making Arad's life even harder than he had ever expected. What kind of stupid execution did Lola throw at him? Lola watched with a smile. So, still confident? She looked back at Eris. Eris smiled. You don't understand one thing about Arad. He doesn't care. At that moment, a red great worm reached Arad, swinging her burning pale white claws with enough heat to melt mountains. But Arad's fist flew like a strike of thunder, shattering her claws and smacking her square in the face so hard that he plunged her straight to the ground, generating a powerful enough shock that all of the young adult Dracanas nearby were blasted away. When the dust cleared, neither the red Dracana nor the young adult Dracanas were anywhere to be seen, erased from reality itself. The moment the fight started, Arad had already sucked a great worm and 200 young adult Dracanas into his stomach. His fight with Bellina lasted a while. Lola blinked several times, and Bellina burst out laughing. You call how he humiliated me a fight. Arad didn't use magic against me. He just stood there and fought with his bare hands. She stood and approached her. So, care to tell me why you brought all of those Dracanes here? Lola sighed. I can't send you with him without servants, so I thought I'd play a bit of a prank on him. She looked at the arena. I picked those great worms to give him a scare and keep him safe from the others, but at that time Arad was holding a great worm-white Dracana by foot, swinging her around like a stick to smash the others. Did he kill those young ones? She asked, and Eris shook her head. They are probably shitting themselves while being trapped inside his stomach, she pointed at Arad. Look closely. He is using gravity magic to empower his attacks. He never used that while fighting against us. He won't even be as aggressive as he is now. Gammond nodded. If you want to take Arad down, quality matters more than quantity or age. I bet Clog will do a far better job than any of those great worms can, unless one of them has something special. The ground of the arena shattered, and Arad flew past one of the great worms, dodged her lightning breath, and smacked her back to the ground with enough force to knock her out. Another tried to stab him in the back with an ice spear, only for the spear to hit air as he teleported behind her, using Void Step. While Arad fought the worms and great worms, his gravity magic was swinging the rest of the Dracanas around, crushing them into each other. After the 5th great worm fell down, the Dracanas started to understand one thing. They can't defeat Arad. He was just as much of a monster as his father. The weaker Dracanas wanted to give up, but they couldn't, not while far outnumbering him, and Arad should have been exhausted from his fight with Clog and Bellina. So where is he getting all of this power? Many questions, but not a single answer. Of course, none of them knew that Arad had 2 incarnations, and that the one that fought Clog and Bellina was resting while they were fighting a fresh one. See. Eris smiled. He never goes all out against us. He isn't even going all out against them, probably because you said that you kidnapped some to force them to fight him. She looked at Lola. If they all had come here willingly, then he would have wiped them all out with a single breath. Gammond laughed. Look at them all scared. Arad is a void dragon. They must have expected many things, but not gravity, magic, and pure physical violence. Of course. Clog pointed at one of the fallen great worms before Arad's void consumed her. His punches aren't normal. What do you mean? Lola asked, and Clog smiled. Look closely at the Dracanas. Those aren't just bruises. It was only then that Lola noticed the tiny holes on the Dracanas' bodies where Arad punched them. Upon impact, he sends his blood into their bodies like spikes to damage them from the inside out. It immediately cut circulation to their brains and tore their organs apart, knocking them out no matter how powerful they were. She stood. None of them had realized that, so they aren't prepared for that sneak attack. That's why they are falling like flies. Arad, don't kill them. I'm not. I'm just sending them into my stomach to get healed. He flew between the worms since all of the powerful great worms were already out of the fight. They aren't weak. I'm just not giving them a chance to fight back. Behind Arad, one of the worms opened her mouth to blast him away with a burst of compressed wind, only for him to throw a stone right into her throat, causing her to choke on it for a moment, which gave him enough time to smack her on the head so hard that he cracked her skull and sent her to sleep. If they want to win, they have to know how to fight first. Arad was a bit disappointed. Most of the Dracanas here were just that. Dragons that never faced a real threat thanks to their massive inborn talent. They were nowhere near war veterans like Ignis and Kinryu, and they were a far cry from his battle-hardened wives. This was the first time that Arad faced the common dragons without the intent of killing them, and from what he found out, most Dracanas are too weak for his taste. When the fight ended, Arad found himself standing alone in the middle of the arena. 1,000 done. Where is the last one? He looked around and then saw her. A young woman was squatting at the edge of the arena, watching a few ants crawl into their burrow. Her long, flowing orange hair moved with the wind as she slowly turned and looked at Arad, her yellow eyes burning with draconic magic. How did you survive, Orange Dracina? She was just an adult Orange Dracina, and Belina gasped on the stairs. Little sister, what are you doing there? Chapter 1524. Pay up. Chapter 1524. Pay up. Belina had many sisters and siblings. Her mother was quite active, after all. For a few seconds, she couldn't remember her sister's name, but then it came back to her, Ryan. Arad looked at Belina, then back at Ryan. You're her sister? He approached and looked at her. How did you survive the whole fight? The others are stupid. They lived their whole lives used to moving and fighting in their draconic form. Now they thought they could fight someone who is used to fighting in a human form. She started writing something on the ground. Tiamat allows us all to gain a humanoid form if we want. But that is more of a curse than a blessing. Dragons should achieve that with their own effort, not by her grace. On the ground she wrote the word, effort. Arad smiled. Effort? I don't think it matters how they got that form, as long as they train on how to use it. He looked back at the shattered arena. Who tries to use a breath at close range when they aren't fast enough to dodge and recover? Only those who are used to nothing scratching their scales are that stupid. Ryan wrote another word, luck. Depends. They are just unlucky. You're the first real threat they've had to face. You can't blame them for seeking safety and comfort. She stood and looked at Arad, straining her neck. Unlike her sister, who was almost 6 feet tall, Ryan was only a bit over 5 feet. Why are you so massive? I'm just tall. Arad smiled, and she started measuring his thigh with her hand. It's like this big, will sister be okay? She tilted her head, and Arad laughed. Of course she will be fine. Question is, why are you here? She looked up. I came to see what you're made from. I heard many strange rumors. Arad Orion, Uranus, Hellrider, the Black Death, the Star of Night, Slayer of Vampires, the death of Vlad, the Emperor of Nothing, and the Guardian of Spirits. Many people all around the world call you by different names. I don't know about half of those names. Arad frowned, and she smiled. Of course you don't. Those names are what people call you, not what you call yourself. They are nicknames. She wrote the word nicknames on the ground with her foot. So, what did you see in me? Arad asked. Ryan looked back at her mother, then at Belina, and then turned back to Arad with a giggle. A womanizer? Is that a bad thing or a good thing? Arad lifted an eyebrow and she shrugged. As everything in the world, she wrote on the ground with her foot. It depends. With a smile, she looked at Gammond. If your wives were all weak, that would have meant you're a loser, that only takes on those he knows that he can win against. But since they are all too powerful, that only means you're that strong to be able to rein them in beneath one roof. To us dragons, that means a lot. On the ground she wrote pride. A lion without a pride is a homeless loser, and a lion that has a massive pride is the king of the forest. You're the latter, which is good. She then pointed at Arad with one finger. So, you pass. She then stretched and started flexing her arms. So, shall we fight? All of the other Dracanas are already out, so they won't bother us. You want to fight me? Arad took a step back and got ready. Of course, I won't let my sister eat the whole cake by herself. She opened her mouth, and a cloud of white dust puffed out, crackling into flames. Among the 1,000 Dracanas that Arad just beat, there were many orange Dracanes among them, so he knew what to expect. Orange dragons are dragons that breathe sodium, pure salt. It's extremely flammable in the air and explosive in water. I'm Ryan, the short queen of Vinland. She lifted her foot up, and her shoes exploded into pieces, leaving her long, draconic claws exposed. Unlike Arad, who remained in a full humanoid form most of the time, she didn't. Ryan decided to face him looking like a half-dragon, a human with draconic talons and wings. Death macabre, the ground around them stirred and shifted, and hundreds of mummies rose from it with a growl like growing plants, their bodies dripping with salt. The moment they stood, they all burst into flames, turning into a harrowing orange army of flaming undead. A circle of water magic appeared on Ryan's right hand, and a circle of wind magic appeared on her left hand. She was a witch that used necromancy to raise the undead, covered them with her pure sodium to set them ablaze, then used her water and wind magic to either empower the flame or cause them to explode. Ryan herself jumped back. She knew well that she couldn't match Arad in either physical strength or speed, so she decided that a ranged battle would be in her favor. Arad looked at the army of mummies with a smile. A fire necromancer? I have never seen such a thing before. Ryan smiled. I'm counting on that. Arad jumped away and lifted his hands up. So, you came with your army. He swung his arms down, causing his shadow to surge forward and cover his half of the arena. I have to show mine, then. From the shadows, tens of hundreds of heavily armored vampire paladins emerged, holding their weapons and flags up. One paladin marched forward, clad in her black armor. She stomped on the ground and plunged the flag down, her eyes flashing red behind the visor of her helmet. All of the vampires behind her got into formation and pulled their weapons, ready for a fight. Get them, Arad said in the back, and the flag paladin took another step forward. Blood for the Blood Lord. But then the one behind her whispered, Ah, Chief Sarah, those mummies don't have blood. All of the vampires froze for a second, confused, and looked at the flag bearer. She growled, shifted a bit. Aye, for the Emperor. After shouting, she looked back at them, satisfied, and the one behind her gave her a thumbs up, and then the two armies clashed. Ryan looked at the battle from afar, waiting for a chance to attack Arad, who stood behind his army. She blinked and he was gone. That's a scary scene, don't you think? Vampires and burning mummies clashing like two tides of water. Arad was already behind her, sitting on a fancy wooden chair. She started sweating buckets and didn't move an inch. You're that fast? Arad waved his hand and pulled another chair. Take a seat. Let's watch. She didn't look back, scared that he would smack her away, so she just took a few steps back and sat down, ending up on the ground between his legs. I've got a chair for you. Arad lifted an eyebrow and she shook her head. I'm fine here. I already lost anyway. Lost? The armies are just starting. You wanted to challenge me like this, so we're doing it. Your army against mine. Arad smiled. My vampires are powerful, but they never faced mummies before, let alone flaming ones. Why? You can just knock me out and all of my mummies would disappear. She looked up at him, and Arad shook his head. It's more fair this way. After half an hour, Arad's vampires ended up winning because Ryan ran out of mana to sustain her army. If Arad wasn't sitting right behind her, she would have tried using her sodium and water magic to blow the vampires away. I lost, she sighed, seeing the last of her mummies getting stomped down by one of the vampires. Let's go back then. He reached down, touched her head, and the two of them appeared beside his wives. Now, are you out of tricks yet? Arad waved his hand and dropped all of the knocked-out dracanas on the seats. Here are your dragons. Mine? Lola giggled. They aren't mine. They are your wives' servants now. Let them pick and choose. Gammond had already pulled the still knocked-out, still bleeding white dracanas from the pile, slapping them awake and giving them maid outfits. Beside Arad, Belina dragged Ryan away by the ear. You little shit. What brought you here? Eris approached Arad. I know what you're thinking, but this should be better. She looked at the dracanas. At least those are dragons. They can assist me or the others in a fight, unlike human servants. Arad thought about. His wives were basically protecting their personal guards, which should be the opposite. He needed their guards to be stronger than them. If not, then at least able to help. Zul, for example, was still recovering and sick, so she could really use 2 or 3 guards to protect her. There was at least one black great worm dracana there. That one, he pointed at Lola. She said that she kidnapped some of them. Don't force anyone to stay. Eris, can I count on you to make it official? Eris shook her head. I'm not good with papers. They'll have to wait until we go back for Izdis to write them proper contracts and set their pay. Arad nodded. Got it. I'll get their pay ready. He reached into his stomach and pulled a severed head, his own. Iris froze, and so did everyone there. That was the head of one of his incarnations. They usually disappeared right away so he could summon them back up. But why did he leave this head? No, who cut it? Arad approached Lola and put his severed head on her lap. Pay up. She said she'll give 1/4 of her hoard to anyone who brings her Arad's head. Chapter 1525, 1525. The catfights start. You weren't included in that, they were. She pointed at the pile of unconscious dracanas. Arad looked at Lola with a passive face, slightly frustrated. Are you sure about that? Lola paused for a second. Sure, I meant them. Then one of the unconscious dracanias stood like a zombie. She stretched, then approached Arad, hit him with a punch to the back, and he dropped like a sack of potatoes. The tall, black-haired dracania with blue eyes smiled as she kicked Arad's body to the side and leaned on the severed head. I got 1 head and 1 whole body. Can I get 2 quarters? Lola frowned. The dracana in front of her was Arad himself. The second incarnation had already recovered, and it was the one standing there. Lola sighed. She probably would never win an argument with Arad if he thought that far ahead. Fine, but you only get 1/4. She looked back. So how do you want it? Money or land? Arad smiled. Thanks to you, now I've got over 1,000 new mouths to feed. And those aren't just any mouths, they are massive, gaping, draconic maws. He pointed at the pile of dracanas with his thumb. I wanted to make that easier. Lola looked at him for a while and then smiled. You can always get them to live inside your stomach. Don't you have enough space there? Dragons can eat dirt, but I'm sure they won't be that happy about it. Arad waved his hand and created a chair to sit facing Lola. They can set their lairs there, but I need food for them. I can barely find enough food for myself, let alone that many more dragons. I smell spirits on you. How many of them do you have inside your stomach? I'm pretty sure they take it as an insult and a humiliation. Lola looked at him closely. I'll be able to help with food once I know. Arad looked inside. I got Zephyr, Nar, Gaia, and Rillier are also there with many of their spirits. He looked at Lola. They are working with 2 of my wives, Astrid and Frida, to expand the small world. You got the 4 major spirit queens in there? Now that's a thing, she pointed at the dracanas. Dragons can change land merely by existing, so if you allowed them to build lairs in your small world, the area around their lair will form new ecosystems to fit the dragon type. Lola waved her hand and the stone around her shifted in color and began to grow moss. Black dragons would turn the land into swamps, green dragons would turn it into lush forests, and red dragons would spawn a volcano, if Nar and Gaia help them a bit. Then, using the dragons themselves as anchors, you can bring select species of monsters and animals from this world and throw them there to populate. She flicked her finger and pulled one of the cyan dracaenas from the pile. Water dragons, like this one here, can act as farmers for whales inside your small world, if you get Rillier to make a small sea for them to work in. She shrugged. 1,000 dragons do a lot if you put them to work. Arad nodded. That's good advice, but when will you pay me? Lola laughed. Of course I'll pay. But not in gold or land. I'll pay in resources, food, and building materials until those farms are built. She leaned on her fist. I'm sure that will be worth a bit more than a quarter of my hoard. Arad nodded and then looked back at Belina. What do you think? Belina approached and looked at Arad. You know about that quarter of her hoard? Mother tricked you and everyone. She glared at her mother. She should have sent funds to the war effort and the expansion of the Star Mountain a few weeks ago. Her hoard should be all but empty now. Lola nodded. I'm broke. She flicked her fingers and pulled 48 silver coins. This is everything. A quarter would be 12 silver coins, Belina sighed. She'll get a mountain of gold and gems in about a month when the taxes are collected from all the dragons. She picked the right time of the year, so she won't pay anything. Arad sighed as he stood. So the resources are better. I'll take that. He looked back and Lola also stood. I'll leave then to get a few things ready. In the meantime, your wives should get to killing each other, Lola pointed at the arena. They should have done this a long time ago. She looked at Arad and smiled. And you, little girl, care coming back with Mom to talk. Arad, I'll be leaving now. I'll come back later, so don't worry about me. Arad heard Luminous's voice inside his head for a second, and then a golden flash of light burst from his chest and disappeared into Lola's eyes. It's been a while. Lola smiled and then turned around to leave. Don't worry about her, Arad. Luminous and I might not get along, but we aren't thirsty for each other's blood. As Lola disappeared, Arad approached her chair and pushed it aside, pulling a chair for himself from his stomach. Belina was about to ask why he didn't just sit on Lola's chair, but then quickly remembered that Arad was almost twice as massive in his human form as her mother. He wouldn't fit on her chair. Gammon stopped sieving through the unconscious Dracanes and approached him and Belina. So we're finally fighting? She had one large smile on her face. Did you all hear that? Get ready. It's time. The wives would fight, but it was Arad's duty to make sure the fights were fair. He won't be pitting poor Denki against Gammond. That's just meaningless. So, what do we have? Arad counted all of his wives. Zul is a mature adult black Dracaena. She is an acid dragon. Kori is an adult white-red Dracaena. She is a cold and fire dragon. Denki is a young adult blue Dracaena. She is a lightning dragon, the youngest of his draconic wives by class. Clog is an ancient green Dracaena. She is a poison dragon. Eris is a purple half-Dracaena with no age class. She is a plasma half-dragon, half-elf, but at the same time she is a vampire, a demigoddess of murder, and a paladin. Betty is a light half-Dracaena with no age class. She is a half-dragon, half-halfling, but at the same time a really, really powerful wizard and maybe the fastest thing in the world alongside all other light dragons. Belina is a great worm pink Dracaena. She is a soap dragon. Lastly, Gammond is an elder white Dracaena. She is a cold dragon. With the ranks being Wyrmling, very young dragon, juvenile dragon, young adult dragon, mature adult dragon, old dragon, ancient dragon. Wyrm is a dragon in dragon's language, which is why there is no dragon after it. Great Wyrm, Twilight some don't consider a stage, but a deathbed, elder dragon 8 wives. He could see Belina staring at him with a strange glare as Ryan skulked behind her. Arid pointed at everyone else, "Don't look at me," but them, after a while. Eris shrugged. "Fine, I doubt Isdis or the others will mind. We're already far too deep." So now Ryan was on. Ryan is an adult orange Dracaina. She is a sodium dragon. At the same time, a powerful witch and a necromancer. So we have Denki as the only young adult. Corey and Ryan are adults. Zool is the only mature adult. Then we have Clog as the only ancient and Belina as the only great worm. Gammond is also the only elder. Then we have Eris and Betty who aren't classified. He scratched the back of his head. So, we can't just make it an all-out fight. After thinking for a while, Arad smiled. Gammond is the final stage. The others will be separated into 2 groups. Zool, I know you're sick and we've decided that you won't fight anyone, but I believe Denki as a young adult would be a fair fight. The age gap is breached by you being weakened. Of course, we'll repeat this ranking later when you heal any objection. None. Both Denki and Zool agreed. With that out of the way, Arad decided on the matches. The first fight will be Zool against Denki, the battle between the two that everyone agrees that are probably the weakest. Which wasn't a bad thing. Denki was just too young, and Zool was recovering from a terminal illness. They'll fight again once they are better, but for now this was nothing more than a formality. Zool and Denki jumped into the arena and looked at each other. Arad says I'm sick and should rest. Zool stretched her arms. But I'll argue that some exercise would help a lot. Denki looked at her with a smile and nodded. You'd better be careful, I sting. Her hair crackled with arcs of lightning. Zool lifted her hand with a grin, her nails extended into long black claws. She opened her mouth and licked the nails with her 2-foot-long forked tongue. As the claws dripped with acid, she swung them at the ground. As the acid splashed, it melted 5 gaping cuts. I might be sick, but I can always smack a kid or two. As lightning crackled from Denki's back, the bolts arced to ground, leaving burned marks of molten stone. I fought Clog, you won't be as hard. Chapter 1526, 1526. Zool vs. Denki. What is the difference between a young adult dragon, an adult dragon, and a mature adult dragon? Those 3 age classes can be seen as one massive class with multiple stages. A young adult dragon is a dragon that has just reached adulthood and isn't used to using the full power of their adult body. They are also way smaller than adult and mature dragons because they just gained their power and they didn't have enough time to bulk up and grow larger. Most dragons see the young adult stage as the stage where a dragon's talent shows up. If they were gifted and talented, the extent of their power that they could use would be massive. So a young adult dragon is a dragon that is beginning to believe in themselves, their draconic mind slowly grasping the extent of their harrowing power, their consciousness sparking with creative freedom. Like young humans, they are fond of taking risks and braving the unknown lands. They are the kind to jump from a cliff, facing death with a laugh and a heart of stupid courage. Mature adult dragons are the exact opposite. They had long grown out of their reckless face and solidified their power. Their existence had already started reaching a peak that they could only break through by sheer hard work and luck. They have seen the deepest darkness. They have stood in front of death and snorted in her face. The spark of their power was already tamed. Abandoning aggression and arrogance in preference for cold and calculated malice, they have matured but are yet to attain the wisdom of the old ones. A clash between a young adult and a mature adult dragon would usually end in the younger one's demise, but not without the mature dragon suffering grave wounds. Taking both of their stances into account, Zool stood motionless where she was, waiting for Denki to be the one to make the first move. The cancer that ate away at Zool's heart and fundamentum had weakened both her body and magic, and until now she hadn't recovered fully. To preserve her energy and to be as effective as possible, she chose to take a defensive stance and focus on counters Instead of trying to match the young adult Dracaina's lightning-fast speed, with a blinding flash, Denki turned into a lightning bolt and flashed across the whole arena, moving at a blinding speed and illuminating the entire Colosseum. Betty smiled, pointing at the arena with a laugh. "Look, Arad, she is trying to copy me." Zul stood still, motionless and emotionless as the shadows around danced wildly on the beats of Denki's moves. "What's the matter?" Those words flew by Zul like a flash as she could only see a blinding shadow of Denki's face run past her, leaving burned claw marks on the ground. "Aren't you going to make a move and just wait?" At that moment, Denki landed behind Zul, her body already roaring with lightning. Her fist flew at Zul's back, burning with enough power to roast her whole with a single touch. Zul's eyes finally moved, and with them something boiled beneath her feet. Acid, boiling sulfuric acid, exploded from the ground behind her like a great geyser, melting Denki's right arm while in the blink of an eye. Denki didn't even have time to realize that her whole arm had disappeared when Zul turned around and grabbed her by the face, glaring down at her with cold eyes. "Before I was plagued to death, I too killed my share of dragons to survive. Tens of young ones like you." Zul's words came cold, frozen, and emotionless. Out of everyone, Denki was in fact starting to like her more than anyone else due to how gentle and caring she was. But now, when Denki was an official rival to her, she realized the horror hiding behind that gentle demeanor. Black dragons were known as the most evil among the chromatic dragons, being sadistic psychopaths that enjoy watching everyone else suffer and slowly crumble apart, like flesh melting in their acid. Even their favorite food was humans pickled alive in acid, and their pastime was causing cities and kingdoms to collapse. Starting a civil war and pitting humanoids against each other was the one thing that gave black dragons thrill, and Zul was the same. Denki didn't wait for Zul to melt her into nothing. She won't die or lose that easily, not after going through all of the trouble to show her power. But sadly, there was no iron in the ground beneath her to use, and she couldn't count on Zul holding back, so she had one choice. Denki's body exploded with lightning, illuminating the whole arena as she screamed, "I've got no elemental expansion, but know this, I don't need one." Zul was holding Denki by the face, and now Denki's whole body burst with millions upon millions of volts and amps, several tens of lightning bolts worth all at once. Enough to kill anything that touches her, and that was exactly what Zul was doing. But Zul wasn't fazed, as if she wasn't hurt at all. She looked at Denki with a passive face. "Little one, pray to Tiamat. No, pray to Arad that he might save, for I won't." Zul's acid was extremely conductive, and she was using the acid covering her body as a ground wire to route all of Denki's lightning back to the ground, effectively protecting herself. While Zul is the first powerful black dragon that Denki faced, Denki herself wasn't the first blue dragon that Zul faced, and she won't be the last one. If such a jolt would kill her, Zul would have been erased ages ago by the dragon's natural selection, killed in some unknown land. Zul didn't even flinch, but the moment she started drawing her draconic powers, she could feel a sharp pain in her chest. The scars on her heart and fundamentum still ached, but with one powerful beat, she looked at Denki and exclaimed, a stern smile on her face. Elemental expansion, piranha. A black tide of acid exploded from Zul's body, flooding the whole arena. Her sulfuric acid mixed with hydrogen peroxide, turning into an angry, hot mixture that melted bones and stone like they were salt and water. Denki immediately knew that if she didn't act in the blink of an eye, not even her bones would remain. Zul had asked her to pray, but prayer won't save anyone from her acid. Only quick thinking and bold arrogance can. If Zul's acid had managed to divert Denki's lightning, then she should be able to divert it back by exerting more power. So Denki unleashed all of her lightning at once, creating a powerful current around her that both used Zul's acid as a conduit, magnetized it, and then pushed it away from her. At that moment, both Zul and Denkin were standing face to face on a dry spot in the middle of the swirling lake of acid. Zool looked unbothered, but Denki was anything but fine, naked and skinless, missing her arm and bleeding from every crack as she barely remained standing. It was but a fraction of a second, but Zool's acid almost sent her to heaven. Now it was a contest of endurance. Would Zool's body break first, or would Denki's fighting will shatter from the pain before that? The silent determination of the mature Dracaena clashed with the young one's reckless carelessness, causing them to stand there for almost a minute, menacingly staring at each other, waiting for one of them to fall. "You asked me to pray." Denki was the first one to break the silence, and a terrifying smile was painted over her bloodied, skinless face. "I cry and pray to you, grant me power and strength, so that I shall survive and serve my purpose for longer. O mother of all evil dragons." With Denki's scream, a spark of divinity burst from her back, causing her to hunch back and gasp for air. Her skin rapidly healed and her mana recovered at blinding speed, guided by Tiamat's holy light. Denki was still a servant of Tiamat, and she had her powers as a cleric always at the ready. She was going to use them because this was a fight with their all on the line to stand a chance in front of Arad. But before Denki could use that power to fight, Zool fell on the ground on her own, already past the limit of her still broken fundamentum. Arad and Gammond were right. She shouldn't be exerting herself while she recovered, so the fight now ended in Denki's victory. Chapter 1527, Corey vs. Ryan. Why am I even here? Ryan looked forward with a frown, seeing Corey stretching and getting ready for a fight. "Hoy, how about we don't fight?" Corey looked at her. "I don't mind, but it'll be your loss, not mine." Ryan's frown grew deeper. "I didn't lose. We agreed to not fight. There is no winner or loser." Corey smiled. "But I need to win, and Arad said we too should fight." Her eyes flashed white with cold magic. "Wait, I don't even need your opinion." As Corey took a stance, flames burned beneath her left foot while the right one was engulfed in ice. "Arad wants me to beat you, and so I shall do it." Ryan sighed and started slowly lifting her hands. "Fine, if you want me to beat you, I'll gladly break a few of your bones." As sodium dripped from her fingers, it crackled and sparked into fire. Soon 10 hulking mummies rose from the ground, growling and snarling at Corey. The first one to attack was Corey, swinging her hand in front of her, sending a massive wave of ice flying forward. While Ryan's mummies were weak individually, all of them were covered with the highly volatile sodium. That is why Corey wanted to get rid of them first and turn this fight back into a one-on-one. By eliminating them each time Ryan summoned them, Corey would make the necromancy strategy too expensive to be useful and force a direct confrontation. Corey also wasn't worried about whether her attacks would destroy the mummies. They will, and she doesn't even need to put any effort into them. Her ice was just frozen water, and those mummies were burning with fire. When her ice melts into water and contacts them, the sodium would explode and wipe out Ryan's army in a single swoop. As the wall of ice and snow washed over the mummies, countless roses of fire exploded and painted the arena red, washing the ear with a deafening rain of explosions. From the ice and fire, Ryan flew out at blinding speed, aiming directly at Corey's head with a kick. This was what Corey wanted, a fight where she could rely on her best weapon, her good old hands. She caught Ryan's fist and pushed aside, looking at her with a smile as the two clashed in a vision hand-to-hand confrontation. Strangely, they were both extremely skilled fighters, dancing around each other with grace and violence. One was trained by her mother, and the other was trained by God knows who. Ryan unleashed a barrage of punches, her hands moving too fast for Corey to see, which forced her to lift her arms into a boxer's guard and endure the assault for a second. In that moment, Ryan's feet froze solid to the ground by Corey's ice, and a thick, spiky spear burst from the ground, aiming to give her an extra hole in her body. Ryan wasn't a fan of letting anything come between her legs, so she bent her knees and fell backward, allowing the spear to fly right between her thighs and into the sky, which sadly put her in a prime position to get stomped by Corey. Corey took the chance and stepped forward, sending her foot crashing down on Ryan's chest. In that short moment, she didn't have enough time to take more than one step, and her legs weren't long enough to reach Ryan's face. Ryan had a way to dodge Corey's painful kick, but she didn't. She waited just a fraction of a second and let the stomp hit her. She could feel Corey's foot hitting her chest, cracking some of her ribs. It didn't feel nice to be crushed like a bug. But Ryan had a plan, one that Corey never expected. Ryan's hands flew like lightning. One grabbed Corey's foot by the ankle, and the other hand clenched into a fist and hit the shin bone, shattering it like she was an alien girl who loves pickled seaweed. Ryan twisted Corey's leg, spun around to shatter the ice around her feet, and then kicked her away with a single move. "My breasts are already small, so stop trying to make them smaller," she growled at Corey, watching her stand up with a shattered leg. Corey looked down and froze her foot in place with ice so she could keep moving. She looked at Ryan with a smile. "What? Did I hit a nerve?" "Sorry, didn't know you even had breasts to begin with." Corey flew at Ryan with a clenched fist. "You came out of nowhere, so fuck right back to whatever hole you crawled out from." As Ryan blocked Corey's fist, a storm of fire exploded from it and washed over half of the arena, sending Ryan rolling away with several burns. Corey stood in the middle of the flames with a crazed look on her face. Her blue hair was now striped with several red strands as flames burned beneath her feet and from her left eye. Ryan giggled, and her eyes flashed with a deep orange light as shards of sodium started erupting from beneath her feet. Each of those shards burst into bright orange flames, melting the ground around her. "Time to rain." Ryan pointed a finger at the sky, and her water and wind magic took effect almost immediately, spawning a rainstorm just big enough to engulf the whole arena in a torrent of rain. The sodium beneath Ryan's feet smoked for a second, and then exploded into a violent detonation, sending her flying forward at blinding speed through the rain. Before she could reach Corey, she took a deep breath and unleashed a massive sodium breath that engulfed a 100-meter-wide cone. The cone of sodium exploded into a shattering firestorm, and Corey was nowhere to be seen until the raindrops froze into sharp daggers and all of them flew toward Ryan. Ryan dodged the ice daggers, only to see Corey suddenly appearing behind her, flying with jets of fire burning beneath her feet. "Die!" Corey pointed one finger at Ryan's back, and her nail flashed with enough light to swallow everything in sight. All of the heat that Ryan's sodium explosion generated was absorbed by her, who was a temperature dragon and was now unleashed out through a single small point. The scale was far smaller, but this was the same move that Isbert used to blast Arad away. But even with the attack being cast by a much weaker being, by Corey, who was just an adult Dracaina, the main purpose was sucking the power of a fire attack, its heat, and sending it back at the caster, which didn't rely on Corey's own power. Ryan didn't expect the full power of her breath to be redirected at her, all concentrated on a small point, no larger than Corey's nail, and at point-blank range. In that flash of light, Ryan disappeared for a second, and when the flames faded, she was half charred and stuck to the opposite wall to where she was blasted, already unconscious and in no shape to keep fighting. The battle ended as quickly as it started, and Corey was the winner, thus advancing to the next stage and leaving Ryan behind. Chapter 1528, Eris vs. Betty. Corey carried Ryan back to the stairs to get healed, but this time it won't be Eris who does the healing. Arad would take care of that in seconds using Kali's divine magic, because the coming fight was between two half-dragons with enough power to rattle the world. Small enough to fit in a bag, the master of bad jokes and one of the very few people who can move so fast that the world stops being real, Betty was already in the middle of the arena before anyone could even realize she started moving. Her opponent jumped from the stairs and landed beside her. Eris's radiant purple eyes flashed with plasma as she looked at the tiny Betty with a grin. "So it's the two of us now." Betty smiled and ran in her place at a normal pace. "We're both half-dragons." She then paused. "To be clear, you're more of a dragon than I am. I'm but a tiny lizard." Eris shrugged. "Does that matter?" You're too fast. No one can fight you. How is anyone supposed to catch light?" She then smiled. "No, I know of many things that I can use to catch you." She reached into her pocket and pulled a piece of hard candy. "Look, your favorite." "Look at what?" Betty exclaimed with something bulging out the side of her cheek. She had already grabbed the piece of candy before Eris could even notice. She then crushed the candy between her teeth and swallowed it. "I like sweets, but I'm a fast rat. You can't catch me with a mousetrap." She giggled and then was suddenly standing in the same place, but with a whole wooden cabinet by her side. Eris froze in place. "How did you get that?" This was Eris's personal cabinet that she had in her room in Alina's castle. "Of course I went and grabbed it. You have a lot of sea." But before Betty could keep going, Eris blew the whole place with a single purple sun. "Don't just go bring my stuff here," she growled and then sighed. "Damn it, now I blew everything up." Betty was already standing behind Eris. "Don't worry, I took that cabinet back to Alina." Betty wasn't joking. She had run all the way to Alina and came back in that finite moment. She was just that fast, and not even Tiamat's divine barrier storm around the Star Mountain could catch her. When Betty moves at the speed of light, the whole world around her seems to come to a halt. Everything freezes and is awfully slow. Even light itself fails to catch up, making everything around her into a messy blue as she runs alone through the fabric of space. To move at the speed of light, she must become made of light herself, flashing across the world as a ray of radiance. Maintaining that state was extremely straining because she wasn't a true light dragon, which forced her to stop every now and then to cool down. Betty might only be able to move at the speed of light continuously for just shy of a single second, but at that kind of speed, that was more than enough to make several laps around the world with ease. In this fight, in every fight, Betty would seem awfully overpowered, which was the reality. Even Arad would struggle to catch her without using any lengthy and complicated tricks to bait her. She might not have the raw power to defeat him, but she is impossible to catch and defeat. This fight was going to be the same. Eris had no way of matching Betty's sheer speed, but there was a catch. No one could tell if Betty could harm Eris or not. The fight started, and the first thing that happened was a ray of light that blasted Eris, hitting her with enough heat to evaporate steel. That was Betty's light magic, a concentrated laser so powerful that it would kill anything. While everyone expected Eris to fall to the ground charred like how Ryan ended after her fight with Corey, the result was quite shocking. Eris stood there, wearing a robe of pure and boiling purple plasma as all of her clothes had evaporated. She looked fine, but Betty seemed taken aback. "You're in one piece." Eris smiled, lifted her hands up as plasma dripped from her fingers. "If all you can do is warm me up with that light of yours, then you won't ever defeat me." Eris disappeared, lunging forward with all of her power to attack Betty. But in that one moment, Betty was already far too bored, having waited for Eris to get closer for ages. She burst running, moving past the frozen Eris and slashing her several times with blades of light, making sure to avoid vital organs and deal as much damage as possible. Eris flew in a straight line and crashed into the walls, melting them in an instant. She growled and stood glaring back at Betty, who was busy counting the ants rebuilding their house at the opposite side of the arena. Before Eris could stand, Betty was already standing beside her with a smile. "You've been staring at me for a while. Did you want anything?" It was literally impossible to catch Betty or keep up with her. But even with that, Eris wasn't about to give up. In fact, her plan was going fine and without any problems, to the point she was worried that Betty might be playing along. Eris had many abilities that she could use to attack, but almost all of them were useless now. Too slow to catch Betty. The only thing that Eris had and could possibly ensnare Betty was plasma. It was nowhere as fast as light, but could very well explode and expand at enough of a speed to catch her off guard. The second weakness that Eris was intending to use was something inherent to the speed of light itself. While Betty can move at that speed in reality, things were far more complicated than the short halfling would like to admit. Eris had once talked with Luminous, and she learned that while Betty can move at the speed of light, achieving that speed is impossible for anything that isn't a light dragon that has surpassed their twilight. The only thing that can move at the speed of light is light itself. Luminous was quite proud and thrilled to explain how light speed worked, not knowing that one day Eris would use that knowledge to beat her granddaughter with. When anything or anyone approaches the speed of light, their weight increases exponentially, and their time slows down to almost a halt. The closer you get to the speed of light, the more energy you'll need, and it'll be impossible to reach the speed of light without infinite energy. To break that and make the speed of light possible, all light dragons transform into light right when they approach the speed of light, which turns them weightless and allows them to accelerate to that speed without needing infinite energy. That means two things. Betty is doing the same, turning into light to reach that speed, which also means she can only attack with light when moving at light speed. Luminous was also proud to tell her that she is the only dragon in existence that could move at the speed of light with her massive draconic body without turning into light. All of her attacks at the speed of light are flying as fast as light, solid and carry an infinite weight behind them, generating limitless kinetic energy. The idea was a bit complicated, but what Eris understood was that the faster someone moves, the heavier they'll feel and the harder it'll be to go faster. So her plan was simple. Since Betty can only attack with light when moving at the speed of light because of those rules, then Eris doesn't have anything to fear. All she needed to do was act like a fool and pretend to be hurt, allow the eccentric halfling to heat her up with light and make her plasma even hotter. As the fight went on, Eris kept trying to attack Betty and got her ass handed to her for almost 10 minutes straight, which was thousands of blinding attacks from Betty. It was then that Eris's plasma reached a critical point and folded on itself. Chapter 1529. Eris vs. Betty 3. The more Betty attacked Eris with her lasers and light magic, the hotter her plasma burned. With each passing second, Eris's power was rising while she played defensively. Then suddenly Betty stopped moving and looked at her with a grin. "You thought I wouldn't notice." The light coming out of your plasma had shifted. Betty's light faded away as she focused on Eris. She shouldn't keep heating her up, so instead of relying on her light speed, she would make herself much, much slower. She pulled a small wand that fit in her hand and waved it around, engulfing her body in a hard barrier. She then stored the wand away and clenched her fists, cracking her knuckles with a grin. Time to crack some bones then. Betty disappeared from Eris's vision, but she was much slower this time, slow enough that Eris could notice which direction she went. Eris lifted her arms and blocked the devastating punch aimed at her face from the side. She then sifted, grabbed Betty by the wrist, and flung her away. But then Betty's legs moved and she kicked Eris several times, too fast to see. As Betty landed away, Eris spat a mouthful of blood and plasma. "You kick like a horse." Betty slapped her butt. "Those legs can run at the speed of light. What did you think?" Betty looked at her wrist just from that short contact. Eris had burned her skin and cut several wounds on her with her claws. "My barrier seems to be too weak to resist you." Eris smiled. "Sorry, but this will hurt a lot." She lifted her hand, and then, out of nowhere, a knife burst from Betty's wrist, made of blood. Betty crushed and chopped her hand without hesitation. "What did you do?" she growled, falling to her knees. She had never suffered such a painful injury in the past decade. She was always too fast to harm. Eris took a step forward, still half disoriented from Betty's previous kicks. "It's far too late." Her eyes burned red, and Betty screamed, her body getting lifted up. Betty tried to breathe, but something solid and heavy was lodged in her throat. She grabbed her neck, but couldn't feel anything there. But she could feel them. Countless worms swimming in her blood, squirming and digging on her flesh. She tried to scream, but all she could do was gag and gasp. She flicked a finger to cast a spell and managed to get it to work. The magic washed over her body to eject any foreign spell or poison that Eris cast on her, only to find that it was her own blood acting against her. Eris could feel it, Arad's gaze on them both. He was watching closely, and now he was getting ready to jump in and stop her. Betty was powerful. The only reason she couldn't resist Eris's blood magic was that what Eris used wasn't just any blood magic. It was her blood magic controlled by murder. The result of anything murder-related is a corpse at the end, and Arad wouldn't let Betty die while his wives were fighting. It wasn't a battle to the death. Everyone knew that, and Eris understood that well. But for some reason, the itch to kill something still burned deep within her heart. She fully understood it. The will of murder, the portfolio had grown so much stronger inside her, and it was urging her to commit murder and ascend to godhood. Eris knew that she must resist that urge. The last thing she wanted was to end up killing one of Arad's wives and turning him against her. Will he be able to move fast enough to save Betty? She didn't know, and by that time, her murder urge had already taken over her vampire power, and Betty could feel tens of sharp blades forming inside her body. Betty wasn't having any fun at all. The pain itself wasn't a problem, but the disgusting feeling of worm-like beings crawling through her veins was unbearable. Out of all Arad's wives, Betty always tried to be the laughing fool, never taking anything seriously to keep the mood light. But behind that facade, she was probably the smartest of them all, surpassing even Merlin simply due to age. She had the light of wisdom illuminate her head. Both Arad and his wives were open books to her. Thus, she could see the boiling struggle inside Eris's body. Betty smiled, knowing that Eris was struggling to ascend into godhood at that very moment, trying to suppress the will of murder and keep her sense of self. "You want to kill me? Very well, go ahead, but I won't die because I gotta go fast." Betty suddenly disappeared, leaving her blood standing in place, taking a humanoid shape. She even forgot her shadow on the ground. Eris needed someone to unleash her murderous impulses on. That wasn't Arad. Eris knew that she couldn't kill Arad, so trying to kill him wasn't murder. It was just a futile endeavor. But Betty was different. She could be killed, so she'd help Eris scratch that itch. Running at the speed of light, Betty's whole body turned into light, leaving everything that Eris's murder took control of behind her. The same way she can run through Tiamat's divine storm unharmed, moving at the speed of light can protect her from the murder's influence. Eris's murder portfolio had taken root alongside her vampire side, leaning more on blood control than her plasma. To show the authority of her portfolio on mortals, Eris takes control of their blood to paint an art piece with their torn bodies. Betty appeared behind Eris, slowed down, and swung a fist, punching her on the back, moving at the speed of light. "I become light itself." She smiled as Eris's body flew away and rolled on the ground. "Last I checked, light can't be murdered, and it doesn't have blood for you to play around with." Eris growled and jumped at Betty with a clenched fist of plasma, and so did Betty, swinging a fist of blinding light back at her. The moment Betty felt Eris trying to control her blood, she would accelerate to the speed of light, wash that control away by turning into light, then slow down for a physical brawl. Arad watched the fight sitting at the edge of his seat. Each clash between his two wives was intense, for more than one reason. He could see Eris's soul being cleaved in half, straining to keep itself stable. He could also see that Betty wasn't used to fighting like this. Her mana was rapidly draining, and her skin had started burning from the friction of how fast she moved. She is overheating, and she'll soon fall. The entire arena burned and boiled from the heat as the two exchanged attacks, ripping and tearing the ground around them. If this fight had happened anywhere else, it would have been hailed as a natural disaster that levels mountains to the ground. Denki even compared it with the destruction caused by Arad and Azorn's clash, albeit Arad understood it was nowhere near that. But then, out of nowhere, Betty fell, daggers of blood bursting from beneath her skin. She had failed to accelerate to the speed of light to cleanse herself, and Eris's blood magic took hold. Betty growled, puking a torrent of blood as she fell to her knees, seeing at least 5 knives emerging from her chest and stomach. "Got me good?" She looked at Eris, seeing a tall woman with glowing red eyes glaring at her. This was bad. That wasn't Eris, but murder. Betty had pushed her a bit too much. Eris was unstable, not because of a mental problem, but because of the clash between the two massive powers surging inside her body. The murder portfolio mixed with her vampiric nature, and the draconic side that took the blessing of Amaterasu and integrated into her plasma. If the balance between those two swayed, Eris's behavior would shift to reflect the dominant side. Eris approached Betty, slowly and calmly. No one knew if the fight was over or not. Only Betty knew that she couldn't fight any longer. She had no way of resisting Eris's blood magic without using items or spells that would have taken time to prepare beforehand. All of those would be considered cheating in her book. Eris, on the other hand, glared down at Betty. The world in front of her was already painted red. If she kills her now, she would ascend to godhood in the past. Vars, who lacked empathy, sought to reach godhood by mass murder. Iris, who still held tight to her moral compass, only needed one true kill that went against all of her beliefs, one that she would count as a true, unforgivable murder. Iris bent down, forced her blood to calm, and started healing Betty. "I'll patch you up. Just don't move." Betty looked at her with a smile. "I'm sure you want to kill me, right?" "I do, is it obvious, but I won't, no matter how much pressure that portfolio puts on my mind." Eris then looked at the seats where Arad was watching. "Also say I become a goddess by killing you. Then what?" Betty giggled. "Arad won't be that happy, but I think Yog would interfere. She often tries to keep the most important magic researchers alive. Merlin, me, and Dagon are included in her list." Eris lifted Betty and jumped all the way to the seats. "Don't tempt me. I might just strangle you here." Eris had won the fight, but now she could feel her portfolio burning even hotter. She was on the cusp of apotheosis. Chapter 1530. What is going on? Chapter 1530. What is going on? Are you all right? Arad approached Eris as the next fight was about to start. She looked at him for a second, then stood shrugging. "I'm fine, mostly. The portfolio is acting up, but Amaterasu's divine magic is keeping it suppressed." Arad wanted to feel at ease, but he couldn't. "Are you sure?" "That portfolio isn't stable. I can see it straining to split your soul in two. One is draconic, and the other is the murder portfolio." Eris shook her head and smiled. "Well, Amaterasu's divine magic is the sun, and the sun is made of pure plasma, so it resonates with my draconic magic. The vampire's blood magic resonates with the murder portfolio, and as it just happened, the sun and vampires don't get along." She lifted her hands, filled one with boiling purple plasma and the other with dripping crimson blood. "Like Amaterasu herself, I'm showing the signs of a duality. To become a true goddess, I must gain authority over those two powers, not shun one of them and embrace the other." She flicked her hands with a smile. "I'll remain stuck as a demigoddess if I let any of them take over." She looked at Betty, who was stretching after she rested. "If I did kill her, I would have gotten a huge power boost to the murder portfolio, but I won't have ascended." She looked at the arena. Who's going to fight next? Arad approached the edge and looked down. Belina and Gammond already fought before, and Belina ended up knocked out for weeks. Cloug and Denki also fought. He looked at Cloug and Belina. "What about you two?" He was curious who would win, Cloug or Belina. While Belina was older and more powerful, Cloug was a monster of her own. But there was also a catch. Cloug won't want to use her disease magic here. Cloug and Belina looked at each other for a few moments. "I will win," Belina said with a smile and pointed to the arena. "Follow me." Cloug sighed and followed her. Cloug can kill almost anyone here if she wanted. Her plague isn't something that anyone can resist, or this is what she would have thought if Arad didn't just beat her. Can her plague work on other dragons? Can it endure Gammon's cold or Eris's heat? What about Betty's radiant light? Can her plague adapt and take hold in light itself? That was probably impossible, meaning that all Betty or Luminous needed to do was turn into light to cure themselves. She needs to rebuild her plague from the start to account for that, which made her reluctant to fight. Now, if Cloug was anything, she was paranoid about her own power. As a Dracaina that failed in magic but managed to rely on poison and disease, she didn't like the idea that her superweapon failed to finish someone. She wanted nothing more than to lock herself in her lab to figure things out. But before that train of thought could end, Clog found herself standing in the middle of the arena, facing Bellina. Bellina looked at her with a smile, and then turned toward Arad. "Don't worry, I won't harm her too much." The common sense was that, without a setback, a dragon's age was a clear wall that most couldn't surpass. An ancient Dracaina like Clog can never defeat a great Wyrm like Bellina. The age gap was just too massive, but strangely, Clog wasn't even paying attention to Bellina. She was drowning in her own thoughts. "Why? Are we going to fight or not?" Bellina shouted, getting Clog's attention. Clog blinked several times. "Yeah, let's get it over with." She blew into the air and Bellina froze in place. Bellina's skin turned red, filled with blisters, and she screamed louder than she ever did in her whole life. She fell to the ground, bleeding from every hole in her body, and coiled on herself, getting forced back to her massive draconic form in seconds. She could feel her muscles melting, her heart racing, her eyes drying and bleeding, her scales falling off, and the sheer pain washing all thoughts from her powerful draconic brain. Then was darkness, pure and silent, a dreamless sleep which, when Bellina awoke from, the entire world was at the verge of shattering. The sun was flying from the east to the west like a meteor, and the entire sky blazed with purple radiance and divine magic. What in the nine hells did Clog do to her? She was hallucinating, no doubt about it. Was it a deadly poison, one made to specifically kill pink dragons, or was it something worse? Clog's reputation preceded her, so it was possible. But how? Bellina sat up and looked around, seeing everyone staring at the sky with wide eyes. "Damn it, Clog, what did you do to me?" She growled and stood, feeling her legs as stiff as rocks. No one responded. They were busy staring at the flying sun, second sun in the sky. Bellina looked at the arena and saw Gammond in her draconic form. Half of her body melted, and she was missing one wing. The other magic beside her was that of Eris. It was then that Bellina realized what had happened. Clog did mess her up with some kind of harrowing poison, but what she was seeing now wasn't a hallucination. The magic that is filling the air, divine, sun, gravity, plasma, murder, and blood, Eris was ascending to godhood, and the entire world was about to shatter from the shockwave. While she was unconscious, Eris and Gammond had fought, and Eris managed to initiate her apotheosis. What's going on? She screamed and jumped forward, looking at the sky. Angels were already coming down from the clouds. Those were the same angels Arad stole from the god of war, Alexander, and gave to Eris. They were coming to greet their new goddess. It was just then that Bellina realized that the second sun that was flying from east to west, at least twice a second, was Eris herself. How did this happen? That was a good question, so at least a few minutes earlier. Chapter 1531, Eris Viris Gammond, a Divine Spark. Chapter 1531, Eris Viris Gammond, a Divine Spark. Denki had already lost to Clog, and Bellina had been beaten to a pulp by Gammond, which only left Eris and Gammond to fight, a fight that Arid didn't recommend. Arid's wives had combined their power to defeat Gammond, but they lost. She had managed to put Eris, Aella, and Merida all down at the same time, but today, Gammond found herself standing face to face with Eris. So what did change today? Nothing. Absolutely nothing had changed. Eris was her same old self, standing in front of Gammond, ready to fight her once more. For some reason, the world had gone silent, and the storm raging outside to protect the Star Mountain had calmed, allowing the two to enjoy a moment of silence. Hold and cold, purple and white, plasma and ice, watching them standing in the middle of the arena. Even Arad felt that something bad was about to happen. "Are you sure about this? I won't go easy on you." Gammond smiled as she took a step forward, confident in her power. Unlike all of Arad's other wives, she was built differently. She was the only Dracaena here to have surpassed Twilight and achieved the rank of an elder dragon. Her cold magic was powerful enough to freeze a whole world. She had once fought her entire world, killed everyone there with her claws, dragons, demons, and humans alike. If Isbert hadn't come and caught her, she would have lived for thousands of years and died with her world of starvation sitting on a frozen throne of a dead world. It takes a lot of power to challenge one's whole world and win, but Gamond had achieved that, and doing the same here wasn't impossible. It won't matter how much heat Eris can conjure. Gamond's cold would absorb it all and shoot right back at her. That's why in this fight, Gamond approached first with measured steps. She was the dominant fighter, and by this moment it was clear to everyone that she was the superior Dracaena, with everyone else having to bow to her will. The ranking of Arad's wives, the Dracaenas present here at least, was clear. Gamond was at the top, followed by Clog, Belina, Eris, Betty, Corey, Ryan, Denki, and then Zool. This ranking would change a bit when Grace recovers from whatever mental damage she received from getting treated by Ellis. Judging by her power, Grace would sit between Clog and Belina, while Zool, when fully recovered, could overthrow Corey and Ryan with ease. Dealing with Betty might be a bit too hard for her. This meant the gap between Eris and Gamond was massive, far too oppressive, and she didn't want Arad to think she bullied the other wives. That was the reason she didn't join the earlier fights and waited until the finals, but here she is facing Eris for a change. This fight won't take long. Eris would fall and Gamond would finally take her seat next to Arad with everyone else beneath her. But what was this strange feeling she was getting? Looking at Eris, some of her senses were tingling. Gamond is an elder dragon. She had surpassed her limits, and so did her senses. She knew about everyone else here more than they knew about themselves. Gamond knew that Clog hid a superweapon that might even kill her. She could just smell the danger around the ancient Dracaena, fully understanding that if the two of them were to seriously fight, she must kill Clog instantly, not allowing her a second to approach, like killing a snake with a fireball from range, for Belina freeze her soap to win, for Clog blast her from afar and never get close to her corpse, for Betty freeze everything to catch her when she stops, for Zool freeze her, for Corey smash her down, for Ryan rip her body apart before she could counter, for Denki one kick would be enough, for Grace potent cold magic would eventually catch her off guard and she would freeze to death. But for Eris, many things didn't add up. Can she really freeze her? A purple dragon with enough plasma and sun magic fueled by Amaterasu? Can her blood control be a threat? What about the murder portfolio? Gamond knew that Eris was a threat, but she couldn't guess how much of a danger she really is. That's why, for this fight, she decided to take things seriously and be careful. Gamond took a stance and looked at Eris, lifting one hand and getting ready. Come, let's see how much stronger you've gotten in the past days. Eris took a deep breath, leaned back, and plasma exploded beneath her feet, propelling her forward like a rocket. She reached Gamond in the blink of an eye and swung her fist down with a burst of purple light. Gamond grabbed Eris's fist and tried to freeze it, quickly failing as the plasma generated enough heat to resist Gamond's cold magic. Gamond's palm started smoking in that fraction of a second, but she immediately let go and swung a kick at Eris's stomach, sending her flying back. You're hot but slow. Eris didn't hit anything or even land. The plasma burning beneath her feet stabilized her midair, and she changed direction, flying right back at Gamond with a burning kick. Gamond ducked beneath the attack and swung at Eris's back, only to get flashbanged with radiant purple wings. Death Butterfly Eris's whole body exploded into plasma, her clothes shifted into a dress of liquid fire, and two massive butterfly-like wings flapped behind her back as she rapidly turned around and flew behind Gamond, her foot coming down as spears of blood burst from the ground. Gamond looked back only to see a purple sphere falling on her, followed by Eris's foot. Purple Sun, Eris had created a 1-foot-wide purple sun made from compressed plasma and pushed it straight onto Gamond's face, initiating an explosion at the moment of impact. The entire arena was washed with purple light, bursting into flames just a second later. But even with all of that power, Gammond didn't fall, and Eris found herself standing on Gammond's face. The purple sun had failed to do any damage beyond burning Gammond's eyebrows and eyelashes away, and the spear of blood coming from the ground had shattered on her solid scales. If you want to scratch my scales, then you'll need to hit at least with enough power to rattle a small kingdom. Gammond pulled Eris down and punched her in the guts, sending her flying back with a trail of blood and sparks. Your purple sun can level a mountain to the ground, but to me that is like hitting a human with a decently powerful firecracker. She wiped her face and smiled. It hurts, burns a bit, it can even blind me, but it isn't enough to kill me unless you're extremely lucky. Gammond laughed and coughed a mouthful of blood, or if you're a demi-goddess of murder and infuse your killing will into your attacks. I see, this is the threat I felt. She licked her lips, looked at Eris standing up, then back at Arad. See her? Her divine portfolio allows her to deal more damage and kill anything she touches. Eris took a step forward, her toes melting the ground beneath them. Her eyes flashed red and purple, the air around her superheated until it burst into flames, and her butterfly wings expanded to grow bigger with purple scales emerging on her body. 2 massive draconic wings burst from her back, followed by another pair of bat-like wings, giving her a total of 3 pairs. A butterfly pair from her magic, a draconic pair, and a vampire pair. The murder portfolio burned with malice, and her draconic heart rumbled like an engine, forcing her dormant draconic fundamentum to awaken and turn her eyes into slitted draconic eyes. No, in fact, she had grown 2 more pupils inside her eyes. The slitted, cat-like draconic eyes, the red vampire eyes, and a pair of golden divine eyes, those 3 pupils merged together and turned into crossed eyes, radiating with enough light that telling which color they were was almost impossible. Eris roared, and the ground around her all melted and splashed forth like a raging wave, reaching Gammond in the blink of an eye. Oh my! Gammond took a deep breath, and then unleashed a powerful draconic breath, freezing the plasma back into obsidian. I'd say you're about the level of a worm, a great worm, if I counted all of that divine magic. Gammond disappeared, and then appeared behind Eris. How long can you maintain this state? She grabbed Eris from the back of her neck and threw her into the sky. We've got a lot of space, so let's use our wings a bit. Chapter 1532. Eris vs. Gammond, Merging. Eris flew into the sky, her plasma burning the air as Gammond flew at her, swinging a punch. The air around Gammond's fist condensed into liquid before bursting into flames the moment she got close to Eris, exploding into a radiant purple rose of fire. Eris caught the punch with her hand and swung back, her fist flashing brightly with each hit. She put her whole back behind all of those attacks, overcharging them with her plasma and divine magic, trying to melt and shatter Gammond's azure scales with each hit. Gammond deflected the barrage of punches with relative ease, only bothered by the blinding light and lack of breathable air around Eris. She spun and grabbed her by the hair, pulling her down, and dropped a heavy kick on her. Eris blocked the kick with both hands and flapped her wings, releasing a radiant wave of bone-melting heat that washed over the air, searing Gammond's scales. Gammond looked unbothered by the heat, as her cold magic was far more potent than anything Eris could throw at her, so she pushed her foot down with even more force, shattered Eris's arms, and sent her spinning back to the ground. Eris flapped her wings to stabilize her fall and glared up, seeing Gammond falling on her like a meteor. Being both physically and magically weaker, Eris had to avoid direct confrontations as much as possible, so she dodged the attack and conjured a massive spear of plasma. Gammond missed Eris and hit the ground, instantly freezing the whole arena. You're a nimble one. She glared at her with a mad smile, her blue eyes sparking with disturbing malice. Eris gasped but kept her cool, rushing in with her spear in hand. She swung at Gammond's neck, but her attack got easily deflected aside. She felt as if she had tried to hit a moving carriage. Her wrists almost snapped. She tried to chain a second attack, but Gammond was already upon her, unleashing a barrage of punches that annihilated her chest and arms. Feeling her ribcage shatter, Eris tried to take a step back, but was immediately caught by the neck. We're dragons, so know your place and stay down. She punched her in the face, neck, and chest again, and then with one powerful slap, she sent Eris spinning to the ground. Eris hit the frozen ground face first, bounced back, and got onto her feet, immediately screaming as loud as she could as she unleashed an explosion of plasma. The ice around them melted, evaporated, and then turned into plasma. That plasma then turned into giant hands that clenched tight on Gammond, trying to both crush and cook her alive. Eris knew that such an attack wouldn't be enough to keep Gammond down, so she overcharged the plasma with divine magic and unleashed one powerful divine smite, trying to deal as much damage as she could. As the massive hands flashed with divine light, a massive ice spear flew out of them and pierced Eris's chest, pinning her to the ground, which immediately froze solid once more. The entire arena froze, and Gammond shattered now solid hands to pieces and jumped down from them, looking at Eris with a grin. "Aren't you an energetic one? Not even Belina would have dared to keep fighting me. The gap between great worms and elder dragons is just that massive, and you aren't even a true dragon." The catwalk, the glowing blue eyes, the ice roses growing where she walks, the air around her condensing into liquid, and the frozen obsidian cooling to the point of shattering like dust behind her. Gammond was getting colder and colder by the second, slowly unleashing more and more and more of her power. Eris wasn't facing one of Erad's wives now. She wasn't even facing a normal Dracaina or a monster. She was facing a frigid horror, a walking calamity that once obliterated a whole world. The fact that Erad had managed to beat her was a miracle. But unlike Eris, he had countless Ho-White Novas inside his stomach to give him enough heat to resist Gammond's oppressive cold. That gave Eris an idea, and she smiled, melting the spear impaling her chest. As she fell and stood straight, she put her hands together and looked at Gammond with a smile. "I got it. It's simple, really." As Eris opened her arms, a purple sun emerged between her fingers and started spinning rapidly, absorbing Gammond's ice. The plasma absorbed the water and air ice, melted it into a liquid, and then that liquid evaporated. Then it gets heated even further until its particles break apart into oxygen and hydrogen, which burns even hotter and fuels the purple sun. Eris kept spinning the sun and compressing, and more plasma into it, devouring Gammond ice to empower her plasma even further. This was the start, the catalyst, and it only took her a fraction of a second to tip over the edge. Gammond saw Eris's purple sun growing hotter, but she didn't understand that her ice was the fuel. She thought that Eris was just using her magic to make the sun hotter, so she lunged forward and swung her arm, throwing a whole mountain of ice at Eris. The mountain crashed down, burying Eris beneath it in the blink of an eye. As the massive cracks expanded through the whole arena, Gammond noticed something strange. The arena was growing bigger, rapidly, as if Lola's magic was affecting it. She looked at the walls, seeing them flying away from the center of the arena at several tens of meters per second, and she could clearly see the patterns woven into the whole Colosseum. This whole place gets bigger or smaller based on the fighters inside. This was a dragon's Colosseum after all. Gammond herself was still in her humanoid form, so the one that's forcing the arena to expand wasn't her. She looked at her mountain of ice and saw it rapidly melting as fire burst from the cracked ground. A second later, the whole mountain exploded into a torrent of roiling plasma. From the plasma, a massive purple Dracaina emerged at least 300 meters long without her tail. Gammond didn't waste a second and transformed as well, but instead of turning into her massive draconic form, she chose to make herself smaller, the same size as Eris, so she wouldn't become an easy, massive target. It was clear that Eris's strongest power was her wide-area explosions, so being a massive target would be quite disadvantageous. Gammond didn't even think about it, but she was already acting like that because something in the back of her head could sense the rapid change. She had perceived Eris to be nearing a worm power level as a mere humanoid, But now, she was as powerful as a demigod great worm for the first time since her fight with Arad. Gammond felt that something was going against her will. Her opponent, Eris, wasn't going to fall as easily as everyone else. Eris absorbed all of Gammond's ice and disintegrated into hydrogen and oxygen to fuel her purple plasma, and using that power, she jumped forward in her draconic form, swinging her massive claw down at Gammond's head with a blast of divine magic. Divine Cleaver. Gammond lifted her wing to deflect Eris's strike, getting ready to counter at the moment of the impact. She was planning to beat Eris enough to knock her out. But as it seems now, this fight won't end without one of them being maimed to the bones. It has been 1,000 years since Gammond had to fight like this, not counting her fateful encounter with Arad. She was both happy and worried, pleased that another Dracaena in Arad's lair was this powerful. This would mean that no matter who stays to guard their eggs, those little wormlings are going to be safe. But this also means that Eris here threatens her spot as the first wife, which Gammond wasn't going to easily let go of, especially with her being the eldest. Eris's claw came crashing down with divine light, and instead of bouncing off Gammond's wing as expected, it cleaved right through, ripping the wing off with claws as hot as the core of the sun and as sharp as the will of murder itself, as blood splashed all over the place and evaporated. Arad stood from his chair and glared at the fight. His eyes could see the divine portfolio of murder and Eris's draconic fundamentum merging together, forming a new collective power. She wasn't going to remain a purple dragon any longer, but she was rapidly turning into something else, another kind entirely fueled by her divine portfolio of murder and Amaterasu's sun grace. Chapter 1533, A Holy Ascension. The moment Gammond's wing tore off, she knew that Eris was no longer going to stay a mortal for long. She wasn't facing an elf, vampire, half-dragon, demigoddess, or even all of the above combined. She was facing a true goddess being born. The power forbidden in the mortal world was slowly emerging from her. Gammond might not be a goddess, but her old world had its share of demigods that tried to ascend and rule over it, all of which fell beneath her claws. In fact, the last living being that remained alive in the world beside her for the longest time was a demigod that hid away from her and slowly froze to death over 200 years. But Eris was already past that. She was now bearing the mark of divinity and reaching a higher dimension. The higher her power grew, the hotter her plasma boiled, and the deeper her murderous rage expanded, the closer she got to divinity. Gammond jumped to the side and swung her claw, tearing Eris's right shoulder off with ease. All that Eris got was firepower. Her mortal body was already crumbling beneath her own divine power, let alone when getting assaulted by Gammond. Eris's body trembled, vibrating violently as the plasma in her body folded on itself and expanded forward to repair her torn shoulder. By this time, she might have been easy to damage, but she won't be that easy to finish off. Gammond flapped her remaining wings and accelerated sideways at blinding speed, sliding behind Eris with a serious glare on her jagged, draconic face. Cooldown. Elemental expansion, Ice Age. At that moment, a gold breeze washed over the whole world, making all mortals stare at the sky with confused faces. The world temperature dropped by a hairbreadth, but that was just from the fraction of a second Gammond's expansion covered the entire world. If she had left it like that for a minute, the world might not have survived her oppressive cold. As luck would have it for mortals, Gammond had no intention of burying the whole world beneath 1,000 layers of ice. She compressed her expansion, pulling all of its weight to a single spot to engulf just the arena she and Eris were in, instantly burying it in a block of liquid cold. The ground froze, the air turned into ice, and the roiling plasma of Eris lost most of its heat, freezing rapidly in its place as if it were cursed. Gammond's cold wasn't mundane either. Gammond could already wipe an entire world, and that was long before meeting Isbert. Her power had only grown since, and her cold had become harsher and deadlier. No mortal should be able to endure the sapping bite of her expansion, but that was a problem. Gammond knew she wasn't facing a mere mortal, but a divine goddess. Eris growled, and the plasma surging from her chest grew hotter. boiling from the depths of her body under the stress of her divine portfolio, using it as a furnace to burn more of Gammon's ice. For a second there, Eris's whole body froze solid, like an ember buried beneath a mountain of cold coal. Her return was only a matter of time, not possibility. And then it happened, a violent collapse, and a torrent of energy rushed forth. Gammond was thrown back with half of her body burned and covered with molten stone. She rolled on the ground and went back on her feet, flapping her wings to cool the obsidian and shatter it away so she could still move. She glared at Eris, a frown on her face. The more energy Eris absorbed, the hotter her plasma became, and the heavier her core burned. After reaching a critical point of energy and heat, the core collapsed on itself, giving birth to a small, true sun. As Eris felt the sun burning inside her chest, hungry for more fuel, she finally understood what she needed to do to ascend. She needed to do two things: fulfill Murder's will and empower her plasma to achieve both. At the same time, the answer was simple. She lifted her claw and jammed it into her chest. Pulling her own heart out, she glared at Gammond with an evil smile. Someone had to be murdered for this. The sun inside her chest raged, ripping her body to pieces and consuming it. By that time, Eris was dead, leaving a star behind her. The star wasn't that massive, just around 50 meters wide, but far denser than any purple sun Eris had made in her life with just plasma. This was a true sun, one that burned matter in its core using nuclear fusion. The sun flashed, and when its gravity field exploded out, it clashed with the planet's gravity, propelling it to the sky at blinding speed. Gammond stared in horror at the sky, seeing Eris's sun flying from east to west in less than a second, bringing both day and night with it as the light of Amaterasu's sun seemed to disappear. The moon shifted and flashed white, and everyone in the world could feel and see it, the second sun orbiting the planet. No, it was the planet that had started getting violated by the sun, being forced to spin around it. The sea raged, getting pulled apart by the oppressive gravitational field, and soon it seemed as if the entire mortal world was about to be swallowed whole. Everyone started up in utter terror, frozen as they just understood that the world was about to end, destroyed whole by Eris's ascension. In Gojo's land, Lucy Isdis's little sister stared at the new sun from her seat at the peak of the kingdom's main temple. She glared at her servant, who was shitting herself. Hoy, why didn't I get any fireworks like that? The servant gasped and then rushed to hide behind her. Everyone in the kingdom tried to reach the temple where their goddess was, to use her as a shield against the world's end. But beside Lucy was another servant, an angel who looked at her with a passive face. From what I've heard, you killed and ate over 1,000 people when you ascended, not counting the over 10 kilometers of land that you just swallowed whole. You even tried to eat Gojo. Lucy frowned. You make me sound like a cannibal? I'm not. Beside, I couldn't eat Gojo. She then pointed at Eris's sun, which was still flying across the sky like a meteor. Can't we do anything about that? Gojo whopped your ass to keep you down. Leave Eris to Arad. The angel glared at her, and Lucy flinched. She could still feel her jaw hurting from what Gojo had slapped her out of reality. Then suddenly the raging sun halted, with one massive and muscular man flying right by its side, posed like a god. Arad didn't waste a second. For each passing moment brought Eris closer to killing the whole world, no matter how small or weak. A sun shouldn't be allowed this close to the surface of the world. He couldn't even believe that none of the gods had shown up to do something about it. In fact, for some reason, Eris's divine magic wasn't flowing up to the heavens, but to his stomach. Her divine heaven was getting formed in none other than his stomach. Arad reached forward to touch the sun, and it disappeared. Even he gasped, losing track of it for a second. He didn't absorb it into his stomach. It flew there on its own, and soon the starry sky of his small world was illuminated by a radiant sun. And above the arena, Eris appeared once more, looking down at Gammond with an angel standing in front of her. Murdered to reach the holy dimension. A god's ascension to a radiant reflection. The world had changed a lot. Now, behind Eris's radiant figure, there were two suns blazing in the sky, the old one, Amaterasu, and a tiny star beside it was Eris. This had made the day even brighter, and the moon clearer. Whatever happened, it seems that Amaterasu was willing to allow Eris a seat beside her. Normally, even if a god reached Eris's power and authority over the sun, Amaterasu would just kill and swallow them to preserve her monopoly. First, congratulations. Gammon created a wing of ice to patch her body and flew up. Can we keep fighting now? The angel standing in front of Eris glared at her with murderous eyes. She expanded her wings and covered Eris. Lizard. Scram. Looking closer, Gammon could see that Eris wasn't there. She was unconscious. Her body still radiated with a god's power. She won't need to sleep, eat, or get tired ever again. But now her consciousness still can't process everything that her new existence is. The best time to kill a god is right after their ascension, which explained why this angel showed up. While Eris can't fight anymore, her angels, on the other hand, were serving the god of war before, so their bodies and minds are already used to divine power. Eris becoming a true goddess must have given them all a much-needed and refreshing torrent of divine magic. More angels showed up, all standing between Gammon and Eris, all ready to fight, but then they all froze. Even Gammon took a step back. They could feel it. Feel him standing behind them beside Eris. The fight is over. Arad spoke, and the angels didn't dare move. They knew his power, and the fact that their heaven was inside his stomach made it far harder to argue with him. Chapter 1534, A New Goddess. Arad grabbed Eris in his arms and looked at her face. She wasn't weak. In fact, she was divine. Her body writhed invisibly with power, but she was asleep, not unconscious. She was just horribly overwhelmed by her own power to the point of freezing in place. Her brain was already that of a god, but she herself wasn't able to follow her own thoughts yet. The only thing Arad could do now was send her to rest inside his stomach. As Eris disappeared between his arms, he looked back at the angels. You, as well, watch over her until she wakes up. The angels looked at him, then at Gammon. What about her? Nothing. They were fighting in a match. What matters now is Eris getting enough rest. I can feel that she was still awake, just too overwhelmed by her power to act. He waved his hand, and his void engulfed the angels. Go. The angels found themselves inside Arad's small world beside Eris, who was asleep on a bed. They looked at each other and then sighed. Their goddess's divine heaven was inside Arad's stomach, and just by standing in front of him, they could feel that even as a goddess, Eris was nowhere near powerful enough to fight him. What do we do now? One of the angels asked as she approached Eris and looked at her. Should we move her? No, our heaven needs to be polished first. Another one pointed out of the window. It's just a massive boiling sun. We need to work on making it livable and building a palace first. It won't take long with Eris's authority. Another angel joined in, but she can't help us now. How are we supposed to build it? You weren't alive when we built Alexander's heaven. We don't need a god's authority to do everything. We can pave the land, build the palace, and even paint a whole heavenly garden without her. But we'll need her to make everything connect together. The angel pointed at the burning sun in the sky. We should get to work. Why don't we just ask her? An angel asked, and everyone stared at her. She is uncon. The angel was pointing at Eris, who seemed to have woken up. My head, she growled. Angels, humans, millions of worlds and billions of deaths. Eris had ascended to godhood. Her viewpoint had shifted, and her eyes now see a different reality. The first thing she noticed was that while she was the goddess of murder, she inherited a lot of sun power from Amaterasu, which was both scary and good news. Scary because she only now realized how stupidly ridiculous Amaterasu's power is. Eris's whole power is a small sun that isn't more than 1% of the sun in the sky. The sun in the sky was small, and Amaterasu had billions of suns that were far more massive. Eris had thought that becoming a goddess would make her strong enough, but she just realized that this was just the start. At least Amaterasu isn't their enemy. The other thing she realized was that even now she wasn't stronger than Arad. Her entire heaven was in his stomach, after all. My head hurts. She growled again and stared at the angels. What did you want? One angel approached her, knelt down, and then spoke. We want to start building your heavenly domain. It would be helpful if we got your permission and a steady stream to your authority. Eris looked at the angel and then at her hands. How do I do that? Just don't burn us when we pull on your authority. It'll feel like this. The angel's wings flashed white, and Eris could feel something pulling on her divine magic, sucking it slowly. I see. Got it. Do what you need. Eris stood, shook her head, and then stretched. I have to go back. I'm sure Arad is worried, and I hope Gammond is all right as well. Gammond, that while Dracaina, if you want, we can go and kill her. An angel said, and Eris burst laughing. Kill her. Then you'd better prepare a huge pot with oil, because Arad would fry your wings like chicken and eat them. Angel fried wings. She patted the angel on the shoulder. You know that, like me, she is one of his wives. I know, but the angel sighed. She tried to kill you? You got that wrong. I tried to kill her, and she hit back with the same malice. That's how I managed to ascend. She then looked at the angels. Besides, did Arad clap your asses back when you still worked for Alexander? Do you really want him to hunt you again? In fact, we're in his stomach now, so he only needs a thought to start digesting you all. The angels looked at each other, thinking about it. The problem wasn't Gammond, but Arad himself. No, they were probably the problem. Eris was alive and well. Gammond didn't kill her. Eris killed herself to ascend. They don't need to start any trouble with her. Eris disappeared, and they were left alone. Should we get to work? One asked, and the other nodded. Yeah, I can't wait to go flex on the others. Mira's angels? Leave them alone. Come on. We've got our own goddess in heaven now. I'm sure they'll be seething, an angel laughed. I can't wait to see their faces. You better not. Another one growled in the back. Goddess Mira would one day become our weapons supplier. She is really good at making them. Get on those angels' bad side, and they'll mock us for the next 1,000 years. After agreeing, the angels flapped their wings and flew toward the sun, where they would build a new heaven for Eris. Usually they too would need some time to rest and get used to a new divine magic. But murder itself wasn't that different from war. Thanks to that similarity, the angels felt energetic and quite capable, which would help them in establishing Eris's domain in heaven. As the angels reached the sun, they found it had grown to a massive size since it was tossed here. It was just a few meters wide at first, but now it seems that this sun had absorbed a lot of Arad's white novas to grow. The sun that Eris had inside Arad's stomach, her heaven and domain, was around 2,000 kilometers wide. One of the angels did fly around it and measured it, coming up with a better number, 2,326 kilometers wide. It also had a small planet orbiting it that it sucked from the debris in Arad's stomach. That planet was around 615 kilometers wide. This was a fairly small heaven, but considering that their goddess was just born and didn't have any prior divine history, this was more than a new goddess like her could ask for. After a long debate, the angels decided that it would be best to build 2 palaces, an inner palace on the sun itself, and a smaller secondary palace on the small planet. They also needed to send someone outside to the sun of the mortal world to link Eris's manifestation there to the heavens. After all, there are 2 suns now, one inside Arad's stomach, which is Eris's heaven and domain, and another one dancing with Amaterasu's sun outside, giving the mortal world 2 suns to illuminate it. This place smells like Eris. A voice spoke, and the angels looked at the sun, seeing Nar flying there to check it out. Lady Nar, this is goddess Eris's heaven. Her domain she had ascended to godhood. An angel approached her, and Nar looked at them with a grin. Does that mean I don't need to use my fire to illuminate Arad's small world? The angels looked at each other. Yes, it would seem so. This heaven isn't going anywhere. Nar laughed and flew closer to the sun. Look at all of that majestic heat and fire. Now I don't feel so bad after all. Bad about what? The angels looked at her, but it took them just a second to realize it themselves. Spirits, especially spirit queens, were quite proud. Unlike mere mortals who didn't care about where they lived, the queens were particular about which gods watched over them. Living here inside Arad's stomach was quite insulting to them, especially since they lived in the mortal world before, where not just Amaterasu ruled but many other gods watched over it. Now even a goddess has her heaven inside his stomach. It seems that Zephyr was right once more. Nar sighed, and Zephyr appeared behind her. See? This is just the start. I didn't bring you to live in a lawless, god-forsaken stomach. Zephyr flew in, hiding behind Nar to shield herself from the sun's heat and light. Next, it'll be Mira, then many more. This place might just grow into its own massive world. Nar took a deep breath. I get it for the 10th time. I got someone to take my place in the mortal world. I'll move here. Zephyr patted her on the back. What are you saying? You already moved here. Nar glared at her and growled with a frown. You can't move me to any world you like, whether I come here or stay in the mortal world. That's my decision. Zephyr looked at her with a smug face. Are you sure about that? You aren't leaving the mortal world. Your elemental expansion is the air they breathe. Nar rubbed her temples. You can't come here and take us all with you. Zephyr smiled. Well, I already solved that, with Arad's help, of course. You don't need to worry about that. Just help the angels make that place livable. She pointed at the small planet orbiting Eris's sun. Why me? Get some fire fairies to do the job, she growled, but immediately went silent, looking at Eris's sun. Zephyr looked at her with a smug grin. Are you sure you don't want a lick of that heat? It's a whole sun of fire, and plasma looks delicious, right? Chapter 1535, Eris, the New Divine. Eris appeared right beside Arad, and unlike before, her whole body was now engulfed in a faint golden aura, making her appear well illuminated, as if shadows were forbidden from touching her pale skin. That was quick. Gammond was sitting a few feet away, munching on a piece of meat alongside a barrel of healing potions. Eris slowly turned and looked at her. How long was I out? From the start? Several minutes? From the time you showed up after the ascension, no more than a minute and a half, Arad replied, and looked closer at her. She seemed fine from what he could see. Would it be short enough? Eris mumbled, and Gammond laughed. Short? In that time I would have been able to rip your guts open and freeze each limb on its own mountain. Eris smiled. Then I would have won. She lifted her hand, and blood rushed across her skin. Gammond looked closer at Eris and drowned in her thoughts for a few seconds. You're the goddess of murder. So. Eris nodded. I cannot be murdered. You tear me apart and kill me, but I'll just come back stronger than before. Eris looked at Arad. I'm sure I have a weakness, but as I'm seeing myself now, I'm immortal. And not just immortal. Getting killed literally feeds back into my power. Arad looked at her for a few seconds, then at the sky. I see your existence is tied both to that sun and the one inside my stomach. If someone wants you to be destroyed, they need to get past me and Amaterasu first. Eris blinked twice. She could indeed feel that her connection to those two suns was extremely powerful. Clog laughed. So what? It goes like this. She pointed at the two suns in the sky. Gammond, there is the sun. Go kill it if you want to defeat Eris. She then smiled. I know that's impossible. So how about you try the easier option? She pointed at Arad. Ah, wait, that's a buff, angry Arad with enough hands to make Callie blush. You aren't getting past either. Gammond listened to Clog laughing for a long while, and then looked at Eris. I can freeze her for a while, but for now, I can be the loser. No matter the god, you always need to know their weakness before fighting them. Arad looked between them and decided to get in the way. No, it's a draw. You aren't here to kill each other, remember? Gammond looked at him. You're right, but we're here to decide who can die fighting. She stood and cracked her neck. When we have eggs, hopefully a lot, those eggs will be our weakness. We need someone to always stay at the nest to protect them. I need, they need. We all need to know which of us can defend the eggs and for how long they can do that. Clog looked at her. And we need to decide who gets in bed first. Nobody likes waiting here. That's as well. Gammon smiled and then turned toward Arad. That's what we need to find out. Arad looked at them. If it's protecting the kids, that's why I'm here. No. They are staying in my stomach. He looked back at everyone else. Belina smiled. Who else? I doubt any of us beat him in a fight. Surely we can work together and do something. Denki exclaimed. He's strong. Some of us will die. Ryan nodded, trying to think of a way to defeat Arad with everyone's combined effort. Don't count on your luck. Zul glared at them. Come on, it'll be fun. Betty smacked Zul on the back. Corey growled in the back. You better spread your legs and pray he gets exhausted before you die. He defeated my mom, and she is a problem. A red flame burned in her eyes. Gammon smiled. What do you say, our new goddess? Eris looked at them, then at the sky. Half of my power is in his grasp. The other is in Amaterasu's grasp. She looked at Arad. I just asked her about it, and she said that she'll protect me from everything, except you. In her words, if he came looking for you, I'm handing you over on a silver plate. Arad looked at her. You can talk with her? Eris nodded. I was her paladin. I could communicate with her before, but only at the biggest churches dedicated to her and by spending a lot of power. But now, as a goddess, I can just will it and she'll hear me. Of course, she can ignore the call if she wants. Arad shrugged. That's up to her, then. He then looked at everyone with this. The fights are over. At the top we have Eris and Gammond, followed by Clog, Belina, Betty, Corey, Ryan, Denki, and Zul, who will need another fight after she fully recovers. Where would Grace fit? Eris looked at him, and Arad shook his head. I don't know, but I'd say she would have a lot of problems dealing with Betty. I also can't see her dealing with you or Gammond. I got deadly poisons for each dragon type. I might even be able to kill Gammond. Clog waved her hand with a smile, and Arad smiled. Only he knew the true horror of Clog's plague. She wasn't second to Eris and Gammond, but was standing with them at the top. I'd say between Betty and Belina, depending on the situation. He turned around. We'll have to wait and see later. For now, what about all of them? The 1,000 Dracanas were still sitting there, waiting for their orders, but strangely, most of them looked worried and terrified than anything else. Of course, they just got beaten by Arad, saw Gammond fight, and then Eris ascended to godhood and almost tore the entire world apart. Arad looked at Eris. She probably looked like a horrifying monster to everyone in the world, a woman with enough power to create a sun and spin it around the world like that was an existential crisis. How could the world ever be safe with someone like her walking the earth? Sadly, to everyone, they don't even know about Gammond, who can freeze the entire world to death, or Arad, who can just blow it up. Hold up. Arad only then realized that the scariest part was that both of them were his wives. As we said before, you'll split apart and work on what you've been given. Arad stood in front of the Dracanas. You'll live inside the small world inside my stomach and build your lairs there. Of course, you can leave whenever you want. Everyone there looked at each other. There were 1,000 Dracanas there, but they couldn't even hope to defeat him, let alone when his wives joined in. The terrifying part was that a goddess was just born, and she was the half-dragon that the great worms in their ranks thought they could defeat. And did they just hear them talking about another wife that didn't come? From which hellhole did Arad crawl out of, and how did they end up stuck here with him getting asked to live inside his stomach? Yeah, thanks, Lola. But in reality, none of them cared that much. The reasons were clear. Arad was in no possible way a normal dragon. He was far too powerful for his age, too smart, and surrounded by powerful people enough to need a nerf. When Eris ascended, one of the gods had to smite her down to keep her from destroying the world. Most would expect Amaterasu to have taken that role because she also ruled over the sun, but it was Arad who jumped in to stop her. Soon the Dracaena split between Arad's wives, leaving 100 for Grace. So now, each of Arad's draconic wives had just as many servants as his other wives did, albeit Iris was the one with the most servants now, having thousands of powerful angels, 100 Dracaenas, and many human maids. Eris walked past Arad and approached her Dracaenas. Most of them were either blue or red Dracaenas, with a few purples mixed in. She would have wanted a white Dracaena for cooling, but Gammond and Corey had picked them all up, rebuilding a whole servant force for the castle. The arena had gotten awfully quiet. Lola appeared behind them and approached. "Keeping your father in check is proving to be a pain. The moment we lose sight of him, he disappears." Arad looked at her. "You saw what happened, and about my father, he'll show up when he wants." Lola looked at Eris with a smile. "First, congratulations. Second, you don't need to worry about anything. Amaterasu is already sending work to all of her churches, informing them that you aren't some harrowing and world-ending monster." Lola pointed at the sky where 2 suns were shining. "That's why she allowed you a seat beside her." "For what you are," she said. "You're a goddess of sun, decay, and death. I'm a goddess of murder." Eris lifted an eyebrow. "People would get scared knowing that. From what she is explaining, you're a mortician of sorts, being the mediator between death and Ereshkigal." Lola smiled. "They'll contact you soon." Chapter 1536, Dealing with Knowledge. Arad and his wives sat at a table with Lola and her servants, discussing the future relationship between Arad's empire and the chromatic dragons. Which land can they nest on, how to move their armies, and many other things. For example, unlike most kingdoms, Arad didn't mind the dragons flying their army above his capital, especially since his empire was so massive that the dragons would need to cross with their army. So Arad managed to get a deal where the dragons need to pay to pass, like all humanoids need to do to cross borders. As Arad and Lola kept discussing the kingdom's matters, Eris was busy with something else. She was on a direct call with Amaterasu, who was informing her of the details of her position among the gods. First, her true divine domain is murder. She is the goddess who watches over all murders in the world, so instead of acting like Catal and encouraging that, she would strive to bring order to the harrowing act. In short, while she would look like a goddess who guides the dead, she would be leading a massive cult of assassins that works to eliminate threats before they turn into a problem. She'll also help track murders, bring sinners to hell, and give the divine pantheon a hold over the dark side of mortals. At first, Eris thought that she would be leading the assassins like normal, only to find out that her domain extended much wider than that. Vampires, werewolves, and every kind of intelligent mortals who feed on other mortals were under her wings. It was her job to make sure vampires, for example, don't go ballistic and start enslaving kingdoms like Vlad did. Of course, not everyone would be willing to submit to her will, and thus the main offer would be safety. Any vampire willing to follow Eris's will would be protected from the sun and holy magic, allowing them to live a normal life. Iris even found herself having to deal with the bloodthirsty psychopaths that enjoy killing for fun. They can't just let those perverts roam the world, and killing them seemed like a waste. So Iris had to herd them into cults so their talent can be used to kill people that the gods need dead. So if any mad killer was out there, they would have the chance to stay away from senseless murder of the innocent, and instead pray to Eris to get informed about the not-so-innocent people they can kill. In fact, it had already started. There was a killer in the far reaches of the High Elf capital where Cyrilla ruled, and the bastard loved strangling people to death. Now, instead of killing random people to satisfy his psychopathic tendencies, he was gifted a list of names of slavers who were pretending to be lawful citizens while kidnapping children to sell. That killer will have the night of his life. Iris's power and domain extended even further than that. Among the kidnapped children, a little girl no older than 10 was being dragged away to be sold. But at that moment she found her hands awfully close to a slaver's neck as they tried to tie her down. She was paralyzed with fear, crying uncontrollably, but then a voice rang in her head, beckoning her to squeeze the bastard's neck. As she clenched her fingers, she blacked out, with glowing red eyes. The little girl's fingers tore through the slaver's neck, ripping his head off. As the other panicked and tried to attack her, she killed them one after another. By the time she came to her senses, she was alone in the forest, a fair distance away from the slaver's den. While Kali can send her demons to kill anyone who harms children, Eris can have her angels take over mortals to kill in her name. An angel had taken over the little girl's body and murdered most of the slaves before running away to safety. The poor girl didn't remember anything and quickly made her way to the closest village in the capital of the Dark Elves, the Dark Moon Bay. A killer refused to become an agent of Eris, but at that moment everything around him changed. He had already killed a man in the back alleys of the capital, but suddenly the corpse started to move again, standing with glowing, glassy eyes. "You're alive?" he gasped, and suddenly noticed that the corpse wasn't the only thing acting up. The alley had suddenly fallen silent. All of the cats, birds, and rats had stopped moving and were glaring at him. Even the damned flies were suspended in the air, buzzing in place. "What's going on?" he cried. But seconds later, he was nothing but a dead corpse. Eris can have her angels take control of any weak mortal body as long as a few conditions are met. If the mortal wanted to murder someone, if they were murdered, if they were a vampire, if they had murdered someone in their lives, if they were about to get murdered, and if they lacked the mental breaks that prevent mortals from killing each other. Eris took a sip from her water mug and sighed, looking at the surface of the water with a long face. She had just realized something. The most terrifying place on this mortal was nothing but the lands south. The wild beast lands is where most of the world's killing takes place. The countless tribes and clans are killing each other by the thousands each day. And there lived more than just beast men who were lions and tigers. There was a humanoid species for each animal and bug. Hattie's forest was an eternal pot of evolving monsters. "Do you have a moment?" Eris spoke and looked at Lola. "I wanted to ask, how many non-gods divine beings live in the world?" Lola smiled with a giggle. "Many? I'm one. Mary, the metallic queen, is one. The same is for Hati, the nine-tailed Fenrir." She took a sip of her teacup. "I'm sure you're just realizing it, but the mortal world is far bigger than what anyone thinks." She waved her hand, and the table in front of them shifted to a map of the Beastlands. Take Hati's Beastlands from above, it looks like a 5,000-kilometer-wide forest, but in reality that is engulfed by Hati's eternal domain. Inside, it's over 50,000 kilometers wide. On the surface, there is a whole underground ecosystem. She looked at Arad. It's the same with how the Star Mountain isn't just an island, but it also has this massive rainbow mountain hidden. It is also the same as how your empire has the world inside your stomach to expand it. Merlin's labyrinths and the cave systems built by Miriam. Eris frowned. "I can't look too deep into them, but I can guess how large those lands are just from the murders I sense." She could also sense the murders happening in other worlds, but those signals were too weak and buffered by Amaterasu. She'll fully take over when her heaven is established, and her angels are ready to help deal with all of the logistics. Killing is happening all over the universe, and Eris can barely wrap her head around all of the chaos. Even with all of her newfound power, she can't even begin to comprehend the scale of what she is dealing with. She then scratched the back of her head. "But there is one problem I can't see to understand." She looked at Arad. "I'm the goddess of murder, so I can tell when a kill is murder, when it isn't." She pointed at him. "For whatever reason, you can't murder anyone, kill whoever you want. The universe just shrugs and ignores it. Maybe because your heaven is inside me. Or because you're my wife." He looked at her. "I'm sure that you aren't counted either." Eris nodded. "You're wrong. I can know when a kill murder, not make the moral decision if it's murder or not. For example, as long as we vampires suck someone's blood dry, that won't be counted as murder, just a predator hunting for food." She then pinched her forehead and growled, "My head, I'll think about it later." She had tried to see if Arad could murder someone, if there was any condition for that, But the universe was basically saying, Arad killed you. Tough luck. Not my problem, mate. She tried to think about Callie, thinking she was the source of that problem, and she got another weird answer. Callie, by the gods, just die. Do you want to drag me with you to destruction? She then focused on herself and got a full list of what could be considered murder and what isn't. Almost enough to fill 5 massive books. The universe itself had a will that the gods must follow, because the universe was the place they anchored their power. Eris was just starting to grasp the idea that the universe in and of itself has power and an iron will that it enforces. Lola looked at Eris. You might be awake and fine, and I'm sure you have no problem controlling your power, but don't make a mistake. The mental load is the hardest to bear. She pointed at the door. Go and take a rest. Let the thoughts pass through your mind like water through a strainer. Given enough time, the initial load will fade away. Eris looked at Arad with a tired, she should be right. I'm already getting tired trying to understand what murder is. I just tried to think about it, and a library of knowledge was dumped into my brain by I don't know who. Lola looked at her, the universe. But it could also be Yog. She is the one who handles all knowledge of the world. Arad glared at Lola. Don't say her name out loud, she'll come, and stand on your head, Yog said, standing on Arad's head with a smile on her face. Little Eris, that depends, but for you it's me who supplies you with knowledge. If you ever felt that the knowledge is coming into your mind a bit too fast, just tell me and I'll tune it down. Arad took a deep breath and swung his arm at Yog. Get down. Yog jumped away, dodging his fist, and landed on Lola's lap. All gods can ping me up if they need to know anything. I pretty much know everything. Arad froze. Then his eyes burned red. Where is he then? The room froze as everyone stared at him. Lola's guards and servants started sweating as they got ready, feeling the oppressive and violent bloodlust gushing out of Arad like a rampaging torrent. Yog smiled, her eyes flashing red and her lips twisting into a massive grin, revealing her sharp, shark-like teeth. The one who murdered Tyle's parents. He is on a small world that could be accessed from the 4th layer of hell. And before Arad could say anything, Yog pointed at him. But don't just go and punch an extra hole into his body. That world works with different laws. It's linked to Yggdrasil's sister, Cliffhoth. Chapter 1537. Purged, resting on his throne. Yuri looked forward with a tired face, too old to care anymore. It has been over 2,000 years here. Time flows too fast in this small world. He had escaped here to buy time and prepare, but he didn't expect to get this much time. It is all thanks to finding this world that links to Cliffhoth instead of Yggdrasil. In those past 2,000 years he had built a whole kingdom, raised many armies, and founded a whole magical empire that all hated and lusted for the blood of the great dragon. Those devils he raised here, all of them wanted nothing more than to slay the ancient foe of the founder of their empire. Yuri fed off hatred, so he knew he would have a huge advantage. Arad would come to him with hatred in his heart, and his people hated Arad as well. This place was the best arena for Yuri to flex his curse, but even with all of this power, Yuri wasn't sure he could defeat Arad, because no matter how much he planned, he couldn't even begin to imagine Arad falling. For this world that he built, the apocalypse was coming quickly. He could sense Arad's hatred sniffing around for him in the hells. They'll soon arrive, in a few years at best. That's why he prepared even further, getting his people to hide and start living underground, safe from any sudden attack from Arad. Yuri's contact with Arad might have been short, but he had figured him out the best. Arad won't care. He was a dragon. Yuri was his enemy, and he would lead his armies to slay him. Arad would retaliate with even greater malice. He would rip Yuri's army from its roots. Arad had once blown Vlad's kingdom into ash without a care. He didn't even consider whether they had innocent slaves locked up in there or not. You can't hide behind hostages or morals when dealing with a dragon, let alone Arad. Arad's arrival in Yuri's world would signal its end, and Yuri would be the only one alive afterward if he managed to kill Arad. But he still needed those devils, those people, to survive long enough for him to feed off their hatred and face Arad. He needed them to keep cursing Arad until their last breath. The armies were ready, mainly focused on survival, anti-gravity magic, and binding spells to keep Arad in one place. Yuri himself had grown powerful in the past 2,000 years. It might have been just a few days outside, but here he had made progress. Arad would have a nasty surprise waiting for him. Yuri was a mere half-devil, half-titan. Now, he is a full devil titan that is several tens of kilometers tall, immortal, all-powerful, and nothing short of a god ruling over his world. He can easily snuff out all of the monsters living in the Storm Titan's mountain with a glare, but he couldn't even begin to guess what was coming to find him. A true predator, a true horror of the divine realm was approaching, a being far more terrifying, violent, merciless, and utterly wrong. A few weeks passed for Yuri, and he had managed to get most of his people to live underground. His world was ready to face Arad. Then from the clouds they came. The two women were tall, beautiful, and merciless. Yuri froze in his place and looked up, as did everyone who still lived on the surface, beholding the beauty and terror of angels. Diana frowned, looking at the people staring at her and Matilde. A godless world. This is bad. Mathilde looked around, and her eyes stopped at Cliphoth, a sapling of the sister of the world tree, and it was dead, hollowed to build a palace for Yuri. Time is twisted here? This world must have existed for thousands of years. She pointed at the sapling with her foot. They killed it. The abominations can easily infest a godless world by the divine law unless they give birth to a new god or accept an existing god. We have to purge them. Diana glared down at the world, her wings slowly flapping and her eyes sparking with radiant light. Mathilde frowned, but I bet there are some good people here. It'll be a waste and a shame to kill them all. But she then smiled. Not that I care. No one cares. Diana slowly moved her hand, drawing waves of golden magic in the air. The fabric of the world trembled and the wind started blowing, the ground quaked, and the fake sun Yuri conjured to illuminate the world flickered like a dying light bulb. Yuri saw them, and he knew that he only had a few seconds to react, should he call them. But that would expose his location. Defeating one angel might be easy, but two at the same time was a death sentence. Angels are known throughout the universe for having the mental capacity of a stone thrown by the gods. They don't care and would hit anything the gods threw at them. If two angels showed up wanting to destroy his world, Yuri was certain he couldn't talk them out of it. That's why he decided to attack, kill one in a single powerful attack, and then deal with the other one. Without hesitating for a second, Yuri picked up his massive spear. The steel rod was several kilometers long, matching his enormous size. He bent back, took a deep breath, and unleashed the spear into the air. This wasn't any spear, and he wasn't throwing it with mundane force. He used all of his harrowing power, putting his whole back and magic into this attack. This was what he prepared to knock Arad out of the sky, a dragon-slaying spear that could even fell the gods. The spear flew fast, too fast for anyone to see it, even with how massive it was. He was aiming for Diana, the one angel who was acting strange and looked about to attack. The spear flew silently through the air, reaching her in the blink of an eye, crossing a whole continent without losing a lick of its power. As the spear reached Diana, she blinked and swatted it with her wing like a bug, deflecting it straight at Mathilde's face. The spear hit Mathilde's face and bounced off, rocking her head back just a little bit. Diana gasped and looked back. "Ah, sorry, did that thing hit you?" She did it intentionally. Mathilde growled, a vein bulging on her forehead as she glared straight forward at Yuri's very soul. That's it. Get crushed. She lifted her right foot and stomped down on the empty air, causing the sky to quack and the ground to rumble from the clouds. A massive bare foot appeared, several kilometers wide, enough to trample a small mountain. The foot smashed onto the ground, and then another foot appeared, then another, and then another. A few became tens, and tens became hundreds. ending in millions of titanic feet marching across the land, trampling everything in their path, cities, forests, mountains, and even the seas. The further the titanic feet marched, the more feet spawned behind them to fill the void, which ended up with the entire world being trampled by them, the whole surface covered. Yuri had retreated underground right before the attack, watching in horror as Mathilde killed and crushed everything and everyone that remained on the surface without a second thought. Only then did he realize that those two weren't angels. They were something worse. Archons, the mass destruction weapons of the gods. There were millions of powerful devils on the surface, all of which he had hoped to use to delay Arad's attack. He trusted their power and skill, but in front of the tyrannical divine power of that Archon, nothing seemed to matter. Yuri had wanted to fight Arad, not them, but now they forced his hand by wiping out the surface of his world. He looked up, activated the magic he wanted to use to attack Arad, and unleashed a blinding wave of explosive shells that bypassed most barrier defenses. Diana saw the flashing shells flying from the ground toward them, looking like a reversed rain of fire and steel. Mathilde had flattened the surface of the planet, but most of its residents seemed to have been living deep underground. She didn't kill more than 5% of the population. My turn then, her eyes flashed golden, and something rumbled behind her like an engine. The fabric of magic across this world vibrated, and the shells halted, falling back as the magic that propelled them failed. Clueless mortals, not knowing your lives are worth less than the dirt you hide beneath. Devils you might be, but pledging your existence to someone other than Asmodeus or Lucifer had banished you further from our mercy. Diana's words echoed through the whole world, and her wings suddenly expanded rapidly until her feathery wings filled the sky, covering the whole world and bathing it in pale white light. Everyone looked up in horror, seeing the light of her wings flicker, grow stronger with each pulse, and the rumbling noise from behind her becoming louder and louder with each passing fraction of a second. Yuri and his devils looked up in shock, their faces bathed in the light as horror took form on them. Many ran underground to hide. They knew the beautiful light was ushering in the world's end. Then the wings flashed one last time, blinding everyone and painting the ground pure white. They only heard one word, purge, and it was the end. In the next second, the planet's whole surface was boiling red, engulfed by a sea of molten magma. Mathilde looked at Diana with a smile. I love seeing your white wings. They are beautiful. Not that I hate your raven wings. Diana looked at her with a passive face. The raven wings are for the vacuum of space. Where everything is dark, they help me blend in. She looked at her white wings. She indeed rarely used them in battle. Mathilde leaned forward and looked down. Impressive bastard, isn't he? Some survived, deep underground. Yuri and a few remaining soldiers who were holed up in the deepest bunkers were still alive. At that moment, a portal opened behind the two Archons, and Arad slowly appeared in his human form. The two Archons looked back at him with smiles on their faces. Arad, Mathilde gasped and rushed at him. Diana, on the other hand, gave her a stare and sighed. The world was already infested with abominations. I noted that their concentration here was over 1,000 times more than the worst world I've ever seen before. Diana looked at the molten surface of the planet. Trying to save this place would only lead to many more worlds getting infected, so I purged it. Chapter 1538. The World Eater. Arad stared at the still red-hot world. How many are still alive? Not much, but a lot. Diana looked down. Only a third is still alive, but that's still around 2 billion devils. Mathilde leaned on her shoulder. Our beautiful harbinger here also wiped Cliffoth's sapling. Time started flowing normally, and so you appeared. If she didn't do that, we two would have needed to wait several years here for you to show up. She pointed down with her foot at where the sapling was. How many abominations are still there? He asked with a frown, and Diana shook her shoulders. Many. This entire place wasn't protected at all. No gods. Not even a void Dracaina to keep it safe in her stomach. She pointed at the sky. We have one dead sun, 5, 6 planets, and many more meteors dancing around the void. It's dead, He must have brought some devils with him here and settled down. What about the devils? Mathilda shook her head. All devils are linked to Lucifer and Asmodeus, whether they like it or not. Even if they were born here, they would have known and got orders to return to hell. They would have even got a portal to hell at will. She glared at the ground. They are traitors, no reckless fools who put the entire universe at risk by allowing the abominations a world to fester in. It's thanks to stupid fools like them that many of our frontline bases got backstabbed, she giggled. Do you know the funny part? They are the ones who suffer the most. Diana flicked her fingers and the entire world shook. The abominations slowly consume the minds of the infected, turning them into abominations through several generations. Those people are no longer real devils, just abominations ticking bombs. This world was massive, not as big as the mortal world, but it was big enough to offer a good base for Arad. He can use it to reinforce his small world with more mass than Gaia can make with magic. Eris's sun would be the center of his small world, with her heaven being the nearest planet, and many other planets hosting life spread around it. But there was a problem. Arad's elemental expansion wasn't wide enough to fit the planet through. Since Arad's magic range is 4,000 kilometers, that means his expansion is just 8,000 kilometers wide, since it's a massive sphere. That is also the biggest hole he can make to suck things into his stomach, making it impossible to absorb this planet into his stomach hole. He isn't old enough for that, but Arad wasn't going to give up. He'll cut this place to pieces and swallow it bit by bit. But first, he must make sure that Yuri doesn't escape. Did you lock this place? Arad asked, and Diana nodded. I broke this world's magic link when we first came. Nothing can teleport in or out. Arad then transformed into his draconic form and looked down. Let him cook. I'll clear the other planets first. He flapped his wings and flew into space, leaving the two angels guarding the burning planet beneath them. Diana and Mathilde looked at each other, then down at the red planet. Well, Eris is going to be happy. Mathilde smiled. The two of them had heard of Eris becoming a true goddess. That was a happy occasion, for many reasons. Diana didn't know that Arad was AO, so she was just happy for Eris. But Mathilde knew, and she could feel the change starting. Eris is now the first goddess born into AO's new world. Her domain would have spawned somewhere else if Arad weren't alive. She basically is the first god that got created by AO in eons. This only made Sylph's decision seem better to her. With Eris being the first, Mira and Sylph are bound to follow soon, then many others after them. The world inside Arad's stomach would grow larger, house many gods, and soon become as strong, if not stronger, than the current divine pantheon. If the war went south and the universe started getting consumed, AO would have already gotten a new body and built a new universe to survive and fight again. Should we keep attacking them? Diana asked, and Mathilde shook her head. No, just make sure they don't get out. Keep them buried and slowly cooking until Arad comes back. It'll take him a few days. As the two waited, Arad flew through the vacuum of space, navigating his way as Diana taught him. He kept to the darkness, hiding all of his life signals away. No magic, no light, and not a single part of him reflected any light. As Arad flew like a shadow through darkness, his goal became quite clear: to slowly eat this whole world, one dead planet after the other, using them as fuel for his energy breath and to build Eris's heaven. Yuri shall wait. He shall sit there, slowly cooking alive beneath the surface of the charred world as Arad eats the entire place, slowly and surely erasing this place from existence. The devils in hell had called Arad the Emperor of Nothing, and he was now keen to give that title real meaning behind it. He wants everyone to know that crossing his wives would mean turning into nothing. Yuri, the one who dared ruin all of their effort in the Storm Titan's kingdom and kill Tyal's parents, was going to be Arad's first victim. He'll erase him and his world whole, wipe them back to nothing where they belong. From this incident, Arad would gain another title, this time spreading between angels instead of devils, the Black Dragon of the End, the World Eater. So, did you find him? Yog smiled, and Arad shrugged. He was there, and he is now slowly cooking beneath the planet's boiling crust. She laughed. I know what happened. I can see it. She jumped on the table, walked toward Arad, then threw herself on Eris's lap. Yuri didn't give up. He is now preparing for one last stand. Don't expect him to fall without a fight. She then looked at Eris. How about it? Want to try giving your husband a helping hand? Eris lifted an eyebrow. A helping hand? Yog froze for a second, then sighed. Ah, Callie got in the way, I see. Diana killed most of Yuri's population, with that amount of murder all happening at once. I thought you'd get a sudden power boost. She looked closer at Eris's face. Callie must have blocked that energy from reaching you. She is smart. You might have gotten hurt a bit. Diana killed them. Eris looked at the table, closed her eyes, and then frowned. With that much power, no wait, those devils are waking up in hell. Yog smiled. Diana is merciless, but she is fair. Instead of erasing them, she sent the souls of everyone she killed back to hell, since they were devils. This just gives them all a new chance. She then pointed at Arad's chest. You can also have an Archon. You just need the right person, and that power Diana harvested could be enough to give birth to a weak Archon. Eris frowned. I can use it to make an Archon, or absorb it myself and grow stronger. She looked inside her blood at all of the vampires there. If she were to give anyone the power to become an Archon, she would give it to Zia. Arad looked at them and sighed. For now, Eris needs to get used to her power. I think it'll be for the best not to give her too much power on her first day as a goddess. He patted Eris on the shoulder. Take your time. You don't need to hurry. Lola looked at them and smiled. So we're done here. I'll be in contact with Izdis to finish anything that we left. Will you be heading to Mary now? The Metallic Queen? Yes. Chapter 1539, Going Back Home. While Arad flew out with the Dracanas out of the Rainbow Mountain, his other incarnation was still flying through Yuri's world, consuming everything in his path. The more he ate, the bigger Eris's world grew, and the bigger Eris's world became, the easier it was for the angels to get the materials necessary to build her palace. And with the palace taking shape, those angels were able to draw the divine spells on its wall, allowing Eris a bit of respite as her divine duties were automated. The building process was so fast that it was scary. The angels easily twisted the fabric of her son and bent steel with their bare hands, raising great walls, sprawling gardens, and everlasting pools of roiling plasma. It would have taken much longer, but Eris was lucky. She had Arad, who could easily provide all the building materials she needed, and her angels weren't newborns, they were old, experienced, and powerful. As Arad flew across the sky, he sucked everyone into his stomach so they could make it back first. He, on the other hand, would have to keep going to the metallic dragons. That flying fortress should be somewhere on the other side of the world. Eris landed right on her son and looked down, confused. Her feet were resting on a blinding, radiant, scorching sea of plasma. This was the surface of her sun. It was hot enough to evaporate anything it touched. Looking up, she could see the vampires and everyone else who lived in Arad's small world. They were far, far away, but she could somehow see them as if the light of her sun were her eyes. Eris now has to get used to being a goddess. First, everyone and everything bathed in her sunlight is a part of her domain. She can sense, feel, and know of them. She knew that Amaterasu could see and hear everything that stood in sunlight, but experiencing this was a whole other feeling. That was also the ability that allowed her to protect the vampires from being cooked alive by the sun. She smiled, and her toes grew into roots, seeping deeper into the sun's crust. As she giggled, her legs grew long, and so did her torso, turning her into a 5-meter-tall, slender woman with a body formed of dark purple plasma. Her giggles grew into a laugh, which quickly turned into maniacal laughter. Eris had never let her own power get to her head, but this time it was just too funny. For the first time, she can do something better than Arad. She wasn't impressed by her own plasma divine power or even authority. But in the process of becoming a divine being, she had gained a new power, one that surpassed Arad by a landslide. She now could manipulate gravity, not as perfectly as Arad, but at a much, much bigger scale. Arad can at best lift a few massive mountains and throw them around, but she, Eris, was able to swing the entire mortal world as she ascended. That power had gone nowhere. It was right here, beneath her feet. The angels who were flying around and building her palace noticed her laughing and approached, suddenly freezing in place as they saw her towering over them as a 5-meter-tall, slender woman. Her body danced with the sun's gravity, growing bigger and bigger, licking the void of space like a titanic solar flare of pure purple plasma. Then, out of nowhere, Eris's laughter died and she shrank back to her normal size, landing right in front of the angels. They all immediately knelt to the ground, and she looked at them with glowing red eyes and a smile. "Goddess Eris, welcome home." One of the angels spoke, and Eris considered her with a faint smile. "Beautiful, this place. Pure and clean, radiant and powerful." She patted the angel on the shoulder. "Do you know how archons are made, born, or promoted?" The angel looked at Eris in silence, then spoke. "Two things are needed: absolute, mindless, blind faith from the angel's side, and a harrowing sea of divine magic from their god." Eris looked to the side, her eyes landing on the small planet orbiting her sun in the distance. So, only angels. The angel froze, her eyes opening wide. "No, it's not just angels. It can be anyone or anything. The faith is what matters most." Chad, the human god, also known as Adam, had an archon born from his own rib. Her name was Eve. "I see, thank you." "I'll be going now, but I'll come back in a few hours." Eris then disappeared, sinking into the vast sea of plasma beneath them. The angels remained kneeling for a while before standing up. Eris appeared beside Arad inside Alina's castle. She looked at him with a smile. "How is Tile doing? She is back home. I sent her there to visit her parents' graves." He replied and looked at the window. "It'll take her a while to fully calm down. I see." Eris turned toward the door. "I'm going to the city below. Want to come? Maybe later. I need to get Isdis up to speed. Many things happened all at once." He looked at her and she nodded. With Tile's parents dying, the political relationship should be a mess, and now we even have Lola to deal with and me becoming a goddess. She opened the door. "It'll be a lot of work. See you later." She had wanted to go on a walk with Arad, but just seeing the amount of work he has to deal with now was sickening. The Empire was growing rapidly, and he couldn't keep throwing everything on Isdis and Roberta to deal with. With that in mind, Eris walked alone through the hallways of the private section of the castle, greeting the maids on her way out. The poor girls were still busy cleaning and fixing everything that had been turned into a mess earlier when she transformed. Not many of the maids here knew that Eris was now a full-fledged goddess. Very few did. Right now, she was powerful, but could also feel the world suppressing her powers. All gods were nerfed heavily when inside the universe and outside their heavens. So the only two places Eris could show her full power were inside her own heaven or outside the universe's boundary in the war against the abominations. She could feel it now around her, the universe suppressing her powers. It felt like she just woke up from a nap, not feeling rested at all, with all of her body being stiff and numb. She stretched and took a deep breath. Then, with a single wave of her hand, she called Zia out, who appeared beside her without making a sound. "You called me?" Zia looked at Eris for a long moment, then tilted her head as she didn't get an answer. "I did," Eris suddenly spoke, "but not for any reason. Everyone is just too busy, and I was thinking of taking a stroll across the city. Care to join me?" Zia blinked several times. "Oh, so we've got nothing important to do?" She sighed, and her attitude immediately changed. Zia stretched and then approached the wall, looking at her own reflection in one of the decorative frames. Her hair was cut short, and her blue eyes were as radiant as ever. The only strange thing about her was the nun's clothes she wore without the headpiece. She then turned toward Eris and looked at her. You too. Eris was wearing her leather armor as she did most of the time. You'd better find something better to wear. She then clapped her hands. Maids in just a few seconds. 9 maids rushed toward them. Those were Iris's servants. They heard Zaya's call and came as quickly as they could. We're going out on a stroll. Get us something nice to wear. She looked at herself. I was thinking a white summer dress would do it for me. Something light and refreshing. She then looked at Eris, for her. Eris looked at the maids. Give me a common dress, nothing fancy. She then pointed at one of the maids. You? We're basically the same height and build. Can I borrow one of your robes? Me? Yes. The maid ran away to bring something for Eris while the others went to the nearest changing room. Chapter 1540. 1540. A short respite. After just a few minutes, Eris and Zia walked out of the changing room looking like an affluent noble lady and her commoner servant. To not draw attention, the two of them walked out of the private quarters' back doors into the castle backyard and sneaked their way to the walls. It didn't matter how tight the security was or how many soldiers were patrolling the place. The two were powerful vampires, and not just any vampires, a goddess and a vampire lord. As the two had a level of stealth that shouldn't even be allowed, they managed to get out of the castle without drawing any attention, and now found themselves standing on the slope leading down to the main city growing around Erad's castle. The dirt path was long, twisted, and filled with mud and bushes growing on its side. They could already hear people talking down under the slope. The carriages rolled everywhere, carrying supplies and goods to the busy main plaza. Erad's wives weren't just famous, they were already known across the lands, their images being drawn and distributed throughout the empire in preparation for the official crowning ceremony. The people knew Aela well. They knew Isdis, Mira, and Merida far too well, because those were either already famous, known well in Alina, or had just helped so many people that local villagers couldn't mistake them. But Eris was a bit different. She was the city's mortician and always wore a black dress and a veil. Not many knew what her face looked like or had seen her in anything but mourning clothes. Zia was even less known, as she only worked with the vampires and kept her contact with humans minimal. As the two walked down the slope, evading every mud puddle like the plague, they finally reached the main streets and could smell the clear air reeking of horse dung. We need someone to clean the streets, Eris frowned. Right now, all goods were transported by horse-drawn carriages across the city, and horses weren't known to hold it in. While being busy trying to get everyone's houses and fed before winter, Isdis and the royal castle seemed to have neglected the basic maintenance of the city. That quickly explained how a plague almost broke out recently, if not for Clog's help. The busy streets were filled to the brim, making them hard to navigate, especially when keeping an eye out for the puddle of mud in the ground. Eris poked Zia with a smug smile. See, serves you right with that fancy dress? She then looked at herself wearing a brown robe with long boots. She looked ready to work on a farm. What kind of queen walks around wearing those rugs? Zia whispered back. What if people mistook you for a common servant? Let them mistake me. Eris shrugged. It's better this way. Do you think we'll be able to walk around like this if everyone knew I'm one of the queens? Zia giggled. They are just getting their lives together after your ascension. If only you saw their faces when your sun started spinning around the world, flying from east to west, and making several tens of days pass in seconds. She swung her hand. Day, night, darkness, light. Your ascension was seen and heard across the whole world, you know. Eris looked at Zia. My sun wasn't moving. It's the world that was forced to orbit it. Zia grabbed Eris by the cheek. That's even more terrifying. Are you trying to race him to the title of the scariest being in the world? Eris never tried to match Arad's power or influence, but she would be lying if she said she never thought about growing stronger to be able to beat him, at least once. Right now, she had stronger gravity magic than he did, so she was thinking about whether she could somehow use that to defeat him. Her chances were decent, but nowhere near making the fight anywhere as easy as she wanted. But now that she thought about it, Arad's power was something strange. How could he, a mortal, hold enough power to slay the gods, to have a stomach large enough to host a whole world with a divine heaven in it. No, thinking about it that way was wrong. Arad wasn't the only one with such powers. Gojo, his brother, had the same level of terrifying power, if not more. Thinking about Gojo, Lucy was also a goddess now, Isdis's little sister. Eris and Zia quickly found a tavern that had its tables in an open garden with a beautiful view of the endless sea of fields. They ordered 2 cups of tea, and Eris called Lucy through her link to the divine realm. It was a strange magic. All of the gods could contact and speak with each other just by thinking about it. From what Eris knew right now, it's the overgod's Archon Arya who facilitates that level of communication. Lucy responded almost immediately, congratulated Eris on her ascension, and quickly started acting like her senior. The little girl couldn't let this chance slip by. Gojo had spent days trying to teach her how to use her divine magic, always referring back to how Eris used it to fight and how Mira could use it to craft weapons and items. He especially made sure to nag on Lucy whenever he got the chance, because even with her divine power, she was nowhere near as powerful as someone would expect from a god. So when Lucy became a full goddess before Eris and Mira, even she didn't believe it. Eris talked with Lucy for a while and learned some important things, like how Lucy's divine domain is inside Gojo's stomach, and how her power allows her to eat anything and everything. But the part that Eris focused on more was how Lucy dealt with her believers and followers. The key to getting as much divine power from believers and followers was to grant them power and spells in exchange for prayers and service. Lucy was fine with granting them healing spells and miracles that make food more plentiful and lessen hunger, but she didn't have much offensive power except for her wild magic, which was as dangerous as useful. But that had given Eris an idea about what she should do. She should start granting people healing spells, blood magic, and dark powers of murder. That had led Eris through a long rabbit hole, trying to figure out a balanced price for her healing spells. As a goddess, whenever a believer of hers casts holy or divine magic, that power is taken from her. To make sure she isn't drained dry by them, she had to give less than she takes. If a believer can generate a certain amount of divine magic a day, she must make sure they uses less than that. The moment her conversation with Lucy ended, Eris called the angels she had left in her heaven and asked them about it. They informed her that they'll be the ones taking care of it, separating Eris's believers into normal people, clerics, and paladins, calculating how much each one uses and allowing them divine magic based on that. As a surprise to absolutely no one, Eris's biggest divine magic sinkhole was her husband. He rarely used her divine magic, especially since Callie joined in. But when he does, he almost leaves her dry. "What are you thinking about?" Zia asked, her cheeks full and inflated like a squirrel with pastries. Nothing. Just how to deal with all the divine magic. Eris looked at her mug and Zia stood, opened her palm and smacked her on the head. "Focus. We came here so you'll have a short break, not think about work all day long." Zia sighed. "I know you're a divine being, but you can't keep stressing yourself like that. Take it slow and steady, one thing after the other." Eris smiled. "I know. What should we do next?" "I was thinking of paying the market a visit, maybe pick up something new. I heard from Roberta that a whole pack of trading caravans had stopped by last week." "Really?" Zia's eyes sparkled. For the past weeks, she had only had a few dresses and her maid and nun outfit, nothing more. She did want to buy a few clothes, but never got the time. After they finished their drink, the two stood and left, making their way straight to the main plaza. The city around Arad's castle had 4. The main one was the closest to the castle gate, and the smallest one was on the opposite side of the castle. Considering that Arad's castle engulfed 2 mountains, it would take hours to walk all the way around. As the two approached the plaza, someone bumped into Zia and rushed back into the crowds. She only gave him a glare and kept walking, not paying more attention than she needed. The man ran away, made his way to the back alleys behind some houses, and looked at what he got, a fancy leather pocket. It alone was worth several silver coins. With a grin on his face, he opened the pocket to see how much gold the noble lady had, but his face immediately paled. The pocket only has a few used wine corks, a hair tie, and the empty husks of eaten seeds and nuts. "What?" he gasped. And he then saw Eris and Zia walking around. His pocket was in Zia's hands. Poor bastard, only a few silver coins. Zia sighed and threw the pocket with its coins into the street. Chapter 1541. 1541. My Fair Lady. The thief growled, watching Zia toss away his pocket, laughing at how little money he had. But that wasn't the part that hurt his pride. It was the fact that she stole his pocket while he was trying to pickpocket her. He was a level 120, having leveled only his rogue class to be a stealth thief with extreme dexterity and hand agility. Out of all the adventurer classes and skills, this was the easiest and safest way to make money. It was to rob other people without them ever finding out. This new city, new empire, was a fast-growing society with countless new people and nobles moving in and out, mountains of gold and money flowing everywhere. Thieves like him could make a fortune, as in those days. Even lower-rank nobles around here were carrying buckets of money to spend on whatever noble expenses they had. The catch was to pick lower-ranked nobles and not take too much to make it seem like they'd dropped their pocket or something. Take some of the money, then throw the pocket into the streets. That woman here with the silky black hair and blue eyes looked like the spoiled young lady of some lower-ranking nobles. Her clothes were decent, a bit expensive, but lacked all of the aspects a noble would look for. No frills, no gold, and not a single piece of jewelry on her body. What made it worse was that she looked as ugly as a pig. She was as pale as a corpse, and those freckles on her face made her look like a rotting carcass of a woman. He would make her regret mocking him like that, but the clear threat didn't escape his senses. She wasn't alone. That woman in common clothes beside her must be a disguised bodyguard. The poor bastards don't even have money to buy leather armor for their bodyguard, and they call themselves nobles. What a joke. He snatched his pocket, counted the gold inside, and then left to bring his friends. He already had a plan in his head to make Zia regret insulting him. Will he kill her? Will he do something to her? No, all he wants is to beat her face to the ground, make it even uglier than it is now, and then throw her in the nearest dumpster where she belongs. Later, Zia and Eris reached one of the largest shops in Arad City, a new establishment funded and led by none other than Merida herself. Of course, Merida herself wasn't here. She founded the place, owns it, and makes many of the clothes sold here, but she rarely visits. Merida spends most of her time either training, making clothes, or in Arad's room. Even her trips to the Abyss are rare and far apart, as she leaves most of that work to Kino, her fungus self. Eris and Zia opened the door, ringing the chime and drawing the attention of the workers inside. The clerk looked at them and smiled, quickly walking around her counter and approaching them. "Welcome. What can I help you with today?" You, Grained, Wark, Mark, Need, Mark, Wark, Walk, Walk. Watch. What? Watch? What? 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 Well, what? With her common clothes, most people would think she looks like the queen, not the real deal. Really, why would the wife of the most powerful man in this empire, the woman who can blow mountains and had faced armies, spawning purple suns out of her hands, be walking around the city in old common clothes? Give me something nice and fresh. I don't like my clothes too revealing, but I also want them to be easy to move in. Zia looked at the clerk with a smile. Like that one over there. She pointed at one dress that was too simple and boring for a noble lady, which made the clerk frown. Eris looked around, then asked with a passive face, "I've heard Queen Merida's clothes are sold here. Can we check those?" The clerk's face lit with a large smile. She now understands who those two are. Zia was a noble lady of some family too outgoing and lacking the manners of nobility, so her family sent Eris with her, a maid and a bodyguard, to ensure the young lady didn't embarrass herself too much. In normal cases, the clerk would have followed Zia's wishes as the customer, but as she doesn't want any trouble with nobles, she should follow Eris's words in the situation. This would be a hard order to fulfill. Satisfy the young lady's desires while keeping to the strict guidelines the maids inform her of. The clerk already got her first guideline. Eris, the maid, asked about the clothes made by Queen Merida, which made sense since, as long as they were made by the queen, even if they were ugly, the noble family could say they wanted to show off Queen Merida's art. The two gleefully looked through the whole shop, picking anything that they liked, all while awake, fully aware of the thieves encircling the place, slowly closing all escape routes. Zia had considered going out for a walk, but Eris was getting in her way, stepping on her toes, and even broke one of her ribs with an elbow jab. The clerk showed them around, even giving them a glance at the clothes Merida sent, but didn't allow them to sell yet, because Eris and Zia had already spent a lot of money and were now expected to be big spenders and a possible future customer with deep pockets. The girl didn't even think for a second that the whole shop was already besieged by over 30 armed thieves, that her two customers were a divine goddess and a vampire lord. That if Eris didn't keep Zia in check, the shop's wall would have already gotten a new coat of scarlet red paint. Eris had many reasons to stop Zia, one of which was that she could sense that the thieves didn't want to kill them, because she was the goddess of murder and could tell they only wanted to beat Zia up for that trick she pulled on the thief earlier, which was debatably an overreaction in her book. She said debatably because she as well was going to overreact and use them to fulfill her twisted desires. They overreacted and wanted to beat Zia, so Eris was going to overreact and wait. If they dared attack them, she was certain Arad would show up to save them, and she wanted him to come with her to the city in the first place. Sadly, her plan quickly fell apart when the shop's door opened, and a tall woman with blonde hair, golden eyes, and a strong build strolled in with a thin and shifty-looking man with white hair and gray eyes. "Oh, look who we have here." Jack gave Eris and Zia a gentle bow, pretending to be some noble gentleman. His eyes then shifted to Lydia by his side. "I'll leave you to them, my love. I have something to take care of outside." Lydia's eyes slowly moved, looking at the walls. "Do you need help?" Jack smiled, looked at the stunned clerk in the back, and smiled before turning back to Lydia. He reached forward and grabbed her palm with one hand. "No need to worry, my fair lady." He kissed her hand and took a step back with a gentle bow. "I'll excuse myself now. Enjoy your time here." Before the clerk could come to her senses from seeing him kiss Lydia's hand, he had already disappeared. Behind the shop, one of the thieves spotted Jack approaching, walking through the dark back alley like a ghostly shadow in a neat and classic leather jacket and with a tasteful hat. A long, thin dagger glistened in his hand, shining faintly in the shadows. Chapter 1542, Slick Thief. "Who are you?" The thief growled, glaring at Jack with a massive dagger in his hand. "Scram away." Jack looked at the man with a passive face, slowly breaking into a gentle, faint smile. "Brother, I would love to ask of you and everyone else to consider dropping this foolish act." He raised his hand, showing them the glistening knife in his hand. My fair wife is inside, and I do not wish to see any of you walk away with broken bones." The thieves looked at each other. Then one of them stood, waving to rest. "I'll get this clown out. You keep going." He started approaching Jack with a dagger. Jack blinked several times, shocked at the thieves' lack of manners. He expected them to recognize him. He had grown up in Alina all of his life. Those thieves should know about him, even if he didn't know their faces. Where would you find such a handsome gentleman with white hair and gray eyes? He was technically the only one, ignoring Gojo. But that pretty boy had blue eyes. He couldn't match Jack's style, but that made Jack aware of one thing. Those thieves aren't native to Alina, they are outsiders. Scums coming from other villages and cities are trying to make it big in the new growing capital. With his older sister leaving to live her happy life with Gojo up north, the city's streets remained at the mercy of every random wannabe gangster. He was both sad and disheartened at how low the thieves here had fallen. In no way would a thief worth their salt ever need to hurt anyone. If they were a mundane person, Jack could see them getting frustrated, but everyone in the world can level up and get better. A thief's skill set is geared toward doing things subtly and without getting caught. If they got caught, that's their problem, a skill issue. It was clear to Jack why those fools would try to intimidate Eris and Zia. They probably tried to rob them and got caught red-handed. But the mere fact that their hands didn't turn into an actual red paste was a good thing. Unlike them, Jack knew what kind of monsters Eris and Zia were. They could be just as scary, if not more terrifying, than his beautiful wife. The thief reached Jack and pointed the dagger at his throat. "Listen, you bastard. Fuck off before I slit your throat open." Jack sighed and patted the thief on the shoulder. "I'm telling you to calm down, brother." The thief glared at Jack's face for a while, then blinked, a frown crossing his face as he took a step back, holding his head in his hands. A second later, he crashed to the ground, unconscious. Jack took a step forward, his leather boots missing the unconscious thief's head by an inch as he walked over him. At that moment, the thieves realized they weren't facing a normal guy, but someone who could send them all to see God with a smile on his face. Their objective immediately changed from getting back on Zia to getting rid of Jack, because he was the immediate threat. One of them stood, pulled a throwing knife, and swung it at Jack from several meters away. The thief's aim was precise and showed great skill. His knife flew right at Jack's throat. No normal person could have avoided such a swift and deadly attack. Jack wasn't at all worried. He had faced much faster and deadlier attacks. He easily took a step to the side, masterfully letting the knife miss him. But he wasn't going to let it keep flying. What if it hit a random person on the street? Throwing his hand back, Jack caught the knife before it could get far away from him, making the thieves freeze for a second. Not in their whole life had they seen someone so fast. It showed up as they failed to notice the trickery going on. The whole catching the throwing knife thing served two purposes: to save any random person from turning into a statistic by the flying piece of steel, and to act as a distraction. While the thieves looked at the knife, Jack had already thrown a tiny bottle with his other hand at their feet, conjuring a puff of smoke which, at a closer inspection, wasn't spoken at all, but a cloud of neurotoxin, powerful enough to paralyze and send them to the dreamland in seconds. The latest episodes are on the Novel fire. The thieves fell down, but will that cloud of highly dangerous toxin be a bit harmful to the local population of two-legged creatures? The answer was simple: of course it is. While high-level adventurers will only get knocked out, a commoner at a low level can even have their lungs and heart paralyzed by just one breath, which isn't compatible with life at all. Naturally, it wasn't on Jack's schedule to get lectured and eaten up by Lydia later on, so he had made sure the cloud would dissipate in the air and get diluted enough to lose all of its dangerous properties quickly. Besides, he was a thief. Killing people wasn't something he did, unless he needed to. And if he wanted those thieves dead, he could have just kept shopping with his beautiful wife and waited for Arad to show up and rip their balls out before feeding them to the local wildlife. Jack saved those bastards' lives, and they should be thanking him. He wanted to call them ignorant fools, but he knew they had no way of knowing what kind of horror they were trying to fight. Jack knew Arad too well. He even knew how he thought. If someone's balls had grown large enough to attack his wives, they were ready to harvest. Even trying to harm his wives, not even doing it, can pretty much get anyone killed by him, no matter what their argument was. Jack looked at the thieves, sighed in dejection, and then walked back to the streets, finding the nearest guards he could recognize. He called out to them, and they stared at him, surprised and confused. What was he doing here, calling the guards nonetheless? "Jack, come on, turning yourself in now won't do anything." One of the guards approached him with a smile. Jack was a repeat offender, and he was infamous for escaping jail each time they threw him in. Jack gave them a mocking salute and then pointed at the back alley. "Got some rats back there. They probably need to be put in a cage for a while." The guards gave him back the same mocking salute and then took a look. "Snitching, now? Aren't you the rat?" Jack giggled. "Well, I might be a rat, but I'm a clean white rat." He pointed at his hair. "Those in the back, though, let's just say you'd better catch them before Arad comes flying down and puts them down like actual rats." The two guards paled. Everyone knew that Jack was a part of Arad's party, that they were extremely close friends, and that while Jack was rarely seen with the Emperor in those past days, they were certainly in contact. What did they do? One of the guards gasped, and Jack thought about it for a second. He can't just expose Eris and Zia. Those two were clearly disguised to avoid attention. "That shop, isn't it, owned by Merida?" He pointed. "They were trying to break in. I don't know if it was for a robbery or beating someone up, but what I know is that Merida kills first and never asks questions afterward." He smiled. "If they got inside, I bet you they won't even get the privilege of being turned into a new article." As the guards rushed to arrest the thieves, Jack found a nice bench to sit on and wait for Lydia to come out. It would be best to leave the girls to shop alone, so he took a short rest, watching as the guards struggled to drag the thieves out. The city is growing rapidly, and so are the thieves around here. They are getting too bold too quickly. He knew that Sarah was taking care of the black market and the underworld, and her horny brother Abel was doing his best to make sure cheeks of all kinds are available, and the killing sphere would most likely get controlled by Eris. One thing was left unattended. The thieves, Sarah rules the black market. Abel rules the red light district. Eris rules the Assassins' Guild, which only leaves an empty spot for a thieves' guild to rise, which he was willing to take care of since he really wanted to settle down for a bit. He doesn't know what Arad would say, but he is sure someone needs to put a leash on the thieves around here. Chapter 1543, in 1543, in Arad's palm. Eris looked at Lydia as they walked to the changing room. They had picked too many clothes, but most of them would still need a bit of work to fit just right. "Your divine magic, isn't it a bit off?" Eris asked. Her eyes couldn't be mistaken, especially now that she is a goddess. Lydia smiled. "Well, many things have changed in the past few days." She looked at Eris and clenched her fist. Only then could Eris sense Lydia's harrowing divine magic, and only as a goddess could she tell how stupid her power was. It was utterly wrong to consider Lydia as a human. She was a living and breathing portal to the surface of the sun, acting as a direct blade held by Amaterasu's hands. Now, the stronger her faith became, and the more power she could draw, the tighter the gates Amaterasu had to set to block the divine magic from leaking. At this moment, Lydia has two seals on her body to keep the divine magic in check. A holy spark in her chest and a divine key held by Jack. He had become the eclipse, blocking her blinding light from scorching the earth. Lydia looked at the mirror. The dress she got didn't fit her well, especially around her back. "I need something bigger." Zia looked at her for a few seconds. Unlike most, Lydia's muscles were strong and well-defined, but smooth and soft to the touch. She didn't look overly muscular, despite the metric tons of steel rolling beneath her skin. If she were to grab a steel helmet, she would be able to crush it like an egg. With that amount of power, not even vampire lords like Zia would have a decent chance against her, and knowing her, it might be impossible to defeat her. Read complete version only at novaire.net. I bet Amaterasu has something for you. Zia shrugged, and Lydia smiled. you're right. Eris stared closely at Lydia, quickly frowning. I see divine magic if you died. Lydia shrugged. If I die, I'll immediately rise back as an angel. I already have enough faith in divine magic. I even understood Amaterasu's duality better. She looked at the door. At least Jack taught me more about it. Jack Zia lifted an eyebrow. From what she knew, Lydia was the expert when it came to Amaterasu, so what did Jack of all people find out and learn about that she didn't already know? Amaterasu is a duality. To get the best, you must play with both rules. She giggled, and as it seems, they are the exact opposite. Exact opposite. Amaterasu is a duality. The goddess of dusk and dawn, the sun and eclipse, Eris, tried to wear her dress, but it also didn't fit her, a bit too tight around the chest. She frowned and turned back to Lydia. It seems that going against Amaterasu's will is as important as following her teachings. I already had the rot curse of her archon Asmodeus, but I never thought too deeply about it. Why is her archon the ruler of hell? Lydia looked at her hand, watching golden and black divine magic dancing around each other. Why did I end up with Jack, a thief of all people? It was simple. We needed both light and darkness. So let me guess. Zia looked at her with a smug face. He's having a bad influence on you, turning you into a bad girl, and Amaterasu liked that. Or is it the opposite? Did you turn him into a religious thief? Lydia picked another thing to wear, but nothing here seemed to fit her well. He was the one to guess it, as you know. I was supposed to remain a maiden to retain my divine magic, the whole holy woman of clothes and such. She looked at Eris. Jack had another idea, said it was not worth it to keep half-killing myself fighting for something that shouldn't be my responsibility. She pulled a chair and sat down. I was having none of it, though, as you know. My head is a solid rock. He said, we should do it. Amaterasu be damned, and I said that we shouldn't. She giggled. At the end, he won. It was then that the full power started flowing. He won. He convinced you. Iris lifted an eyebrow, and Lydia shook her head. Hell no, I never agreed to anything while I was thinking about what to say to convince him to drop it. He sneaked up on me and shoved it in. She smiled, but that was the point. He figured it out. I'll never agree to losing my virginity and power. I have to admit, he is smarter than I by a lot. So the key was getting you to break Amaterasu's rules. Eris looked at her hands. Wait, doesn't that mean? Lydia looked at her. You're the goddess of murder, but at the same time you should try to protect people from being murdered. Try to save lives, and that should lead you to more power. She looked at the door, speaking of doing the opposite. Mira is greed, right, after she ascends. She should be able to empower herself a lot by being generous. For a god, it doesn't matter if they started from the evil or the good side. And it is the same for angels, archons, and humanoids following the god. The three of them walked out of the changing room, put everything they wanted to buy on the desk, and went to pick even more stuff. So, what did Jack get? You got even more power. He must have gotten some power? Zia asked with a grin, knowing exactly what Lydia would say. Of course, I almost snapped Jack's neck in half, but now he has to pray to Amaterasu with me to keep his power. She smiled. Jack can decide whether someone gets to enjoy Amaterasu's blessing or not. She pointed at the rays of sunlight coming through the window. He can ban someone from sunlight, blinding and freezing them. The sun is what makes it easier for us to see, and it is also the thing that keeps this world warm. Without it, only the cold darkness awaits. Eris froze. Wait, is that why you came here? Eris was right. Lydia and Jack had arrived here on Amaterasu's advice, specifically because of Jack's power. While he can ban someone from enjoying Amaterasu's light, now there is a second sun in the sky, which was nowhere as useful as it should have been. That's where Eris comes into play, and Lydia explained exactly what she wanted her to do. When Jack bans someone from Amaterasu's light, the world turns utterly dark for them. But now that darkness is replaced by a faint purple radiance. Lydia wants two things: for Jack to be able to ban anyone from Iris's light as well, so the darkness can return. That is the first part. The second is giving him a murder boost if he decides to allow the target to see with Iris's light. What would Eris get in exchange for that is Lydia and Jack worshipping her alongside Amaterasu, a secondary goddess. But nonetheless, Jack himself didn't matter, as he would grant almost no divine magic, but Lydia, on the other hand, was a divine magic mine with how powerful her faith was. Eris looked at Lydia, scratching her cheek. But there is a problem, I don't know how to do that. Amaterasu said that if you wanted to allow it, it would happen. Lydia looked at her. Technically, you're still her paladin, so she can help with that. Cooperation between the gods is more common than someone might expect. Eris closed her eyes. I see. But it's a bit more complicated than what Amaterasu told you. I'll need to allocate at least one angel to be a messenger between me and Amaterasu to coordinate all of that. She then opened her eyes. I just spoke to her. It should be all done in a day or two. An hour later, they finished buying everything they wanted from this shop and got out. Lydia looked for Jack and found him sitting in the middle of the city plaza with Abel. Jack, we're done. She approached, gave Abel a stare, and then turned to Eris. Are you guys really allowing him to do that? Eris stared at Abel and then turned back. Well, better under control rather than left to the people to go wild. Humans, demons, devils, elves, dwarves, halflings, all of them are going to live and work here in this city. Abel shrugged. You can't stop the horny. It's better to give them a place rather than have it go out of control. He smiled. And I'm making you money out of it. You might not believe me, but it also helps the demons see humanoids as more than just bugs to be killed and eaten. Lydia sighed. Just don't become an influence on Jack. Abel laughed. Me? He's the one influencing me. We're just talking about starting a thieves' guild or something like that. I'm already inclined to help. Eris looked at Jack, while Lydia glared at him. Arad also thought about it. Eris smiled. The plan was to make the Thieves' Guild a dark side controlled by Mira's church. Jack frowned. Are you telling me I have to work for Amaterasu, you, and now Mira? 3 gods. Eris shrugged. You're right, it's work, a contract. You'd better talk to Arad about it. He is the one preparing for it. Albeit, I don't know how far the plans are going. Abel chuckled. So our friend is trying to control the castle. The thieves, the assassins, the prostitutes, the black market, the churches, the demons, devils, angels, the adventurers, the wizards, and even the fabric of very reality with that world in his stomach. I'm sure he'll move the main capital there. Abel had been to Arad's small world before and saw it. The vampires marching and the angels flying around, the demons carrying supplies, and the burning stars in the void. Arad's empire wasn't like any other kingdom where multiple powers could clash. It was a massive empire that looked expansive, but it was all dancing in the palm of Arad's hand. Careful. He looked at Eris. The only thing that can break this empire is an internal conflict at this time. I'm talking about you all. His wives don't start another blood war. Chapter 1544. 1544. Eating a whole world. Even with how vast Yuri's world was, Arad had almost swallowed it whole by this time. He only had the main planet left and the dead sun. As he wanted to leave Yuri and his planet last, he headed past them and reached the center of the solar system where the sun should have been, and he found it. A wild dot of smoldering iron, radiating with pale light as it still retained much of the sun's heat. This was the corpse of a sun, what would be left after the great Titan devoured all its power and slowly faded away. The sphere of iron was so massive and vast that Arad felt small flying around it. It even dwarfed the mortal world and emanated a harrowing gravity that it almost ripped Arad in half and crushed him on its surface. Arad still managed to fly, but just barely. Not because his wings were powerful, but only because he could use his own gravity magic to resist. If not for that, he would have been long dead. That had caused him to stop for a while to think. If all of this power were contained in the relatively cold corpse of a sun, what would Amaterasu be capable of? What would Eris be capable of in a few years? This also forced Arad to think about gravity for a few minutes and realize that while gravity can be forced to occur through magic, it can also naturally emerge in nature. The massive objects of the universe all have a powerful gravitational field. He had seen it in all of the planets he had eaten, and this dead sun is heavier, and it has a stronger field. Arad had two ideas. One was that when objects reach a certain mass, they gain gravity, or everything has gravity, but its strength depends on mass, making it unnoticeable in smaller objects. Arad could already test that in his stomach, and the result was clear. Everything has a gravity field, they are just too weak in smaller objects. Arad didn't know if that information could be useful or not, but any knowledge is better than nothing, as long as it's not forbidden knowledge. He then flew down and landed on the surface of the sun, looking at the glowing iron beneath him, pure and plentiful, a true treasure for him. This was almost useless on its own, but to Mira, this was a few centuries' supply of iron. He immediately expanded his elemental expansion and started devouring the whole sun. Unlike the planets, which were relatively small, this sun would take him hours to finish. All this time, Yuri was struggling with the remaining soldiers to cool their bunker, barely able to survive as Diana watched from above, heating the planet with another strike whenever she felt like it. Mathilde flew all around the world in circles, looking for anyone who dared get out of the boiling ground to kill them. Devils were extremely resistant to heat, so surviving in the red-hot crust wasn't as impossible as it would have been for humans, but they still couldn't endure days of being locked in a pressure cooker. As they guarded the planet, the two angels had many conversations, most of which were about Arad, mainly because Diana couldn't believe that Arad was eating this entire solar system like it was a giant buffet. She had seen many void dragons, but almost none of them tried doing such a thing. They all trained day and night, ate uranium and abominations, then spent all of their remaining time either flying across space or sleeping. The Dracanas she saw in her life were also all the same, carrying any world that was given to them in their stomachs, and then floating in the vacuum of space till the end of their lives. No one was as active or daring as Arad and Gojo were. She had seen Arad fight, and he didn't fight like any void dragon. In the war, the void dragons acted as massive carriers that flew across space, blasted anything with their breath, and left most of the physical confrontation to the soldiers and angels most of the time, unless something really bad happened. Void dragons were massive, heavy, tanky, and fast, making them the gods moving forts, and a fort isn't supposed to be punching things with its wall even if it can move. Watching Arad fight, Diana always had this painful feeling in the back of her head. It was like watching someone use a sword as a stick instead of swinging it properly. Void step, that thing wasn't made to teleport behind an opponent to stab them. It was supposed to be a tool that allows a void dragon to retreat behind the angel's defensive line. What terrified her more was seeing him move. Arad tore the fabric of space, grabbed the threats of space with his claws, and catapulted himself forward with Vorvidos's space magic. It was the same method he used to move past the space rifts in the World Tree, but since he was in space now, he could fly more easily and get even faster. "What are you thinking about?" Mathilde flew closer to Diana and looked at her, running out of divine magic. Diana looked at her with a smug face. "Me. Her divinity, Callie, has enough divine magic to drown your goddess 10 times over." Mathilde smacked her on the back. "I can't deny that. But doesn't that say you've been cheating against me in all of those fights, having 10 times more divine magic than I? Oh, wait, I won a few fights. Does that mean I'm more skilled than you?" Diana growled. "First, we fought on the front lines. We all had the same rations of divine magic. Callie has more overall, but it's spread across multiple archons and countless angels and demons." She pointed at Matilda's face. "And you are nowhere near as skilled as I. I was born to fight and destroy. You were not." Matilda smiled. "Can't argue with that, but I can kick better." She wasn't wrong. Overall, Diana was stronger, but Matilda had better kicks than Diana. Said the foot fetish angel. Said the chaos fart. Seconds later, the two were already fighting. not seriously, but with enough power to shake the already crumbling planet beneath them. When Arad returned, the two were already getting serious. Mathilde had caught Diana's head between her thighs and was trying to crush it like a melon, while Diana had managed to tear Mathilde's wings off and burn her back to a crisp. "What are you two doing?" he asked, looking at them with a tired face. "She started it." Diana pointed at Mathilde. "Look, she is trying to crush my head between her stinky legs." "No, I wasn't." Mathilde gasped. "She roasted my wings like they were chicken wings. She hit me first." As Arad stared at them in silence for a few seconds, they moved apart and sighed. "Sorry," said Diana. "It always ends up like this." "Yeah," Mathilde scratched the back of her head. "We almost always fight when left together. Mathilde, your injuries." Arad looked at Mathilde's back with a worried face, but she instantly healed it. Not even a scratch. "Check her." She pointed at Diana. "She crushed my head earlier," Diana said. When Arad found them, it was the second time Mathilde caught Diana in the iron jaws of her tights. "But I'm fine," as the two seemed fine. Arad looked back at the red planet. "I finished swallowing everything here. Time to go down and greet the bastard." "We're killing him?" Diana asked. "No," Arad smiled. "I'm breaking all of his bones and taking him to Tael." Chapter 1545. 1545. Building a whole world, Arad looked at Mathilde and Diana, then glared down at the planet. His purple eyes burned with dark malice. The gravity magic holding him up in the sky faded away, causing him to fall rapidly like a meteor. But while standing upright, the clouds of smoke parted and tore apart. The air around him burned blue, and as he got faster and faster, shockwaves burst around his body a moment before he impacted the ground, causing a massive explosion. Diana and Mathilde slowly descended after him, their wings washing away the black smoke and dust, illuminating Arad and everything around him. Arad always has many breaks put in place to keep his power in check while in the mortal world. He never goes all out and never lets his magic leak out, because it would kill anyone getting nearby. If humans were candles, he was a raging volcano. Getting anywhere close to him would cause their souls to melt and burn away, and then there was the radiation. As when Arad didn't care about preserving the world around him, he would always be boiling matter inside his stomach, preparing for attacks. Arad's body was so radioactive that if a man got within 1,000 kilometers of him, they would die of radiation, fall to the floor with their skin blistering and ripping apart. To earn the right to fight Arad, you'd have to survive the waves of his deadly magic aura from 4,000 kilometers away. Then, when you get close to the 1,000 kilometers mark and beyond, be ready to face radiation on top of everything. Diana and Mathilde could endure his presence, but he didn't put them under it, making sure to keep them specifically safe. The only two beings in this world that could approach Arad and stand in front of him were the two archons who erased all life from its surface. As Arad took his first step forward, his body disappeared into darkness, stepping through the void and appearing a few thousand kilometers away where Yuri's castle should have been. Diana and Mathilde were just behind him. The two were fast, too fast for anyone to even see or catch. He is beneath us, several hundreds of kilometers deep. Diana looked down with her eyes flashing golden. Mathilde smiled. He built one massive bunker. No, I would call it an underground kingdom. There are at least 500,000 devils there with him, mostly soldiers. Everyone had already died from the unbearable heat and lack of air. All of the devils that died here were already back in hell, getting assigned their roles and jobs as they should have been. The only person here that won't end there is probably Yuri, because Arad won't let hell eat his prey. Arad reached down, touched the boiling red ground with his fingers, then looked at the expansive sea of black and red magma. This place must have looked like the mortal world just a few days ago, before Mathilde came here and violated it. What a shame, but it was already dead to begin with. Should Arad go down to Yuri, or pull him out? How about the third option, digging him out? Newest update provided by novielfear.net. Arad lifted his arm, releasing a massive wave of gravity magic, and then expanded his expansion, rapidly tearing the crust of the planet and swallowing it into his stomach. Inside Arad's stomach, many things were already changing. His small world, that was a large flat island floating in the void, had shaken and trembled, getting more and more mass thrown at its lower side. The heavier it got, the stronger its gravity field got, and the stronger that field got, the more it was forced to take a spherical shape. The vampires living on it looked down, holding to the ground as the violent earthquake grew stronger by the second. What a rude child. At least tell Mom when you're going to work on the house. Gaia, who was sitting on a small hill enjoying the view, smiled. She lifted her palm and slapped the ground, silencing it. Arad's small world stopped shaking, but it was still growing larger. What Gaia did was just dampen the vibrations reaching the main island. All of that, Zephyr, you were right. Arad is a monster, even by our standards. She stood and took a step forward. What kind of dragon houses a heaven inside his stomach, and even builds worlds? Zephyr flew toward her. You're giving him too much credit. All he is doing is throwing the dirt and stone he ate at this world's lower side, letting nature do its job. Gaia smiled. Nature is a beautiful woman with olive skin, a tall and muscular body, and so gentle that she doesn't care about getting extra work thrown at her. She rested her fists on her hips. I never thought a day would come when I would be tasked to do such a thing. Zephyr patted her on the shoulder. Do your best to keep this small world stable. I'm sure you're powerful enough to keep up. I'll handle filling it with air. As the small world expanded, its atmosphere grew thinner and thinner, which is why Zephyr would need to start pumping it with air before the people living here start suffocating. Some were already having a hard time breathing, mainly the humans. Come on, I was taking a nap. Nar flew past Gaia as a red flash and plunged into the ground, rushing to control the temperature of the planet's core and prevent it from bursting like a bomb. Besides, even if the planet didn't explode, it could heat up and cook everyone on the surface from the friction alone. Rillier walked out of her hut in the middle of nowhere, rubbing her eyes, finally, some space. She looked out with an uninterested face. I was about to start complaining. Seconds later, a flood of water exploded out of her hut and drowned vast swathes of land. Undine flew in and jumped inside the hut, finding Rillier P. What are you doing? She cried. I'm filling the planet with water, salty seawater. Nar would need it to cool the core. Arad is rapidly filling the plant with matter, which is rubbing against each other, heating up, and soon would burn the entire place if we don't do anything. Rillier pointed out, I called you because I need someone to go and direct the water outside. Make sure to follow Gaia and Nar's work. The water must cover the cracks between the world scales, talking about the tectonic plates. I know, but I'm not your lackey. Don't just go ordering me around. Hearing Undine growl at her, Rillier smiled. You're more like a little sister now. So be a good girl and go do your work. Undine sighed and flew away to get everything ready. Lady Gaia, Astrid, and her twin sister Frida rushed across the hills, landing right beside the Spirit Queen. What is going on? Arad is enlarging the small world by throwing more matter on it. She looked at them with a smile. Massage my shoulders before Salamander shows up. The two looked at each other for a long moment. Right now, Gaia was their teacher, showing them the secrets of Earth magic, knowing that they couldn't help any other way. Each of the two took a shoulder to massage. Sadly, a second later, Salamander showed up. Nar says she needs to vent. She said with a worried face, and Gaia smiled. Good, you two. Go with her and make some volcanoes. I marked the mountains you can use. No time to waste. Salamander grabbed the two by their hands and flew away with them. Gaia kept working. They should be here any time now. A few seconds later, 5 angels flew down from the sky and landed in front of her. The 5 women bowed slightly and then looked around. This place is falling toward Eris's son. One of them said with a worried face. Gaia looked at them with a smile. Then do something about it. Arad is making this world bigger, so you must drag it further away from the sun before it starts spinning out of control. If Eris is anything close to Amaterasu, you angels could do something and get that to work. The angels looked at each other. That's why we came here to you. We were angels of war before. We know nothing about the sun domain." Gaia sighed, as expected. She then looked up and screamed, "Why, Amaterasu, send someone to help your little new colleague, would you?" The angels looked at each other. Amaterasu won't respond just like that, she is. But before they could finish speaking, a radiant angel was standing behind Gaia. She looked different from Eris's angels, a bit taller and much, much stronger. "You're finally here. Took you long enough." The angel looked at Gaia with a passive face, prompting her to speak again. "This is Solar, if I remember correctly. It's been over 1,000,000 years. She is the angel responsible for the maintenance of the sun in the mortal world." She then turned toward Eris's angels. "She'll help you get this planet to a suitable distance from Eris's sun." Solar sighed, as rude as ever. "But it matters not. Let's move." She flew away, and the 5 angels followed her. We got everything ready. What is missing? Chapter 1546, 1546. Arad's massive world. Yes. Gaia looked up. A moon. She then waved her hand and sent a call to Lunara. She would have the demon lord go around Arad's stomach with some angels to find a massive rock and bring it into orbit so that the moon could help Rillia and her oceans. And why settle for just one moon? Why not make it 2 and add an asteroid belt over everything to make the night sky look beautiful? She didn't have this much fun in millions of years. The vampires who lived inside Arad's small world looked outside their homes and churches with terrified faces. From what they knew, nothing could reach this world and damage it unless Arad was taken down. But just a few minutes ago, this world shook and trembled. Only then did one of Mira's angels fly in to inform them that Arad is expanding the small world into a full one and that the spirits are already working on it. Everyone has to stay inside their homes and must not leave the boundary. One of the castle's maids, Lexi, the same one who was with Ayla just a few days ago on their trip to her village. At that time, she had seen Ayla's power, and though that was insane, a mere elf fighting a powerful archdevil was something that no mortal could even imagine. But now, poor Lexi was watching something even scarier. She was here just to pick a sack of potatoes, but got stuck in the sky. Lunara flew across the starlight sky, pushing a massive moon-like asteroid into orbit with the help of a few hundred angels. The mountains on the horizon were moving like a train, with smoke and fire erupting from some. Even the sun in the sky seemed to flash and grow smaller. Lexi had once caught Lunara in the castle's pantry munching on carrots and had to kick her out, but she had never expected to see such power from her. She expected her to be at best as strong as a powerful adventurer. Then, a roar came out of nowhere, throwing her to the ground. "What?" she cried, quickly standing back up and looking out of the window into the sky. Her eyes opened wide as she saw a swarm of dragons flying down from the sky. There were hundreds of them, all too massive, big enough to dwarf the whole city and stand equal to the mountains getting born across the horizon. Those dragons all rushed down, then spread across the entire world, braving the infernal hellscape of the land that was still getting molded by Gaia and the other spirits. Those were the Dracaenas Arad defeated in the Chromatic Kingdom. All of them were rushing in to claim their share of the lands, laughing as they would get a cut before the metallic dragons. Lexi could see one of the Dracaenas, a red one, landing on a nearby mountain, then pouring a fountain of gold from beneath her wings. They were building their lairs here and transferring their hoards. Just that one Dracaena had enough gold coins to down the entire city in them and kill everyone. The scale of everything was just too unfathomable for her to grasp it whole. Mountains were moving, the clouds burned, and a swarm of kingdom-destroying dragons just rained from the sky. Just looking outside was enough to make Lexi's head hurt, which was probably due to the lack of oxygen as Zephyr was still filling the world. She looked to her side at the sack of potatoes she was supposed to drag back to the castle. That thing was too heavy for her to lift. She was planning on dragging it back, but now she doesn't know how to feel about not being able to move it. "I gotta move." She sighed and took a step back, about to drag the sack of potatoes back to the pantry and find a place to wait. There's no need for her to remain standing in the hallway like a fool. What could we do? The Emperor and his wives were kneading dough. She turned around but immediately hit something massive and solid. Her nose almost cracked, and she fell back on her butt. Damn it, who's the fool standing in the middle of the hallway? She rubbed her nose, tears wetting her eyes. She rubbed her eyes, cleared the tears, and looked in front of her, finding Arad standing there, looking at her with a worried face. She froze. It was the Emperor who stood in the way. I came looking for you. Aella looked at her with a smile from behind Arad. But you just called him a fool. Did no one teach you that you can't just turn around and run without looking? Lexi was already too stunned and terrified to speak. Bumping into the Emperor was one thing, but calling him a fool was a whole other can of worms. I'm kind of a fool. Arad shrugged. I totally forgot that I should have warned everyone here about this. He turned toward the window and looked at the writhing world. I'm sure this all came at a sudden for the spirits, and I'm even more certain that everyone living here was terrified by it. Ella sighed. That's somewhat right. Arad was right, but wrong at the same time. While he was at the wrong, they shouldn't be shocked by such a change, especially since what just happened with Eris. But they shouldn't be so shocked by it. I think they should. Arad leaned on the window, living inside my stomach, thinking it's some kind of magical pocket dimension can make sense, especially since everyone had seen wizards pull things out of nowhere before. But this, he pointed at the sky where Lunara was just putting the second moon in orbit, followed by the angels pushing thousands of tiny asteroids with their wings to create a ring around the planet. Arad then pointed at the moving mountains on the horizon, the boiling sea and the shifting fog, consuming vast chunks of land like a ravenous tide. This is far more than what a human can endure. Ella walked past Arad, and Lexi grabbed the sack of potatoes and lifted it with ease. They'll get used to it. She then jumped onto Arad's shoulder and sat on it, then handed the sack of potatoes to him and reached down, pulling the still shocked and terrified Lexi up to sit on Arad's other shoulder. Lexi finally came to her senses and cried, "What? What are you doing?" Alla looked at her with a smile. "You're a wizard, Lexi. We're going back to the castle." "Arad, how about we make a detour and take a stroll across this world?" She looked outside. "You can teleport out from anywhere. So I say, we go check things out before we leave," Arad nodded. And with one step he was standing outside the city where Gaia had just said that no one should stand. Lexi is a wizard, and the moment she felt how the magic in Arad's void step worked, she almost threw up just from that. How was he even here, inside his own stomach, while still leaving a beacon outside, at the same time being able to teleport within himself? It wasn't that it didn't make sense, but the overlapping coordinates made her feel sick. Arad held both of them tight to his shoulders with gravity magic, and then burst running forward. Aella took the warm breeze with a smile, while Lexi screamed her lungs out, barely holding the urge to jump away. Arad's legs hit the ground in rapid succession, like the beating of a drum. He blazed across the newly formed wastelands at a speed that no one should be able to run at. All thanks to his heavy weight and powerful muscles, and the barrier magic he used to create footing when the ground was too soft to support his movement. "Wait! Mountain! Mountain!" Lexi bawled her eyes out as she saw Arad running straight toward a solid black mountain of basalt and obsidian, but to her shock, he jumped at the last moment, reaching the peak with a single leap. The moment Arad reached the peak, he kicked and used it as a stepping stone to jump even higher, piercing the clouds. Another thing had terrified Lexi even more. She could sense that, besides barrier magic to gain a footing, Arad was purely running on his physical strength alone. She can barely jump over a bucket, and he had just leaped to the peak of a whole mountain with ease. As Lexi was still screaming, another scream muffled her, a dragon's roar. From the clouds beneath them, a flying red mountain emerged too massive to be seen at once. Arad landed on the mountain's back, and Lexi barely managed to figure out that they were standing on the back of a flying red dragon. The red dragon was, in fact, a dracana, one of the Dracanas that Arad beat in the chromatic dragon's kingdom, and she was now flying around her new lair to spread her magic. Feeling Arad approach and land on her back, the Dracana immediately slowed down and turned her head, looking at her back. Hey, a great whim. Lexi could tell a dragon's age, because that would make it easier to know if she could run away or die, but she couldn't tell a dragon apart from a Dracana, because that won't help her anyway. Both are violent. Lord Arad, where are you heading? The red Dracana asked, and Arad smiled, looking up. To the moons. She sighed. Breaking my back? Fine, jump. Arad chuckled. No, I'm not using you as a platform. I just landed on you because you were close. Arad expanded his massive black wings and flew away, waving his hand at the Dracana. Alla looked at the terrified Lexi with a smile. A nice trip, right? Nice? We're gonna die. She at least knew that she couldn't breathe on the moon. But to her surprise, Arad rapidly accelerated forward, then teleported several times with void step, landing on the surface of the biggest of the two moons in less than 2 minutes. To Lexi's surprise, she can breathe. Of course, she could. Arad controlled this whole space. Looking back at Arad's world, she felt both small and terrified. Seeing the whole planet from this far away was both shocking and unreal. Arad. Lunara was there, and she immediately sensed Arad. Did you like the moon? I can't believe I managed to push it. Is this some kind of magic you can do? Arad looked around. The moon is fine. I like that there are 2 instead of just 1. For how you could move it, it's simple. You're powerful, and there is no gravity here. He looked down. The moon has gravity, but I can override it with magic, so you're right. I used magic to make it easier for you? Lunara's eyes sparkled, then she looked at Aella. So, what brought you here? She then shifted her gaze to Lexi. You better put her down before she throws up on him. Lunara then froze. She remembered Lexi yelling at her a few days ago. Wait, this isn't about the carrots, is it? She jumped back. Arad lifted an eyebrow, looked at Lexi, then shook his head. No. I was going to tell you that you should use this large moon as a second base for the moon rabbits. Leave the smaller one empty, as we might use it as a training ground. Wait, this entire place? Lunara looked around. I can't even fill 1/10 of the real moon outside, so how could I use all of this space? This world is supposed to be a safe world inside my stomach. It will be a place your demon race can retreat to in case of an emergency. I want it to be massive, expansive, and have enough space to fit everyone with extra room for more. Lunara looked around. I think it's pretty massive. It's still not even 1/3 of a full world. I need more planets and a stable anchor, a world tree. Plum isn't powerful enough to fill that role, so at best I'll reach 99% of a full world. He looked at the sky where a flock of angels was slowly coming down. Those were Mira's angels who helped Lunara. Lord Arad, greeting. They landed and knelt immediately. Good, you're here. I've got a plan for Mira. He looked at Lexi, then back at the angels. Eris found out a few details from Lydia, so we'll get moving. Under Mira's name, I want you to scribe, mark, and cut pieces of land from the world below, all around the main city, and give them to maids and their families. Just make sure each maid gets at least twice the land their family got in the real world outside. He looked back at his world. The land should be in the maid's name, not their family's name. Mira got the greed portfolio, so we'll power her up with generosity. Heh, Lexi gasped. What are you talking about? The angels looked at Arad, back at the world, then at him once more. It'll take a few days, but what about everyone else? They'll get their share later. For now, I want to see if I can get Mira to evolve. Besides, the vampires would move there. He pointed at the small planet flying around Eris's sun. Right now, in Arad's system, there is 1 sun and 2 planets. The small planet was Eris's heaven, and it had 1 small moon. Arad's main world, on the other hand, now has 2 moons and is much bigger and further away from the sun. Chapter 1547, against a horde of devils, Arad dug the planet's surface, and stared down at the new abyss, seeing trails of Yuri's magic inside, far too muffled by the devil's oppressive curses. Arad had to be wary of one thing. Yuri's curse. Yuri can get stronger or weaker based on how much he hates and is hated. If Arad hated him, Yuri would get stronger and Arad would become weaker. This fight can easily turn around. Yuri's main advantage is that he killed the parents of one of Arad's wives, garnering his loathing. This immediately makes Arad's situation difficult, and that's why he brought Diana and Mathilde on standby. They don't have any emotions toward Yuri, they barely knew Tile, and while they could be made to them, it was easier to forget and ignore, making them a perfect weapon against Yuri. But from what Arad learned from Diana herself, the only one who could completely obliterate such a curse is Death herself, the emotionless reaper of souls. But Arad wants to be the one to break Yuri's bones and turn him inside out. That's why he had to find a way to rip his emotions apart from himself. Taking a bit of time eating this whole universe also served the purpose of giving Arad enough time to think and come up with a plan, and he had managed to achieve something. Arad's plan was simple but complicated. He had to consult the only curse expert that he knew, Doma, the Queen of Curses. Updates are released by novelfire.net. Doma looked through Arad's eyes, a mouth opening on his neck as she giggled. Oh my, now that's one powerful curse. According to Doma, in this situation, there are two types of curses that Arad should consider: natural and artificial curses. When Doma herself makes a curse, when any witch makes a curse through magic, it is an artificial curse, something made by people, not naturally coming into existence. But the curses devils and half-devils are born with are natural curses. They are formed with them at birth. In most cases, natural curses are stronger than artificial ones, but that only extends to the strength. Artificial curses are usually more stable, better constructed, and have fewer loopholes to exploit, which more than makes up for the lack of raw power. Yuri's curse was powerful, stupidly powerful, to a point where it was funny. Based on the hate he gets or feels, his strength would multiply, making him tens of times stronger than he should be. It was a curse that makes you stronger the more the world hates you, which in turn puts you in more danger. That was a deadly power, but it was also the curse's downfall. There were two main problems with Yuri's curse. The first was that it relied on Yuri's own power as a baseline, making him its limiter. The second was that it relied on hatred. The last emotion Doma would want to make a curse based upon hatred was unstable, volatile, and ever-changing. Many people mistake hatred for anger, but the two are completely different emotions. You can hate someone, but it's not necessary to be angry at them. Hatred makes it easier to get angry, but it isn't as powerful. There was a stark difference between a curse powered by spite and one fueled by rage. Yuri is family, and he has done nothing wrong. He simply played by the Titan's traditions and executed his father's family because they cheated against Zeus. Doma giggled. You can be disappointed that he didn't play along. You can be angry at what he did, but you don't have to hate him for having a different opinion and acting upon it. Arad jumped down, watching as the light of the outside faded away and got replaced by the humming red glow of fire and boiling magma. As he fell, Diana and Mathilde were right behind him, descending upon the darkness like two beacons of radiant light. As the sparks of flame flew past him, Arad soon saw the bottom of the endless pit he had dug. An endless and expansive mineshaft akin to an armored ant colony, each tunnel being at least several hundred meters wide, enough to house titans and devils. He landed with a boom, immediately finding himself surrounded by thousands of armed devils, all ready to attack and kill him where he stood. Arad lifted his hand, summoning the small black hole he had stored inside his stomach. Using his authority over the void, he then forced that black hole to change shape into a long blade, with the accretion disk being the handguard. He pointed the sword at the ground, standing with his arms wide open as he looked forward with a passive face, his eyes burning purple. Get out of my way. The devils threw glances at each other, then looked at Diana and Mathilde, who floated right above Arad. The two didn't seem interested in fighting them, so this colony of devils had one goal: to slay Arad first and then deal with them later on. "Do you really think," a devil growled, "that we're going to sit and let someone who destroyed our whole world live to see another day?" Fire started burning from his back. "You bastard, what is left out there? Where are everyone else?" Arad looked at him and then spoke in a passive tone. "Back in hell where they belong." The devil instantly lunged at Arad, burning with rage. His spear flew across the air like a flash, immediately getting blocked by Arad's sword. "Fucker, give them back." As Arad blocked the devil's spear, his expression never changed. "I'm sending you all to them. You already festered a bed for the abomination, so I'm not here to play games with you all." Using his powerful arms, Arad pushed the sword forward, deflecting the spear away, and then with a single downward swing, he slashed the devil in half with ease. As the devil's two halves fell to the ground and evaporated into nothing, consumed by Arad's black hole sword, the devils all glared at him, raging at once. Hundreds and thousands of blades all flew at Arad at once, and from each and every direction a storm of swords, a rain of spears, and a flood of fire and curses washed over him. Arad moved like a machine, his arms swung rapidly, and his sword faded into a blur. None of those devils were weak. They were all too powerful, archdevils and even stronger fiends, and even Arad could feel the power behind their attacks. They were all empowered by Yuri's curse. But what made the fight even harder was that each and every one of them had a powerful curse as well, making each one of them need a different strategy to kill. One of the devils could greatly increase his speed, but in exchange for accelerating his time, he grew older with each move. Arad didn't need to do much for those devils to die, but for a few seconds, the bastard matched Arad's speed and gave him a scare. Another devilish woman was both slow and weak, but for some reason, she was always at the right spot and time to survive Arad's attack, and even hit him back. It took a while for Arad to realize she was a seer, seeing the future and acting upon it before anything could happen. At first, Arad was at a loss, but then realized that the more the devilish woman used her power, the more she bled from every hole. He wanted to wait for her to fall down, but at one point she stopped fighting. While all the devils kept fighting Arad with their teeth and nails, with their lives on the line, that devilish seer walked toward Mathilde in the back, knelt down and kissed her foot, begging to be put down. Mathilde just smiled and lifted the devilish woman, refusing to kill her, and instead asked Diana to send her to Cali. Diana didn't understand what Mathilde wanted, but she did it anyway. Sadly, Arad didn't have time to ask questions and was instead swarmed by many more devils. One danced through shadows, one flew around him like a lightning bolt, and one even tried seducing him. Arad slashed left and right, cutting hordes of devils with each swing. His blade never spared them, and if any devil survived an attack, it was either due to their luck or skill. Soon Arad faced many more seers like the first one, and they all acted the same, fighting him for a while, abusing their power to the limit, then heading to Mathilde. Even the devils started to notice that something was utterly wrong for their seers to switch sides like this. What no one knew besides Mathilde and the seers was the truth that they saw the seers use the strands of fate to sense and see the future. But when looking too much into Arad's fate, they noticed that it transcended the nature of fate itself, and when they tried to look deeper, the triplets of fate cut their path short, warning them not to stare at the void. That only meant that Arad was above the fates, and there was only one being that could surpass them: Ao, the first overgod. Once the seers realized that Arad was the overgod and saw that out of all possible futures, begging Mathilde specifically would grant them the best outcome, they all switched sides and went to her. Chapter 1548, 450-48, The Fallen One. The devils fell one after another to Arad's blade. It didn't matter how powerful their curses were, none of them had the basic stats to match. They matched his speed but failed to produce enough power to harm him. They matched his power, but sadly were too slow to catch him. They outnumbered him, but their numbers only made them easier to cut in bulk. Arad was winning. His sword flashed left and right at blinding speed, cutting through flesh and bone alike. Not even curses and magic survived the sharp edge of his dark sword. Yuri had spent 2,000 years in this world training and empowering the devils to fight Arad, but even with all of that, they were rapidly failing to keep up. The devils tried to find openings in Arad's moves, but found nothing, not because his skills were perfect, but because Arad kept changing his move set. Arad would sometimes fight like Caden and shift his swords into a long okatana, and then he would switch mid-swing to a long sword alongside Alcott's stance. He then would swing around his opponents and hit them with a heavy punch, roaring like a mad ape, mimicking Ganta's moves. The devils couldn't understand if they were fighting a dragon fighter, a demon swordsman, a human master, or a wild animal. It didn't help that when Arad screamed and roared, his human jaw would open wide enough to fit the head of a smaller devil. That had caused a few devils to die just by Arad screaming into their faces. If 1,000 Dracanas couldn't take Arad down, an army of devils wouldn't be able to do it either. As the fight lasted even longer, the devils finally started to find out the more terrifying part about fighting Arad. Long fights really play into his favor. The more the devils fought him, the stranger his fighting style became. When they started to notice, it was already too late, and the ship had sailed. Doma copied their curses and recreated them, while Arad learned their moves, adapted, and grew more accustomed to fighting them. Now he knew all of the devils by face, learned their skills, and danced between them like he had trained with them for centuries. This wasn't normal learning or adaptation. Arad was much, much faster than anything had any right to be. It was abnormal for him to learn and near perfectly mimic the moves that a devil trained for longer than humans can live. The devil's weapons bounced off Arad's sword with ease as he flew between them like a storm of blades, cutting and slashing his way through with ease. All of those devils had trained together, so the moment he learned just a few fighting styles from them, he became better able to fight the majority of them. "Back away," one of the devils shouted, standing above a mountain of corpses with a face drenched in blood and guts. He ground his teeth and glared down at where Arad was beating his people, one after another. The devils flew away with shattered bodies and torn limbs like popping popcorn, with the strength of 1,000 devils. "We shall stop him." He opened his wings wide and lifted his trident, pointing at the red glowing sky above. The blood and curses of all the corpses beneath him started flowing up like mist, and then became a ravaging torrent of energy, engulfing the entire pile of corpses in dark red flames. "Violent invader, you shall rue this day." The devil growled, plunging his spear into the corpses beneath him, and glared at Arad. "By the corpses of everyone that died this day, you shall not live to see the next one. I'll rip you apart and bury a chunk of your rotten flesh with each one of them. Not even hell would dare claim your horrid remains." The devil screamed, his eyes spazzing and his muscles tightening as his curse grew stronger and stronger by the second. Arad punched all the devils surrounding him and looked up, locking eyes with the rising devil. Link to the origin of this information rests in novelfire.net. The devil then came to a sudden halt, falling silent as the curses around him all faded away. The battle beneath calmed down as everyone looked up. Even Arad had no idea what was happening. The only two who knew were flying above, bathed in golden light. "Arad, be careful. He is starting to believe," Diana called from the back, and the moment her voice died, a spark of harrowing power exploded in the devil's body. He screamed as loudly as his lungs allowed, his eyes and ears bleeding as he bent forward. The devil's back bulged, his wings withered and turned to ash from the devil's back. Raven black feathers exploded out, drenched in blood. They soon grew and exploded into massive black wings. The whole world around them shook and trembled, cracking away as the devil's red skin fell off, getting replaced with a pale gray one. Then his long black hair shifted to white, and his entire body contorted, getting swallowed by the explosive tide of divine and cursed magic. Arad lifted his arm and covered his face, while all of the devils around him got washed away by it. Many died, and most were left gravely burned to the bones. Diana and Matilde didn't even bother protecting themselves, for this wave wasn't anywhere near powerful enough to harm them. From the blood and magic, the devil emerged, no longer being a fiend. A tall, muscular, and majestic man with a muscular build, long, flowing white hair, red eyes, expansive black wings, and a burning 2 black halos above his head. Arad, he had a sacrifice curse. Usually he would grant it to mortals. You know, give me the soul of your lover and I'll give wealth. That type. She sounded a bit worried he used it on himself. Now he sucked all of the souls of the devils you killed into himself, overcharged his body with curses, and now, Arad said with a passive voice, I know, turned back into a fallen angel. No, with this power, a fallen archon. Don't give him too much credit. He is an archon, but not a real one. He has no god to replenish his power, and he is even weakened. Look, just 2 halos and a pair of wings. Diana expanded all of her wings out. As it turned out, she had 8 pairs of wings and could manifest as many as 8 halos. Albeit the halos almost meant nothing. She was a cloud of divine destruction. Arad looked at the newly born archon with a smile. I came here for Yuri, and look at what we found. A devil with enough willpower and strength to become an archon. I bet you could have become a lair lord in the 9 hells, or even got picked up as a fallen archon by some of the gods. Arad pointed his sword at the fallen archon. What a waste of talent. The fallen archon stared at Arad in silence for a long moment, then suddenly 9 more pairs of wings burst from his back. Diana and Matilde immediately gasped and pulled their weapons. This was bad, extremely bad. How did that happen? Where did those other wings come from? Where did he get that power? The fallen archon's eyes finally moved as a 3rd eye burst on his forehead, glaring at Arad with cold indifference. The moment the fallen archon's wings flapped, Arad moved, his blade whistling through the air, aiming to cut the charging archon's head off, but instead of blood, only dust rose to the air. Arad looked down, seeing the fallen archon kneeling in front of him. My lord and maker, they are far too close. At that moment, a torrent of abominable eldritch magic burst from the ground, rising to the sky like a towering pillar of dark green light. Yuri was coming, and he wasn't alone. Chapter 1549, the ends here. The world seemed to shift and twist as the fallen archon stood and turned around, looking at the depth of the pit, giving his back to Arad. Arad didn't fully understand what was going on, but he could sense Yuri's magic approaching, and it was in the same sorry state Alexander was in. The fallen archon seemed to have switched sides after evolving, but even now Arad didn't get why. He looked back at Diana and Matilde with a question in his eyes. Diana didn't fully understand it either, but Matilde seemed to have already gotten ready for a fight. She had expanded all of her wings and was slowly walking to stand beside the fallen archon, ready to fight whatever horrid monstrosity Yuri had become. The fallen archon had been a devil and had evolved only thanks to his strange curse, using the deaths of many of his devil comrades as a catalyst. By all means, he shouldn't be able to hold this state for a long time without a god. He was destined to die and perish after just a few seconds of glory. But that will never happen. This fallen archon was here to stay, and he was even granted much more power than most, because while there was no god to grant him power, he had ascended in the presence of a higher being. The fallen archon now was the first angel of AO to be born in millions of years, and he knew very well the true nature of the being that stood in front of him. The devil could barely comprehend it. At one moment he was struggling to fight Arad, walking upon a mountain of corpses in despair. But when his only hope came, when he got the power to fight back against the harrowing invader, he got assailed by the knowledge of the reality he was in. The abominations were like a disease. They had long since infected the devils of this world. Even their king Yuri wasn't spared. This god-forsaken land had been brainwashed and controlled by them, turned into a breeding ground and a sore cyst on the world. He evolved from a devil to a mere angel, but then his soul linked to the nearest powerful being, and to his luck, Ao himself had graced this land, coming to cleanse it with his 2 hands. That link gave the devil enough power to evolve further from an angel with a single pair of wings to having 10 pairs, becoming a divine emissary of the absolute omnipotent being that birthed the world into existence. The fallen Archon's body flashed with faint blue light, and then blood started seeping out of his eyes and ears. Eyes emerged across the bones of his wings, and soon his humanoid shell faded away, leaving a massive mass of wings all conjoined into a single feathery ball. Over 1,000 eyes opened on the wings, and then a deep, rumbling voice roared from its depths. "Be afraid, vile invader from the depths of the planet." Yuri finally showed up, looking like nothing had changed in him. But it was as clear as day to Arad and everyone else that something was utterly wrong in his glassy, dead-looking eyes. A vessel of hatred. Yuri smiled, lifted his arm, and clenched a fist. "I really hate this place, especially you." A yellow mantle washed over Yuri's body, covering his face and proportion. Standing in front of them now was a titan that's several kilometers tall, with a face shrouded in darkness. The Titan then shrank back to a relatively manageable size, being just as tall as Arad. "Yuri, no, damned Nayar." Arad growled, and Nayar laughed. "Of course it's me. Who else did you think? Some random weirdo?" He shifted, and Arad could feel his gaze washing over him and then over everyone else. The fallen Archon's massive black wings flapped, and then suddenly something detonated, powerful enough to rip the planet apart. Arad survived the blast, and he found himself engulfed in a storm of fire and boiling plasma. Everything was hot, violent, and deadly, and for a second, Arad felt that he might actually die here. But to his luck, the blast wasn't directed at him, but at Nayar. Using a combination of barrier magic and his void, Arad managed to fly back and soon witnessed a harrowing sight, one that made him terrified. For the first time, the fallen Archon, Diana, and Mathilde were all engaged in a deadly fight with Nayar. The storm of chaos he was just trapped in was nothing but Diana's true body, not the aftermath of the fallen Archon's attack. All that Arad could see was galactic wings, cosmic feet, and a nebula of pure chaos, boiling and bubbling in a violent rage, all of them melting together and consuming an ungodly tide of tentacles and tar-like darkness. Everything moved too fast and was too chaotic for him to wrap his head around it all. And for the first time in years he felt small and weak, getting thrown away by the mere shockwaves produced by the clash of those horrors. Whatever that fallen Archon was, he was far too powerful, and he seemed to have teamed up with Diana and Mathilde to fight Nayar. Arad couldn't just sit and wait. He wasn't the kind of person to let others fight for him and run away. And besides, this was just one of his incarnations. Even if he died here, nothing would happen to him. That's why he stopped thinking immediately and shifted into his draconic form, flying right into the middle of the chaos. At the same time, he sent an emergency call to Callie, immediately notifying the gods about Nayar's presence in the universe and causing a massive flood of angry divines to swarm the place. But it wasn't so simple. It would take at least a few seconds for Callie to arrive, even longer for the other gods and their angels. In that time, Arad and the 3 Archons had to keep Nayar busy or repel him. From what Arad could guess, Nayar might want to make this world a military base inside the universe for the abominations, and he had spent the past 2,000 years of accelerated time here, making sure nothing gets in his way. Arad expanded his elemental expansion, which looked like a mere drop of ink on the vast tapestry of space. The endless darkness of Nayar swallowed him whole, crushing down on his very soul. Arad could feel more than his body and soul being erased. His entire being was getting assaulted. Nayar tried to rip him away from the fabric of the universe whole, cut him away from the threads of space and time, and reject him into the unknown beyond. The most update Envilo vels are published on novelfire.net. There, Arad could sense and feel it, a massive gate, a dam between him and the unknown beyond the reality of the universe. This gate was like a door, and Nayar wanted to kick him through it. Arad didn't know what was behind it, but he was certain he shouldn't even get close to the gate, let alone pass it. The gate slowly opened up, and Arad held to his very existence, clenching his claws on the fabric of space and time. He tried to anchor himself in the universe, but then a bare foot walked into the universe from the gate, small, pale, and with sharp blue toenails. Looking closely, the one who walked out was also short, smug, had long red hair, blue eyes, and a bad sense of humor. The gate closed behind Yog, rattling the universe, sorry. Chapter ends here. Chapter 1550, Chess of the Ineffables. The first god to arrive at the battle was none other than Yog, the only one who already knew of what was going to happen. Little Nayar, did you forget about me? Yog flew past Arad, her mere presence shattering the endless flood of tar and tentacles. She didn't get any reply because the three angels assaulting Nayar's incomprehensible body didn't allow it. Yog herself didn't need any answer. She already knew why Nayar tried to throw Arad behind the gate. It was to bait her out. While all of the gods were extremely powerful and deadly, and while Arad was Ao himself, the entire war revolved around two people playing chess. Nayar and his alien ego and mind playing against Yog, the all-knowing bearer of the forbidden knowledge. The fallen Archon flew past Arad and Yog, smashing his countless wings on Nayar's endless flood of tar, ripping it apart. Each flap was followed by a massive nuclear explosion, rendering the very fabric of this world dead. Diana thrived in the destruction. The nebulous supernova that was her unimaginable divine body washed over the space, covering it in brilliant chaos and flames, absorbing all of the harrowing power of the fallen Archon's explosions, and sending it once more at Nayar. Mathilde, on the other hand, fought conservatively, moving like an endless mass of writhing flesh and feet, kicking and tearing at Nayar's tentacles with hunger and malice, all while trying to put as little strain on Cirilla's body back home. Even Arad didn't stand and wait for Yog to finish talking. The moment an opening appeared in Nayar's defenses, he flew in like a blazing meteor, aiming for whatever was at the core of all the darkness. Yog was left alone there, watching the fight for a whole fraction of a second. Diana was doing well. She had direct access to Kali's divine magic, so she wasn't starved or weakened. Mathilde and the fallen Archon didn't enjoy the same freedom and were already getting pushed back. Yog had to do something about it, and she knew she didn't have time to waste, so she began working immediately. Her body turned black, melting into a sea of eyes and black tar. She sees everything, knows all, and fathoms the entirety of existence. To her, she who watches, Nayar's plans were clear and obvious. He didn't want to win this fight. He already won. Or to be clearer, Yog had to sacrifice this world, throw it away to allow them a chance to study Nayar himself. While she knew everything, Nayar had his ways to mask his presence and tracks from her, and that was the part she wanted to study and unravel. Allowing Nayar into the universe using Yuri as bait and risking everyone's life was nothing but a meager price to pay for knowledge, for eldritch knowledge about the father of the abominations, the source of all their problems. As she expected, the moment she had Nayar here, she could sense his presence and understand many of his motives. Nayar was playing the long game. He wanted to slowly poison the universe, not in a literal sense, but in a deeper meaning. He wanted to slowly spread his influence over the universe, force the gods to fight him for long eons, and then slowly take over the minds of mortals, turning them against the very gods protecting them. Yuri's curse was that of hatred, and that was the one thing Nayar wanted control over, to drown the mortals with hatred toward the gods and break the chains of divine magic that feed the higher beings and their angels. With no mortals, the gods and their angels won't get any prayers, no divine magic, and no power. The powerless gods would then soon starve and fall, only leaving the more primal ones to fight. The one divine being that Nayar was worried about was Amaterasu, because unlike everyone else, she didn't need any prayers or reverence. She alone was the power, billions of suns all burning with endless power. Once all the gods die, even Death and the current overgod, she'll be the last one standing, alive, brilliant, and as radiant as ever, burning with power for billions of years after the end. To achieve his goals, Nayar had many paths to take. He can try kidnapping Cain, the current overgod, and use his power and authority to brainwash the mortals. He can slowly attempt to starve the gods by controlling the mortals first, a plan which he was already doing anyway. Or he can try to win an all-out war and thin the numbers of the god. But there was one problem, one menace that stood in his way, a thorn that refused to die and perish because it didn't even understand what death meant, A.O., Arad Orion, the first overgod. The bastard had absolute power and omnipotence over the universe. He could create infinitely more gods and divine magic for them to use. Even today, Niar found himself fighting an Archon born of Ao's harrowing existence. That fallen Archon was born right in front of Ao, received his blessing and power, and was now powerful enough to be a threat. Both Niar and Yog hated the unexpected, and Arid was just that, someone who could break all of their expectations and stand alone and above all. None of them expected Arad's presence here to give birth to a new Archon, but here they were. If not for that fallen Archon, Niar might have managed to slip past Diana and Mathilde to get rid of Arad. Just from this short moment of contact, Yog already learned so much about Nayar's plans, how he wants to execute them, and how it might go for him. This would now allow her to plan around his plans, but she is sure he already knows that, and would plan around the plan she planned around his plan, which she needs to plan his plans. Now it was a battle to see who could take the most steps ahead of the other before the timer was over. A chess where victory relies solely on the count of moves one can predict. Yog and Niar clashed, sending waves through space and pushing Arid and the Archons away. None of them could endure the crushing pressure generated by the battle of the two ineffable horrors. Diana caught Mathilde, who ran out of divine magic for a second, and the fallen Archon caught Arad, cradling him in his vast wings. "My lord, my liege, my divine." The Archon's eyes spared Arad one worried glance and then shot back at Nayar with malice. "Abomination, calm down, pigeon." Yog shouted at him with a large smile on his endless eyes, "Keep him safe and out of my way." The fallen Archon growled. He can't even believe that just a few minutes ago he was fighting Arad to the death, and now he was protecting him. Also, stop glaring at Nayar like that. You're hating him a bit too much. That empowers him now, so stop it. She flew over Nayar and tore him apart as he bit back and ripped her eyes out. The only reason the fallen Archon's brothers, the angels above, Ao's divine army, didn't swarm down to turn this vessel of Nayar inside out was because their hatred of the abominations was too great. Their coming here would just complicate things even further. That left Yog as their best bet until another god showed up to help her, which happened very soon. Before the fallen Archon could even notice, Kali was already standing on his wing beside Arad, looking at him with a worried face.